Okay, I'm just clicking buttons. Law Slam, that was close. That was really close. Oh, actually, Clippy, it was close. Law Slam beat you. Okay, guys, I was just watching Beastie play League of Legends, and then I remembered why I don't play League of Legends anymore. Give me 1 second. Just wanted to check my AC. It is a little bit fucking hot, yes, today. So basically what we're going to be doing today is we're going to start it off with some games, and then we're going to switch over to the EGC stuff, because I want to do a little bit of a noob cast today so that we have a... Ooh, why is Twitch chat not working here? Let me see. Okay, I am still learning how to use the new version of this OBS for the multi-streaming. So sometimes it's a little bit iffy. So if I mess something up, let me know. You're diving through already? What can I say? Yesterday was pretty good. I was pretty good last night. What can I say, baby? Yeah. Why is my multi-chat not working? Okay. So that means... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Okay. I'm trying to figure these tools out as we're going. All right, stream is working. On YouTube, you can actually put closed captions, which I love. Makes it a little bit more accessible for people. So something Twitch is still lacking a little bit behind. Rus Climb, it wasn't just Rus. Oliver, we did switch it up a little bit. That would be kind of dirty if we were just Rus. Let's quickly see what my last games were. Byzantines. HRE, that I lost. Rus. Let's see, I did play in English as well. There was a Rus that I... Oh, look at this guy. Yeah, this guy clapped my cheeks yesterday. So I am trying to make sure that YouTube is set up properly. It looks like it is. And perfect. Awesome. Doing it right. So I'm really excited for today's Noobcast. I really need to go check what is happening on EGC's side. Let me just quickly open Discord. I need to go and check which games they're casting, because that means I obviously cannot cast the same games, as we want to cover things a little bit differently. Let me check. I need to find their Discord first. Okay. Today, hopefully we have a clean feed. Okay, summer discussion. Okay, awesome. So they have... Ooh, they're not covering the Beastie games. That's interesting. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, we'll do a Beastie. Are we casting? Yes. What are we casting? We're casting... we're probably going to do the Beastie journey. I don't know how many games he has today, but I'll see which guys do go live. But it looks like on the mainstream they'll do B Lucifron. I will then go to the lower bracket instead. I don't know if the lower bracket is also playing, so I'll see. I need to check. The thing is, if they don't have any non-casted games, then it will probably... No, they definitely don't have they definitely have non-casted games. But until... Ooh, I didn't pick a civilization. Oh! We picked Rus! Yeah! No, I don't know, Tam. I don't know. Maybe a little bit later. Like the first two series I want to do solo. I need to practice something specifically. I want to learn from the way of Aussie, because I'm not really good at solo casting. It's on my list of to-dos. So I'm trying to get a little bit more comfortable with solo casting. Ooh, right over here. And I'm a little bit scared of it. So this is like me forcing myself to do it properly. Okay, boys. There we go, right over there. Whew, let's go see. But I am leaving at 8 today, so we're only gonna do one. Yeah, I'll do one set. Join me for the second set. Would you like to? Would you mind? Because I would love that. Yeah, let's get the rest here. Come. So I can do the first set. Okay. And you can play after. Yeah, and then I can raid you after as well. So it works out pretty well. Oh my god, I can't believe it, but I'm like considering getting an extra scout. Okay. Okay, what are we playing against? We're playing against Byzantines. I need to think this thing through. Right here. Let me go up. Yes. So I know I'm ahead of his scout. That's what makes this a very important route. Okay, let's go. Let's go through here. Okay. And I can potentially go and clean up that side as well. Woo, this is wild. I am going to run out of sheep though. So I should probably go and return these and then I'll go for behind my base. Okay, I'll let you get ready, but it will only be at like 6 PM, you know? That's okay. Okay, let's roll out with this bad boy. Go right through. Okay. So the whole idea with these... Ooh, okay, I was like, ooh, what is he doing? But then I remembered he's Byzantines. That's normal. Okay. Boys, get yourself in position here. You brothers, onto the wood. Yeah. Alright. Now we're going to go straight for this. And to consider, I do think we're going to put the high trade house here at the front. It looks pretty decent. Which means I'm going to get my wood villagers to come over to this side. I love this. That's feeling nice. Okay. Perfect. Oh my goodness. Come, press. Right over here. Let's go, let's go. Oh, this is so good. The amount of sheep I got is insane. I just should not lose them now. Let's get a house here. Come and deliver. You keep on running. And we have enough on there now. The rest of us on food. You guys are going to be keybound number 5. And we need to go see if he is going for Hippodrome. Okay. Sell some food. Perfect. Oh my goodness. The amount of resources we've got here in the bank is amazing. Okay. There we go. Let's go. And deliver. Then let's do this again. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so now what we want to do, the thing about Byzantines is they do take a while to get going. So it is definitely okay for me, especially off the bat, to be on his side of the map instead. So we're gonna be getting our first scouts over here, you guys. So because I have so much sheep, I don't think I'm in a position where I need to worry about food anytime soon, and I can just do what I want, you know. ASMR Pikey. God, that's hard. Give me a second. Alright, guys. Today we are going to be doing pro scouting. Now, you guys know how I feel about pro scouting. Pro scouting, a thing that is absolutely disgusting, but in today's day and age, a necessity. Now, unfortunately for this guy, he is not going to be ready for any pro scouts. But we do have a plan, and we are going to be destroying everything pro scouts are in. And it's time for us to gather the boys. And we do have a few scouts going over. making noises on purpose. But now you just get the more calm whammon, or I guess the weird voice whammon. It's all. We can't do for much more. All right. Okay. Let me see this one as well. Okay. Gut, gut, gut. Das ist wirklich gut, ja. Okay. He only has level 2, which is very, very surprising. Connecting it now, so he's gonna go to level 3 in a sec. Alright, boys. Now the rest of us gonna be gathering all the deer from here, yes. Oh! Oh my god, he's getting it. Mangadai. In today's day and age. Okay. I honestly think we need one of these now. This feels kind of scary, honestly. I haven't played against Mangadai. Let's go run around. We've got enough food at the back here. You, Chief, let's quickly get a... Actually, no. That's more than enough. I should probably not invest too much more in pro scouting, especially with these guys coming on in. Okay. Give me that. Perfect. And now the games begin. Let's go and burn this thing. I just want to make sure that he reacts to it. We want him to send his Mangadai out elsewhere, so that I don't need to worry about him. Shit. Come here, Chief. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So basically, I needed to ensure that he stays in his base and he doesn't become a problem for me. And now, that is exactly what happened. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I just did, but it was wrong. It was very wrong. Okay. Onto food, onto food. Need to make sure we don't waste any time with these guys. Rest of them on wood. I do think that extra layer of wood is going to be important. You boys right here. Scout. Should stay right in here. Professional scouts. You are looking very fancy and professional. Love that. You boys. Alright. And I would really like if these guys could deliver one more load for me, because we need a blacksmith. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. I would really like to get more on wood. I think the wood situation's a little bit rough at the moment. Okay, let's go. Alright, boys. Let's go see how these guys match up. You. Whew. Okay. Now we just keep on pumping units. There we go. Get ready for some relics. Okay. A few more of you guys here. We're gonna get +1 range defense in a sec. Come, boys. No, no, I did not mean to pick that. Oh, no. Okay. Whew, we're already starting off a little bit wonky. That's okay. I got this, I got this. You. Okay, let's roll on out. Let's go, boys. Whew. Okay. Perfect. Okay, and now should get this bad boy onto the other one. Oof, this does feel scary. Okay, run. Okay. Okay, let's go, boys. Woo. Perfect. Now we need to transition into different units. Okay, I think this is looking good. Let's go over here. Except for you guys. Woo. I think the Rus horse archers are better. Yeah, the Rus horse archers are better. Oh shit. Okay, come. Whew. Okay, perfect. Come on, chief, put it in. Okay. Ooh. Perfect. Here. Put it in. Okay, let's go for the next round. You boys, come. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. And now it's horse time. I did not make enough horses, and now the horses will begin. Uh-oh. Okay. I need to make units. Oh my good god. Okay, whew, boys, let's go. Let's go, pick it up. Okay. Now with that thing, we definitely don't want to be running into... Okay, I could potentially stop this, yet... Okay, perfect. Woo. Perfect. I accidentally am ready to age up already. Oh no. Okay, boys. High armory. Oh my goodness, it's working. But now the most important is that I don't die the moment I age up, due to my extreme confidence, I guess, in raiding. Okay, let's go here, boys. Ooh, right there. Gonna get you guys as number 3. As number 1. Come on here. Okay, let's go. Double prong attack, let's do it. Double prong, triple prong, all the prongs. Okay. Right in here. Okay. Where's my spearman? Ah, there you are. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Let's go, boys. With the amount of guys we have out here, it's not necessarily this necessary for me to sacrifice anyone. Okay. Let's switch over to knights. And we're gonna need to get that. Okay, come on, brothers. Time for us to move. We need to get upgrades and such. I'm just gonna keep making horse archers. Now, usually you don't want to make horse archers at this point. And that's the right answer. We're not gonna be making horse archers. Let me not fall into my own little trap. Okay, more stables. Let's go right under his TC here. Okay. And now, I'm just gonna get knights and horsemen. Very nice. Whew. Right here. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Woo. Ish. Yes, we're doing it. Sorry, guys. That was my focus. That was pure focus. Who's that Sparta guy? Well, this is Sparta. I don't know anything else for him. Go for Kremlin, break the cycle. Not in this lifetime. Where's the APM indicator? Come on. We got the stream up and running. Is that not enough? Hello, T-West. Hello. And Shuki. Oh my god. Yes. Ha! Yes. What can I say? But you've got... Really? No. I didn't hotkey the second TC. You are right. Oh no. I did not hotkey. Oh, 9. Okay. See? This is what you need. Yeah, APM indicator will be... What can I say? I'm just so fast. You saw, you saw those horsemen and all the focus. Or horse archers. Oh my gosh. So, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed. Build that second TC. Forget to keybind it. And you could still get Conqueror in this season. Today. Last season, I tried my best. And I couldn't get to Conk. I didn't try too hard. I was busy hosting tournaments. But for the rest of it, we are here. We have arrived. And now, I'm going to go get my other account to Conk as well. Let's hop on over. Oh, I probably only have time for 2 more games. So we'll see. Let's just switch over to my other account. My other account is about Diamond 3. So it's the same rank. It's just a little bit here and there. I never play on it again? No. We'll play on it. The reason I'm leaving this one... Conquerors, plat with other civs, Shuki, I beat people with Byzantines. So, just because of what you said, and it's shaking me to the core, that's a pun, guys. That's why I'm not bad at grammar, I promise. It's shooking me to the core. I will play 0 more Rus. Rus is dead to me. We will not play Rus on this account. Let me be specific. Oh my gosh. Malian Queen. Ooh. I don't know about Malians though. That might be testing the... That might be testing the boundaries. Ugh. Today, I need to drink 3 liters of water. Because I am coming out with it. I have to go. I have to go for a colonoscopy on Monday. And apparently that means liquid diet. And I'm casting on EGC tomorrow, so I have no idea how I'm going to be doing that with no food in my system. No coffee. Or maybe I can drink coffee in the morning. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to ask ChatGPT. Hey, ChatGPT. Can I drink coffee 2 days before colonoscopy? I just need my coffee. Black coffee. Ooh. Black coffee is allowed? Okay, but... Ooh. Avoid anything with red, blue, or purple coloring. No cream and milk or dyes. Come on, man. Who drinks black coffee? Caffeine pills? Can I drink caffeine? I'm asking Dr. ChatGPT. Can I drink caffeine pills? Yeah, man, Okay. Caffeine pills may not be considered a clear liquid, especially if they are coated or contain fillers. No caffeine. Okay, that's fine. I 2 days before. Caffeine pills are fine. I don't know, man. Inject caffeine. I might. Oh, ooh, no rus, no rus. Where are we going? What are we going? I hope we don't get Katie. Please no Katie. I'll just do HRA. Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. What do you mean I'm a care under the bed? Ew, no. I'm a basic white girl. I prefer to get my food or my coffee with milk. I just paid 600 euros for a coffee machine. It has the Americano button, but that Americano button will probably never see the light of day. Unless my friends come over. I have some friends. If they drink Americano, are they really friends? It's very sus behavior, IMO. Okay. Actually... You boys, let's go put the guys over here. So, chapel positioning, ladies and gents. I think we've got a pretty solid chapel here. Now, I didn't go for water, which I think is fine. I don't know if Rocky River is a map where you need to go for water. It's new season with this, so we're learning all of the things that are or are not acceptable. Oh, he came to see if I went on water. Actually, sir, I suck at this video game. I have no idea how to play any hybrids or such. I remember this map used to be quite aggressive as well. Is Americano allowed if American? Oof. Yes. Yes, I think so. I think your nationality exempts you from the ooh reaction. Not even close. Oh my god, that was close. Woo! That was risky. Okay, anyway, let's quickly go on. Get the boys inspired and get back to work, yeah? Have you ever listened to... No, I have not, but I will check it out, Mike. Billy Colony's colonoscopy stand-up sketch. Got it. I'm gonna try to go back into the comments and get that recommendation again, and then we'll see how it goes. Shit. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, boys, we're gonna be aging up, and we're not gonna be aging up with much. Don't want to be overcommitting here. Very nice. So, this is a pretty decent chapelle. I'm going to put you here. Okay. Cool. The rest of you boys, let's get some wood. That's what she said. Yeah. Where's 10 for 10 when you need that medical advice? Honestly, yes. I should be messaging Tim for these things. I'm like, Tim, I need to go for an invasive procedure on Monday. Do you want to give me some advice on specific dietary care? No, I'm joking. I would always ask ChatGPT. Tim is a friend. He's not my doctor. I can't. You know, I have a really good friend. The girl who's shaved Beastie's hair. She... Wait, where's my bullet? Okay, she is also a doctor. And I'm probably outing myself here. I have a stamp here. I'm not going to out her name. So basically when I need a prescription, because she's not in the country right now, she just tells me what to prescribe for myself, and then I stamp it. Because in Serbia, that's how it works. It's lovely. I'm like not going to the doctor at all anymore. I'm just like, hey, can I use your stamp? I'm feeling like this. And she's like, yeah, prescribe yourself some of X or Y. And I'm like, thanks. This was nice. Tim GPT. Okay. Now, with the amount of... No. I was considering whether this would mean... I can't go fast castle with this. I need to stay in feudal and fight this a little bit. Okay. You boys are done. Go over here. Time for mind work. I would never. No, mind work. Nah, that's not a me thing. No, I like clean play. I don't do crazy stuff like mind work. That's insane. In front of people? Ooh. We have some respectable decisions we have to make, such as not having enough resources to get our upgrades the moment we hit the age up, of course. Very respectable. As we can see, I'm not floating enough food for this. Oh, is he gonna go pro scout? Am I gonna... No. Am I? No. We're gonna go straight for his face. Okay, that was a very tough decision. Okay, but we fixed it. It took a little while there. Okay. Ladies, very nice. We finally got to the point. We take the safer route. I don't think Pro Scout is necessary here. Actually, could you come and check out the ponds? I don't know if they've changed anything about the ponds. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not worth it. Oh, my goodness. Pro Scout all the way, actually. That would have been a much better idea. Okay, let's go. Let's go see what his first production building is. I don't even know why I'm making a tower. We should not be making... Why am I busy making a wall? That's not how this is supposed to work. Let's keep making units. See, I'm currently playing a game as if it's supposed to be defensive. Like, I'm going fast. Actually, let's go fast castle. Never mind. Okay, boys. I'm gonna try and get him to react. And then I'll just go fast castle. I think this is the best choice. I figured it out. I can't believe it. I'm going fast castle, boys. Oh. Sure. Okay. He's getting donzos. Interesting. Okay. Perfect. So getting those guys definitely changes the feel of the game a little bit. Come on, boys. Okay. I honestly thought I was going to be a little bit faster on these. You, Chief, let's go put you in position here. I think I also sent him a little bit early. Don't worry. That's probably not what he said. Okay, boys. Could we... Is it soon? I should have been castle already. Anyway, it is what it is. Oh, love that. A few extra sheep. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. What are you doing? What are you doing here, dude? Oh no. I thought... You know, I didn't plan this, but... Okay, everyone over here. I can't believe I'm doing it. Eesh. Okay, pick it up. Actually. Oh shit, my keyboard changed to UK again. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. Put in. Archery range, let's go. Can't believe that worked. For now. I can't say worked with full confidence yet. Okay, put it in. Okay. Sure, when in Rome. Okay. Let's go and get the next one. And you give me another archer range. We'll just do the things our way. I can't believe this is happening. But it's okay. Things are looking fine for us. I do not need this upgrade. I should get a blacksmith as well. I would really like to just do that thing with HRE where I don't need to go out on the map and I can just stay in my base and do absolutely nothing. And then I'm Imperial and he's dead. That could be pretty fun. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, come back. Perfect. Okay, that is a lot of gold. Let me just double check. Do I have... I don't want to pull him that way. I want him to react here. Come here. Ooh, sofas. Okay. Okay, boys, let's quickly get some stone. Okay. Oof. Okay, we're gonna stay and I'm just gonna let the gold do the talking because the gold should be able to match his income as well. So let's get a few more here. Come on, boys. Okay, whew. Need to get one more barracks. Okay, perfect. Start pushing across the map, you chief. Give me that. Let the eco do the talking. Perfect. He's depleted that gold, which means he's gonna go to the next. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. That's fine. He doesn't get anything from Imperial Age. So going Imp usually feels like a good choice, but in this case, for him, this could mean the death of him, because he doesn't have anything that he gets with Imperial. All he gets is a lot of expensive... Oh god. Oh no, see that was an expensive to be mistake. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's join him in... The crazy part is I could just stay in this age and keep fighting him, because Malians, they just have a very slow transition into the next part. So potentially I'm fine, but I need to stop producing units, I think. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's go and age up. Okay. This time we're gonna keybind it. Okay. Okay, definitely need to make sure these guys are all on here on food. And I should probably just buy food instead of floating this many resources. Okay. I also don't need to make men-at-arms. Just spearmen. And crossbows and archers. Okay, now those are gonna die. I'm fully aware of their fate. That's okay. Let's get the rest of our farms built up. Run. Okay, and I need to get my 5 barns. Let's get +1 there. You, chief. Yeah. This feels a little risky, but I have an idea. Okay. Oh, hello. Love that. Okay. There we go. That's a lot of those boys. So what I think... Oof, I know what we're going for. Lunchknechte. Yes. I actually never get to go Lunchknecht, so I'm so excited about this. Oh gosh, I haven't gone Lunchknechte in literally forever. I am so excited. Okay. Oh god. It's gonna be disgusting. Right here, boys. What are those? Musafadis. Oh my god, I'm gonna love it. Okay. Alright, I think I should also focus a little bit more on the gold. This situation at the back here is a little bit questionable though. Is there a way for us to... Oh. There we go. Okay, so the Lunchknechte are going to be important because when you're playing against all those little Musafadis, they are quite slippery. Now, let's get more on food. I'm gonna go and get another one of these buildings. This one, I think. Yeah. I don't even know how these work yet. I haven't tested them out properly. Okay. Lunchknechte, we need to get your upgrades. I think this is gonna be a shit show. Can I... Come on, man. That angle is technically right. Okay. Okay, horses, let's go all the way in. Okay, let's go. Need about 600 more of these guys. Beautiful. Lunchknecht! Okay, anyway. Let's go to get some mangonels. Just keep making villages. Let's go, let's go. Go, 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 go. Okay, boys. Okay, perfect. Now, I just need to see if there are any extra prelates standing around. Yeah, you get right inside.
You need prelates inside monasteries to boost food.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, now I just need to get my food upgrades as well. And now instead of getting those, I think I should get springles. Okay, let's go. I love that. God, that was amazing. Okay. Where are all the idle boys? Come here. Let's make another one of these. Just make more farms. Lovely. Go, go, go. I need my Lunchknecht on top of this. I need to see people die today. Look at that. Slicing off heads left and right. Love that. Perfect. Let's go. Build me another tower. And another one. And another one. Until he begs for mercy. On top here, please. Yeah, shit. I need to be careful with this. One of my biggest abilities. Slice! Perfect. Okay. You guys can see I have so many units. Or so much resources, and I'm just not... There we go. Slice. Slice and dice, baby. Oh yeah. What's going on with you guys? Where's chill? Okay, 40 idle. Whew, wood, wood, wood. Oh, you sneaky snake. What are you doing back here? Oh, you sneaky snake. Let's go. Okay. Doesn't have boiling oil, which I love. Okay. And gold. Oh, actually, right here. Ooh, this feels. Ooh, okay. Perfect. Right here. Oh my god. Perfect. And these horses are just doing their best. Love that. Right in his base, please, y'all. Let's go. Okay. More units. I have so many unspent resources. Okay. And we can finally afford a university. Okay, when you're done with the university, I'll kill all of you. go right here. And we're gonna go back to Lunchknechte. When you can afford them, make them. Oh, guys, right here. Mm-hmm. Oof. Oh, no! No! No, 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 no. Okay. University? Let's go. Chief, get inside. This one. Oh, actually, I don't think I have enough gold for hand cannoneers. We might need to invest in something else. I mean, archers are probably... No, I actually don't have any gold or wood for archers. We're just gonna go for horsemen. Okay, we need a lot more units over there, Chief. Okay, and what we're gonna do next is I'm just gonna go and make rams. I think rams are the answer to this now. Oh no. Shit. Run. Okay. Oof. Let's go see where that market is. Right here. Lunar Gato! I want to see what this guy's rank is so I can understand if I actually did well or not. Oh, he's unranked. There we go. That was actually pretty awful. I did not make my units constantly. I idled a lot of the eco and didn't really have a plan. This I should have done a while ago, or I could have just shut down the cow economy and it would have been cooked. Yeah, this is a very wham playstyle, creeping over the whole map and finally get there. Thank you, Edu. GG. Okay, let's quickly see what the situation is on this guy's, or on my MMR in general. So we haven't played on the account in a while. Okay. I know he's gold now, but he probably wasn't last season. Otherwise... Okay, so not as convincing as I would have thought. What do you think is the best counter for Mankadai? Towers. Towers. I don't think anything else trades effectively with them. So if you're on an open map, towers. I don't think there's another answer to them. Unless you... No, if you can't make towers, walls, also a pretty good counter for them. Because if they can't just run around, that's kind of how you stop them. Javelins, yes. But it depends on your civilization, right? You can't make javelins always, but yes. I would like to play some Byzantines, but yeah, if I'm playing against Mankadai, I would probably just go for a bunch of javelins. So, depending on the civilization you're playing, I would just... Oh, HRE? Towers. Top elo rank you have achieved. I actually achieved Conk 2 once for a while. You hate Mankadai? I do too, but towers usually sort them out pretty quickly. Oh, towers. Because with HRE, you also have a pretty safe economy. So I feel like Mangudai, if he doesn't get the tower rush off, you're probably so far ahead. Just because you're HRE, your economy is a bit stronger. Kong 2 pretty good. I play a lot of games. There's no secret. You need to watch Beastie's videos on coaching me to Kong 1. He explains it pretty well. There's usually a difference that when I hit Kong 1 the first time, I was a very different player from what I am right now. I think I have a lot more game knowledge now than I used to. Oh, Carmel though. So Beastie on this map with HRE and... Let me just say. I don't know, Chief. I don't know if Byzantines is the answer either, but I would like to play some Byzantines instead. Problem is when you move out and you find a freaking mass for them. In mass, Mangudai are actually supposed to die pretty quickly. If you move out and there's a mass, you're probably already Castle Age. Get one Mangonel. They don't do well in a straight up fight. So if you keep them busy... Oof, I'm glad I haven't played against Ottomans this season. I don't know. It really depends. I would really hope if someone is around Diamond 2, Diamond 3, Conk 1, and you would like to play a game as Mongols, make some Mangudai, and then I can see what to do against it. Because in theory, there's a lot of answers. But... oh no. Okay. You are gonna go straight up. We are going to get how much we can. Very good. Rest of you guys over here. Now this is a pretty juicy... oh, it's not really, I guess. I was gonna say it's gonna be a pretty juicy cistern, but... I don't actually think so. Come on, boys. Gonna need to get that guy to move around a little bit. Yeah. With Delhi, I can imagine it's not an easy matchup at all. Delhi gets a pass. They get a very, very large pass on that one. No judgment if Delhi loses that. I don't think Delhi would probably do too well against Mangudai. Ish. Sometimes I wish you could run right through the market. Let's go see what his situation is. Military school, that's good. This is really good for me. But now with the military school, I'm a little worried about this front part. Because I may have overcommitted a little bit over there. Now Ottomans also recently, I've seen a few of them go for fast castle, for pro scouts. Now of course you don't want Ottomans to get all the pro scouting in. Let's go see what we can do. It does still feel pretty slow here at from the get-go. We'll see how it goes. Climbing to conquer Delhi. Oh, it's hard for you. I was gonna say with Mangudai, ooh. I think you just make a lot of Ghazis and hope they catch them. But Delhi to conquer... I played Delhi last season. I tried a few games with it and I was beating Conk once with it. It's a very aggressive civilization and the meta right now favors aggressive playstyles. So I think as long as you can just force your opponent to make bad moves and constantly be on top of him, you should be okay. Let's go, let's go. Okay, guys, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. Come on. Okay. Oh, shit. Shit. I think we're gonna run out of sheep if I don't come back. You might have to go for the... oh my god, fuck you. Okay. Oh shit, we should go home. Okay. Come on, come on. No. We're gonna be chasing him around forever. Okay, boys. I honestly thought I was going to be in a little bit of a better position with wood. It is what it is. Oh, oh, oh.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Ώρα να περιπατήσουμε. Σύντριψον κεφαλά φτηνάς. Αποχωρήσατε ομού.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Τούτο χτίζω.
Εκελεύσεις αποχωρήσατε ομού.
Τι πράγμα. Προχωρώ ευθύς. Ναι, τούτο κατενόησα. Ακροβολούσιν εις εμάς. Κινούμε ευθύς. Εργασία. Ναι, τούτο κατενόησα. Πάντες
Let's go.
ευθύς.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις. Πάντες αποχωρήσατε ομού. Σύντριψον κεφαλάς πεινάς. Εργασία. Ευθύς.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Αποχωρήσατε ομού. Χωρική έτοιμη εις κελεύσεις. Επίθεσα ώρα να περιπατήσουμε.
Fish. This has been annoying. My god.
Τούτο χτίζεται.
Χωρική έτοιμη εις κελεύσεις.
Ναι, τούτο χτίζω.
Χωρική όδε. Ακροβολούμε.
Εκελεύσεις
Τι πράγμα. Πέβδο. Τούτο εργάζομαι. Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Σύντριψον κεφαλάς πεινάς. Χωρική ναι. Τούτο κατενόησα.
Oh no.
Χωρική ευθύς.
εργασία.
Χωρί τούτο εργάζομαι. Του ευθύς.
Η εργασία αποχωρώ.
Πάντε σε ώρα να περιπατήσω.
Fuck it. Ish. Okay. That was not too great. I may have done it a little bit worse than I needed to. Okay. Let's get this.
Ναι, εργασία. Τούτο εργάζομαι.
Τόξος έτοιμος.
Εισβάλλω, πειθαρχότας και λεύσεις. Τούτο πέπρακτε. Κατατοξευόμεθα.
Και έλευσε ο τοξότης κοινή.
Ταύτα πράξω.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται. Ευθύς. Εργασία. Ευθύς.
Πάρει. Η εργασία αναμένει.
What the hell?
Ο τοξότης κοινή.
Oh, we upgraded it.
Ρωμαίοι, διαταγές.
I was about to say. Okay. We'll stand here so we don't get bamboozled. Oof.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις.
I feel like behind this, you could potentially go fast castle, medium castle, I guess. It's not really fast at this point.
Εργασία.
Πάντες έτοιμα να περιπατήσουμε.
Τι πράγμα. Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Ακούσατε προσεκτικά. Ετοιμάσατε. Το πέπρακτε.
Ναι. Χωρική όδε. Τούτο εργάζομαι.
Τόξος έτοιμος.
Χωρική έτοιμη εις κελεύσεις.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Έτοιμος. Υπακούσετε. Κυνήγετε, Ρωμαίοι.
Okay.
Go to back spawn berry.
Τούτο πράξω.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Τοξότης έτοιμος.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις.
Πολεμίων. Και λευσόν με. Χωρική. Ετοιμάστηκε. Τοξότες.
Okay. Where's the back spawn berry? This one.
Εργασία.
Okay.
Ρωμαίοι, διαταγές. Ακονδιστής.
Ναι.
Mm-hmm.
Σπέβδω. Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Πράγμα θέλει.
Ετοιμάσατε. Πειθαρχώτα και λέξεις.
Okay.
Ρωμαίοι, έλα. Στρατιώτη.
Πάντες έτοιμοι. Τούτο κτίσε.
I should probably go for the berries instead.
Θέλεις.
Έτοιμος είναι να κινηθώ.
Υπακούσετε τα σκελέξεις. Κυνήγετε Ρωμαίοι. Το ξέρω. Ετοιμάστε. Σαγιτάτορε. Περιπαγοντάκια επάνω.
Εκλέψεις έρχονται. Μέλλον να σκάφω.
Σαγιτάτορε. Έτοιμοι.
Okay. Right over here.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις. Αποχωρώ. Τούτο κτίζω.
Okay, we're gonna go quickly burn that thing down. I say quickly, but it's gonna take a while.
Κινήθετε Ρωμαίοι.
Okay. Oh, never mind. We're not gonna burn that thing down. He reinforced it. Damn. Okay.
Ετοιμάσατε. Τούτο πέφτει.
Ooh, he's going all in.
Ρωμαίοι, διαταγές. Κινήθετε Ρωμαίοι. Τούτο πράγμα.
Τι σαγητεύει.
Ακονδιστής. Συμβεί. Υπακούσε τούτο πέφτει. Ετοιμάστε. Πειθαρχώτας. Ανδρία ευθύς. Σαγιτά. Έλα. Τούτο πράγμα.
Back here, chief. Yeah.
Κτίζω. Εργασία. Τούτο κτίζεται.
Ρωμαίοι, εις ετοιμάστε. Πειθαρχώτας και λέξεις.
Η εργασία.
Εκελέ. Αποχωρώ.
Let's go.
Μένω να ψηλέψω. Εργασία. Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Στρατιώτης.
Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Ρωμαίοι, τούτο πέπρακτε. Υπακούσετε τα κυνήγετε Ρωμαίοι.
Ευτυχισμένο.
Πάλι. Αρχίζω να εργαστεί πράγμα θέλει.
Τούτο κτίζεται. Τι πράγμα θέλεις.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Ετοιμάστε, προσβάλλομαι. Ρωμαίοι, έλα.
Έλατε χωριάτες. Καλά
Alright, what are we gonna get? Longbowmen?
Τόξος
I'm gonna get javelins.
πράγμα
I
θέλεις.
love javelins.
Αρχίζω να
Javelins maybe isn't the best idea. We'll know soon. Oh, no, we don't need a tower. We need a ram.
Ετοιμάσατε,
Okay.
κυνήγετε Ρωμαίοι. Ρωμαίοι, διαταγές. Τούτο κτίζεται.
εργασία. Πάντες ναι. Τούτο κατενόησα. Τι πράγμα θέλεις.
Έτοιμο. Ανδρία, κομμοντάρια. Ακόντια, προχωρήσατε. Σαγιτάτορ, τούτο πέτρα. Τούτο πράγμα. Τούτο πράγμα. Σαγιτάτορ.
Okay. We need this one, and
Εκελέψεις έρχονται. Ώρα να περιπατήσουμε. Εργασία. Τούτο η εργασία αναμένει. Έτοιμος ή να κινηθώ.
okay, let's roll. Oh shit! Completely forgot I need to get research speed upgraded. Let's go. It doesn't have a mechter here for some reason.
Τι πράγμα.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Black. Yeah, where did I put that ram? Right here. Okay.
Τι πράγμα θέλεις. Χωρική όχι. Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Oof, I should have been on the berries more. This is the learning curve. Oh.
Σαγιτάτορε, κινήθητε.
Εκελέψεις ευθύς.
Oh shit, that's not good.
Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Τι σαγιτεύει. Σαγιτέλεψο. Υπακούσετε τα σκελέξ. Σαγιτάτορε, περιπατείτε. Πειθαρχότας και λέξεις.
Okay.
Ναι. Χωρική, να κινηθώ μεν χωρική. Τούτο κτίζω.
Okay. Now with the amount of units he's got here at the back, I'm a little worried that this is his entry point. But it looks like I'm gonna be able to age up behind this. Okay.
Εκπάντες έτοιμοι. Πάντες έτοιμοι.
Let's go, boys. Right here.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Golden Horn Tower. Shit.
Τούτο κτίζεται. Τι πράγμα θέλεις? Αρχίζω να εργάζομαι.
Εργασία.
I have to keep making units. I won't stop now.
Εκελεύσεις.
Ooh. Boys.
Εκελεύσεις έρχονται.
Στρατιώτης. Στρατιώτης. Ακοντιστές. Ευθύς. Μάλιστα. Ανδρία του. Ακόντια προχωρήσει. Ανδρία του το πλάτο.
Fuck, fuck.
Ευτυχισμένος. Χωρική έτοιμη. Να κινηθώ μεν χωρική.
Πάντες, προσοχή.
Τι θέλεις να πράξω?
Okay. More spearmen.
Ώρα εργασία.
That's what we're investing in, apparently. So, we're just gonna keep doing that.
Προσοχή. Έχουμε πράγμα.
Πάντες προσοχή.
Έτοιμοι. Ώρα αποχωρήσεως, πάντες. Δεχόμεθα τα των πολεμίων ρηκτάρια.
Okay, we've split off from these. Let's go to that one. Let's go all down.
Αμύ, τι θέλει η εργασία μου? Ώρα εργασίας. Να πτήσω. Ώρα να κινηθώ.
Σιωπής. Ανδρία. Παραταξευόμεθα.
What the fuck? My ram! Oh god.
Υπακούσετε έτοιμοι αποχώρηση. Έτοιμοι. Ακοντιστές. Πρώτα αριστερό. Ακοντιστές. Ετοιμάστε.
Ooh, I am a little overwhelmed with everything.
Προσβάλλομαι.
Πάντες προσοχηνήθητε εις δρόμον.
Ακοντιστές. Ετοιμάστε εις μάχην.
Okay,
Ακροβολούτη.
there we go. You motherfucker. Holy shit. Let me go get some relics. If I can, if he will allow me to. Let me go pick up one of those. Okay.
Ανδρία ακοντιστές.
Ώρα εργασίας. Πάντες προσοχή.
Okay.
Αμύ, τι θέλει?
Πάντες, ακούς σκόπισαν το πράγμα εκτελεμένο. Ακούσω αυτό σήμερα.
Very nice. Okay, now we're getting camels.
Μηχανήματα έτοιμα. Κατακέλευση βιαίο. Ετοιμάστητε. Μηχανήματα έτοιμα. Όλα τα μηχανήματα.
I see a mangonel. I think. Is that a mangonel? I fucked up. Oh no, I messed up. Oh. Oh, didn't even get the mangonel. Oh no. No. Not like these. Ew. Ottomans. That's a GG. Yeah. Yeah, it was. It was just that tower rush. The tower rush got me good. There was no There was no coming back from that. A friend of mine is currently in Greece, and I sent him some pictures from when I was in Greece, and I was like, you have to go to this place, this place, this place, and this place. And he went. It made it like a little adventure. And there was a wall with chocolate. And I told them to go visit, but they disabled it. There's probably too many fingers on that wall. Oh my goodness. Okay. It looks like the tournament is almost ready to start, though. So what we're going to do is go to my main account. First, before we go to my main account, I need to go check out what rank this guy was, so I can feel like, okay, what did I do wrong? What did I do right? Where am I right now? Oh, he was also Conk 1 at some point. Okay. Not actively, but at some point. He's been consistently struggling to keep Conk 1. He's like me. Okay, let's really switch to my main account. How can Byzantines get map control before Imperial? By being a lot more aggressive than I was. Byzantines, especially now with the buff on the gold you get from the horsemen, I definitely think it's worth it to try and get out on the map a bit more. I think that's what makes the civilization so good now. It has, I don't know if it's good competitively, we'll find out. So after today, I need to go watch some tournament games. Oh my god, guys. Oh, the graphics. Let me show you. The graphic designer who does all EGC's graphics, he is currently doing our graphics for the LAN. And oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Oh, not that one. Give me a second. There we go. Look at that. Oh, wait. I should probably unhide it so you can actually see what I'm talking about. Look how beautiful this is. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. When I look at the graphics that this man can put together. Who is she? Who is he? Akame. Is she... Oh, are you talking about this one? She's just a person. Greetings from Istanbul. Sinan, you live in the most beautiful city in the world. I'm jealous. Except for the taxi scammers. The taxi scammer is not my favorite thing. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go watch some games in a sec. I just want to quickly look through the other graphic. Give me a second. I'll show you guys the other one too. Like, look at this. Isn't that the most beautiful screen? Oh, wrong button. Isn't that the most beautiful set of graphics yet? Now, the background is going to change. Ah. So the graphics are going to change a little bit at the back, but it's very, very nice. Oh my god, I'm excited about this. See, this is what I kind of like about where I am and who I am. Because what we have here is I'm a caster, I'm a tournament organizer, I play, I have a little bit of everything. So it's very nice to be in that position because I get to share with people the whole process of the LAN and how we're getting where we are getting, etc. Now, let me just give me a second. I need to go and double check what the rules are for casting, which games are going to be starting, etc. Give me a second. And my head is like everywhere right now. I'm trying to find Discord. Now I just lost Discord. When did you paint that wall? I'll show you the truth on that wall in a second. Give me one moment. While I'm waiting for the tournament games to start. Give me one moment. Let me show you the ceiling. That was me. Look at that top tier ceiling work. Yeah, I'm cooking. Then right behind me, I think it's at that light switch. You can see there's a little white border around it. I might not be a painter, actually. I'm thinking about not quitting my day job to become a painter. It's just a crazy idea, I would say. Not becoming a painter would probably be in everyone's best interest. Oh my goodness. The wall has been what we would call a bit of a destruction, yes. So the wall has been painted. It looks pretty decent with the logo. But when it comes to the The noggin didn't do so well when it came to planning out the painting. And I painted it at night, even though my friend warned me. She was like, don't do it at night. You're going to regret it. It is not going to show very clearly, and you are going to get white spots everywhere. So at this LAN, by the way, so we're going to go watch the EGC stuff in a second. But at the LAN, did Anatan and Demo already draft? Oh, there's even a clean feed. Ooh. Okay, so Anatan and Demo and Beastie versus Wham. Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're probably going to look at... Give me 1 second. Yeah, come on, button. We're probably going to do Demo versus Anatan. And I think... Let's see what they are doing right now. Yeah, Demo versus Anatan is going to be happening any second. So what I'm quickly going to do is do my overlay. Give me a second. We will all put this over here. I'll put myself a little smaller. And I'm quickly going to switch to the other... No, 1 second. All right. I lost my camera. Of course. Oh, there I am. Very nice. Hello. Okay. Now we have the scores at the top. I would like to see the lobby. This was my old scenes from King of Dry Arabia. But I needed to check where... No. Okay. Yeah, this is me cycling through my screens. As you guys can see, very professional production here. Let me see. Where's the AoE forecasting? And... we will put the draft viewer up as well. So what we're going to do is Demo and Anatan. I can't believe we have such a big game, Demo versus Anatan. Oh my god. Okay. And... cool. And now I just need to... the draft viewer, the live game viewer. Oh my goodness. I'm wondering if my display setting is correctly showing. Oh no. Yeah, this is hard. It's just me. Ah, okay. Okay. Let me go find the drafting system. AoE2 CM. Give me 1 second. Spectate. Oh, there we go. Watch live. Oh my goodness, I still can't believe that Cow managed to build such an amazing platform that has everything you need in one place. Okay. Map draft? Was that map draft? Okay. Map draft, import. Perfect. And... sorry guys, this is a very this is a very intense situation right now. Okay. Cool. I think we have the map draft already done. And now let's go see if they have civilization draft. Perfect. Ports. Awesome. Okay. Now I just need to figure out how to display these. One moment. Let's see. You know, the crazy part is when you don't know how to do these things. Okay. Let's go to... I'll just use KPMN. Then draft. Then live game. Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. Masters of Steel. We'll just go with default. Oh my god. You guys will see what I mean now. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. Let me just check. Okay. Those are the honeycomb. Casting overlay. I think she's gonna get, she is gonna cast it. She just needs to figure out all the stuff. Oh my goodness. Okay. I will just do a little bit. Give me 1 second. I need to switch my scene collections. I just need to check how this. Oh, I did. I didn't kill the stream. Okay, that's great. That's great. Oh, that was a stressful moment there for a moment. Yeah. I need to get my Ah, there we go. Oh my god, what did I just do? Woo! I killed it, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am quickly gonna go try the other one. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, that's great. I am gonna just adjust my scenes and we'll use this one. Let me just quickly fix my face as well. Actually. Oh my god, I'm an absolute animal when it comes to this. Okay. Anyway, I will do this on the other scene collection. Be right back. Okay, holy crap, that was a lot. Cool. Let's quickly put the scene in here so you guys can actually see. Draft. Cool. Ha! Now I just need to adjust. Oh my god. See, this is why we usually set these things up earlier and not in the moment. So, honestly, this one's on me. This one is on me. Let me just see if I can make it bigger. I think. Let me just check if that is like 700. That's not the one. Why is this so difficult? I am actually just gonna go into the game and deal with it that way. Let's do that. I think I will figure out the rest later on. Let's go watch demo. God. Oh my goodness. All right, let's go and get demo and oh, they haven't started yet, guys. We actually professional production team. There's no production team right now. This is just the Whammon team. The Whammon team needs to figure these things out. Live game. Let me check out what they look like. Oh my goodness, we found it. Oh my goodness, we found it. Okay. All right, I think I found it. But I need to check what the amount is that I need to set it to. Okay, we're waiting for them anyway, so it's all right. Guys, please don't judge this game. What you're about to see, this is not usually the tournament quality we hope to do. Casting overlay in game. Yes! I made it work, baby! Okay, good. Okay, I feel better now. That's great. Cool. Now, let's go see the live game viewer, the draft viewer. Now, the draft viewer is the next one that we need to figure out. I'm going to duplicate this one. Okay. Okay. Let me duplicate it. I need to find a copy. Paste. Okay, never mind. We aren't doing that. I will just show you guys the drafts on my screen because I have no idea how to fix it. Oh, I don't know. Guys, what's crackling? Okay, well, at least we got the overlay, right? And I probably need to remove the SteelSeries logo here as they are not the sponsor of that event, yes. And we will also move Gigi Dog's face out there. Oh wait, actually, we might give spoilers if I move her. Let's see. Annotant, have you guys started? Come on, demo. Come on, Annotant. Okay, they're in lobby right now, so it is cooking. So, I actually do have the draft with me, and this means that we are going to just double check everything. All right, okay, awesome sauce. So, we do have the draft on my screen, and I'll share it with you guys because I don't have any other way to do it. So, we'll just quickly see what this looks like on screen. And let's see. Display capture. Second. Oof. Next time, I set everything up before the time. How crazy would that be? Okay, there we go. Sorry about the flashbang, guys. We can use this one this way, and it will be nice and clean. All right, I can probably try to do dark mode as well, but you guys can suffer with me. We can use the flashbang. So basically, what we are gonna do now is I'm gonna update my Twitch title, and then it will be official. We are starting properly. I just need to find the... I will be updating the Twitch title on a different browser where I actually know where my buttons are. And then I'll quickly take you guys through the draft and explain everything like we are watching it for noobs. The whole point of this cast is so that you guys can understand it a little bit better. Do you wear makeup or do you have really good skin? I wear eyeliner, lipstick, and that's it. And eyeshadow sometimes, but no proper makeup at all. Okay. So, let's see. This is going to be Demu versus Chat. Chat, I just wrote. I got blessed. I got blessed with skin. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it. She did a really good job at that. I must say, I'm very happy with the results. So, my mom got 10 out of 10 for that one. Alright, so, ladies and gents, basically, let's quickly see what this is going to look like. So, today, we're doing the noob cast for Demu versus Annotant, which means that this is a cast for people who don't necessarily know the game all that well, or who don't just want to get hype, you also want to understand why players are doing what they're doing. So, what we have here today is Demu versus Annotant. Now, Annotant, he's a little bit higher ranked in ATR, which means that he's done a lot better in tournaments pretty recently. Now, both of these players are feeling pretty similar about what's broken and what's not broken. So as we can see, both of them banning Rus and HRE. HRE got a nerf recently, and these two still felt that it needed to get banned, and the same with Rus, tiny nerf. But the first matchup that we're going to be getting is Mongols versus China. So guys, let's quickly hop into the game. Oh, no, we're not. There's 3 minutes before we can actually observe. So, with both of them banning Rus, both of them banning HRE, this means that they clearly prioritize these civilizations as the stronger ones. Now, I'm moving this up here so you guys can check what they are doing in the game as well. Now, both of these players, they got some pretty good civilizations out of this, of course. When we look at these, we can see that China and Zhu Xi were picked first from each of these players, then Japan into Lancaster, Delhi into Malians, which I'm a little surprised about, because Delhi is a civilization we don't usually see as much. It's one of those civs that sometimes it does really well, they overwhelm the opponent, but most of the time it gets shut down pretty quickly. It doesn't usually see the light of day. Now, for the first game, as we can see, Demu went for Mongols. Now, Mongols is absolutely disgusting because when we're dealing with Mongols, Mongols has a strategy where they get to go fast Imperial. And it did also get a tiny nerf, but it hasn't been nerfed enough for it to be not viable or even balanced. So Demu definitely got a decent civilization for this, but Anatan's on China. And China is a pretty good civilization at doing damage to your opponent when they want to delay the game. So if they want to sit back and just delay the game, I don't think Anatan is going to let Demu do that. So Mongols has been in a weird place. People are not really sure what to do with them at the moment, if they're going to be able to fight in castle or not. But we have been seeing a lot of fast Imperials, which just means they rush through, they try to get to the late game, and let the free units come out. Now, for the rest of the draft, Anatan chose one of his strongest civilizations for this map, while Mongols is not seen as one of those strong civs. So, for Demu, this must feel pretty good to actually get China out of it already. Banning Ottomans is wild. I think Ottomans is a civ that can completely overwhelm people. And that's usually why we do sometimes see a ban or two coming in here. Now, if you are on YouTube, by the way, please feel free to ask the questions. Just, I'm going to be reading the chat there as well. So let me just double check where my YouTube chat is. Give me 1 second. There you guys are. So if you have questions, this is the time to ask them because this is the cast for you to explain stuff. Now, from these civilizations, I feel like Anatan definitely got a very healthy set of civs, more than Demu did. But Demu is a guy who can play a lot of civs pretty crazily, so we'll see if Anatan can keep him down. Demu is definitely not the favorite to take this, because Anatan has been so consistent in his performances. Now, this is not going to be a bunch of... Give me 1 second. Taking a sip of tea. Okay, so guys, let's hop into it. I'll quickly switch the players around. Now, with Chinese... Oh, I have a question. Are we doing Gamba or results in some wiki somewhere? I cannot do the Gamba alone. I don't have my editor to do it because I'm managing too many things. So no Gamba. You can just say who you think is going to win. I can try, but my brain needs to think of 6 things at the same time. So, basically, Anatan opens with Mill, and usually we do this when you're playing China, because, as you can see here, there is some tax coming on in. So, with China, you want to gather tax on these buildings, because with these buildings, you just get that little bit of gold that later he can come and pick up with a different unit. You wait your 10 count demo? Hell yeah, brother. Now we can see, let's switch over to the villages split at the start of the game, so we can see how they split their villages. Demo, on the other hand, you see he got 150 wood and then opened with an uwu, as very normal, because they get passive stone. So this thing gathers stone for the Mongols. And now you can see him moving his gur over to the gold. Now Demo's spawn, let's look at this thing for a second. So you want to move your TC, usually pretty close to gold and wood. So if you put his TC over here, he would have a pretty juicy spot. But because your TC needs to move as the Mongols early on, you can't make villages from it. So you take what you can get. So he put it onto the wood line to make sure that it's pretty safe. Now, I'm just reading the chat. This is, I bet 10k and a 9-pack of Kit Kat Mongols wins this matchup. Oh my goodness, that is a pretty big one. Now, Anatan, pretty standard opening here. 8 on food, 3 on gold. Mongols probably going to have a similar split, but as we see, 9 on food, 2 on gold. So, pretty similar. But between these two, let's go see what the sheep count looks like. Pretty healthy, 8 here. Anatan's already drowning in the food. This is actually a second gold. Oh, yes. So he would have been able to put his TC down here, and that's not a pretty juicy spot, so he moved it to the wood line to be safer. That's true. This gold, as you guys can see, is a 4,000 gold mine. This one is only 1,600. So on this map, they introduced the idea of having different sizes of gold. Now, this is an interesting mechanism because when you have different sizes of gold, of course, this means that your gold is going to run out a little bit quicker. But in this position, he's actually going to be perfectly fine with his second gold if he needs to move back onto this. So I don't know if this was the thought process behind it, but it makes a lot of sense. Now, Dia Stones gets chosen. Now, the difference between the two landmarks is the one you get trade, and we haven't seen that one in a pretty long time now, except on one specific map. And this one, you get movement speed on your villagers. So, not just villagers, all units. So basically, this thing will cause that your villagers can run a little bit faster, or your economy in general, and your military. So what they usually do with the Dia Stones is when you want to harass your opponent, you move your Dia Stones to their base so that your units can run around a little bit faster. So am I streaming all the alt matches? Probably, but I do have plans tonight, so I'll do this one, and depending on the time, we'll see when we're doing next. Now, in the last patch, Dia pushing got nerfed. What that means is the Dia don't jump like they did before. You can see the jumps are tiny and they take a very long time to jump. But this is a pretty good spot for Demu, because now he's got 5 Dia carcasses very, very close to his safe base. And behind this, Anatan is now focused on wood, so he's not going to do any fast castle crazy shenanigans. He is most likely going to go for units. You don't want to let Mongols just sit there, enjoy, and then get to Imperial Age. You will just die. So this is going to put him in a pretty good spot to... The deer is going to put Demu in a pretty good spot to have safe food. But the problem is, if Anatan starts making units, which he is, stable now, usually when we are playing as China, you go for professional scouts. But Anatan pulled off gold instantly because he realizes if he goes pro scouts and he goes for the deer on the map, he is going to be dead, because Mongols is then going to have the opportunity to go out and just get a lot of work done. They're going to be able to get their Khan hunters and harass you, and they're going to be able to just sit back, get all the resources, and go Imperial Age. So he realizes it's really important for me to be aggressive. Is this a live tournament? Yes. This game is happening right now between these two. So it's very important for these guys to actually make sure that they can shut down the other. Now, Demu is aware of this. He knows this is happening, and he is getting his first tower up. And sure, you're getting your first tower up, but now you also need to make a unit or two. And he goes for Mangudai. Now, Mangudai, that's the right move here. He gets a Khan Hunter as well. And this is just going to ensure that he has some units on the field that now needs to be responded to. And Anatan, he is getting horsemen. So this means that when he has horsemen on the field, he's going to be able to handle Mangudai, but Mangudai can still kite. So we do see the movement speed is 156 for these and 188 for horsemen. So they can catch up to Mangudai technically. But you know that the Khan arrow, he can blow his arrow and he's going to be in a much better position. And also moving his Dia Stones forward. As you guys can see, just like I told you guys earlier, most pro players now move their Dia Stones forward so that the Mangudai can out-kite most of the units from the other player. So behind this Demu, he's not making a lot more units, as we can see, more Mangudai, but you can see his macro. His macro is showing us he wants to go Castle Age already. Now, Mangudai are running around, but the horsemen are still a little bit faster, so they do need to be careful, because they can get caught up on. Let me just use this. Beastie's game is happening after this one, Diver. So, what's happening right now is Demu is just able to chase around, and he's going to be able to keep Anatan at bay. And you can see this. He's already chonking these horsemen significantly. This is just going to mean he's not going to have a lot of opportunity to do this too easily. Now, when he does get into this position, he's able to control the pace of the game. Demu now. Because Demu now behind this, he's getting more Mangudai. And usually this is not something we see from players. We don't see them making this many, but it looks like Demu knows his civilization and he knows exactly what he needs to do. He gets +1 ranged attack as well, because he wants to do a little bit of damage to China himself. And you can see this. Those Mangudai are just destroying the horses. The stones come down, and now they can run away. Because every single time the horseman catches up, he needs to attack and stop. Attack and stop. And because of that, these guys are going to be able to kite them forever. And behind this, Anatand, he's using all of his food now. And this is the thing what will happen if you don't go pro scouting. You are going to be stuck, you know, fighting against these bad boys who are very, very mobile, especially with deer stones this close to your base. Now again, the horsemen are catching up, and the moment they do, the deer stones get put down so that they can just kite a little bit better. So Beastie's game is not getting casted on EGC. They're actually only casting other ones. So we're going to cover it on this channel right after. You and me, Tam. Now, that's the problem with these woodlines. Now, because of the Khan arrow, he has this ability where he gets to shout into the sky and he gets to see what happens behind the woodline. So you see one villager already went down. Now on this side though, Anatand is also looking for some damage. And with this amount of horsemen, he's going to be able to find it. Now we do see that the horsemen here at the base, they do get picked off. And this is why Anatand has gone this way. Because for him, it's important to do damage. But look at that. The horsemen are just getting picked off one by one. Demu is an amazing spot right now. Demu has completely outplayed Anatand here. Oh my goodness. Doesn't lose a single villager. And all the horsemen are dying because of the arrow fire from the tower. Yeah, Anatand is definitely pushing these horses to the edge. But he realizes this is not working. He gets a tower on his gold as well. He realizes I need to make a different plan. But the problem is, you can see the destroyed value. 2,100 resources are already gone. This game is over already. I am so impressed with Demu right now. I think the fact that Demu was able to do this to Anatand is insane. Anatand is very favored in this situation. So for this, it is fantastically played. But you see, towers are kind of countering these bad boys. So he doesn't want to take too much damage on them, but he feels confident enough with these numbers that he can do something about it. But what I want you guys to notice is he stopped making units. So now Demu feels it's time for me to go into the next part of this game, which is going to be Castle. So I wanted to do a quick check to see what it looks like over here, but that is exactly the case. The question now he's got to ask himself, do I have enough food to actually make it to Imperial? Or am I going to just hold on to Castle? You see, with his very mobile army composition, he's able to run around, he sees the Barbican. But you have to consider, this is the only gold that Anatand has. But he is going to go for Castle Age himself. Now, what Anatand goes for is most likely going to go for Vision, but he could also go for the Astronomical Clock Tower. I was under the impression he would go for Vision, for the other landmark. But with the Astronomical Clock Tower, you can make siege units. And you can make Nest of Bees, which is what was in my head here right now. When you're dealing with Mangudai, they don't do that well against Nest of Bees. And you can see here, they just want to cause some idle time. Really good idle time to get from here. But he's trying to do something with these horses because he realizes he needs to do something. Loses focus for a second. And just like that, loses a few more villagers. And that is the problem when you're playing against Mangudai. With one tower, if you lose focus, you're cooked. And now he pulls them out. Again, all the idle time is now in queue. But now Lancers are joining the party. The problem with Lancers is they do run quite slowly. So now Demu is ready for the age up. He gets the step readout, which of course you're going to get because that's what you do to go Imperial and it gets you extra gold. This is a pretty dire game for Mr. Anatand. You can see 2,630 resources now already wasted. Horsemen trying to dive, but you can see the two towers are doing work. They're going to pick up one villager, yes, but the villagers are now fighting back and 3 horses are just not enough to shut this down. Now he does delay the castle age because the villagers are overwhelmed. They need to go fight, but there's a lot of units here. And these guys, 162 movement speed, they are not going to be outrunning too easily. So they technically have a little bit more, but it's not enough to get out safely once you are in range. So Anatan right now, if we look at the villager count, you guys might be wondering, why? Why is this guy on the same or more villagers when he's already lost so many? And that's because of Song Dynasty. With Song Dynasty, your villagers produce a little bit faster. So 15 seconds per villager on this side and 20 seconds on this side. So for every 5 villagers, there's just 1 extra. Now, we do see the lances are quite annoying and they don't take much damage, but they are going to start taking more damage because the Mangudai are getting upgraded. Now, the prayer tent is coming down, means he wants to go get some relics, but the food is becoming a problem for Demu. Remember when we talked about Imperial Age and going a little bit earlier? You always have to consider that it's not that simple if you are making this many units. He's already used a lot of these deer on to getting units on the map. And you can see these Mangudai are doing work, but they need a lot of them in one spot to actually make it work. Now, these villagers are constantly getting raided by the Lancers, and there's just a lot of idle time. And now is the time for Anatan to try and make some magic happen. As you guys can see, Lancers don't take much damage, and they are diving now. All the food is under the TC, which is 1 singular sheep here, but the rest of them are also going to start having trouble if he's not careful. And he's going to struggle to get the relics as well. Now the Lancer numbers are starting to become a lot more. And you can see Anatan behind this, 21 on wood. This just means that he wants to be able to get control of the map, go out, make units, and with all of that wood, he's going to spend it just on either production buildings, especially because now that he has professional scouts, he can just pick up the deer from the rest of the map. But you can see, if you don't have all those Lancers doing work, they're just going to get picked off one by one. And Anatan knows this. That's why he's running around and doing a lot of work. So 3 spearmen would be enough, don't you think? Yes, 3 spearmen would help, but think about the investment of spearmen in this case. If he now has to make spearmen, he has to get the villagers from wood to make a barracks. He has to make 3 spearmen over here, he has to make 3 spearmen over here, and this delays his age up. And honestly, it would be the right choice, but this is a very greedy play from Mongols. Mongols does this because they know they can, because it's really hard to punish it. Anatan, the only difference here is Anatan is really good at punishing. So while most players would be very safe doing this, Demu assumed that Anatan was not going to be able to. But Anatan is doing a good job at making this work. Now the destroyed value is still a lot more for Demu, but Anatan did kill quite a bit of villagers. Do we still think he's going to go Gaganet Palace? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The Gaganet Palace is just too good to not go for it. Now you can see that Demu is moving his step redoubt over to this gold. The problem is this gold is very exposed. And now those Mangudai are going to need to babysit all these villages over here, which means he's not going to be able to go on the map and actually do some damage. He is now getting the relics. He's getting a second relic as well. So the villager lead is looking good for Anatan. And sure, this feels safe, right? But the problem is Anatan needs to do crippling damage soon. Now, the good thing is Anatan was able to shut down a lot of the economy. So the food is not in Demu's favor. He's not able to just sit back and relax. And look at those nest of bees. I told you guys, the nest of bees, it changes the game significantly because these guys don't do well against the nest of bees. You can see he's trying to fire down, but these have... Oh, they've taken so much damage already. Now, all of a sudden, you can see these Lancers, because of the numbers, they're doing a lot better. And nest of bees, he's just living his best life. They're trying to pick off more villages, but this is now starting to get to the point where the Chinese units are actually going to be able to shut this down. Now, let's go look at Demu's economy. He is struggling for food. Market now coming down because he knows he needs the food. And with the amount of gold he has in the bank, he is just going to go buy Imperial Age. Now, he can potentially go out here, but the problem is he knows that there are Lancers on the map. And when the Lancers come, he cannot defend them. So instead of him making Spearmen like we talked about earlier, he goes for crossbows instead. Very, very safe play. Because when you get something like crossbows, they can deal with Lancers. The problem is just, they cannot deal with 7 Lancers. Not in these amount of numbers. Now, the Coconut Palace is coming down with 20. Now, for those of you who don't know, Coconut Palace, it makes units a little bit slower than before, but it does make free units. And let's see. Guys, in Twitch chat. Let me hide this from... I can't hide it from you. What is he going to get? What's the first one? What are we getting from the Coconut Palace first? You see the crossbows? Amazing work already. So, just getting these shots off is going to help delay this so much. Now, he takes down another one, and he gets Elite Palace Guards. That is amazing! Elite Palace Guards is going to help him so much in surviving. And Anatan knows, I need to do damage right now. And that's why he's not backing off. He's making more units, spending every bit of food he has, because he needs to find a way to do damage before the units snowball. So as we can see, he's trying to be as far forward as possible. The villagers are getting pulled to go to safety at the moment. But getting Palace Guards is going to be so valuable because these are elite Palace Guards. And they're going to be able to survive pretty well. Now, the Lancers are chonky. They're not taking too much damage under the TC, but because of the crossbows, they're doing a pretty good job. Now, the Clock Tower Nest of Bees needs to be very careful because if he loses this, he does not have another one close by. The Palace Guards are out, and those things are fast as hell. Look at them. They're just going to go straight for the Nest of Bees, because the Nest of Bees is the thing that keeps Anatan in this game. Now, he is not able to shut down the Relic for now, but he should be able to turn around and stop it in a moment. But you can see now the Mangudai, they're not... Ooh, I was going to say they're not going to get upgraded, but yes, they are apparently. And now he gets a Hui Hui Pal. So Hui Hui Pal is usually what you want to get a little bit later. But the Palace Guards are already going to help him significantly. Now, as we can see, Deer Stones is being placed aggressively, but still close enough to the base to retreat. But this means that these guys are going to run even faster. So these guys are just zooming around while they're charging in. Disgusting. And now, all of a sudden, Anatan cannot do damage. You can see him now getting upgrades on his towers because he realizes... Now, there are Imperial Age units I do not have an answer for. Look at those guys just running in and out. And now Deer Stone's making this even better for them. Now, with the emplacements coming in, he realizes I can't attack this gold, but I do have exposed farms that I can tackle. So with the very mobile army, he's going to go chase after villages and try to equalize it. Because he knows his opponent is in Song Dynasty. He knows that the village elite is something that happens. And he gets another set of Palace Guards to make this, to sweeten the deal. But now, those Mangudai that we talked about, look at how few there are left. Because now you can't just go around the map and do what you want. And Demo now needs to go out onto the map. He gets his towers in place, but at the same time, he's got more units in the base coming out. Palace Guards coming on in. And Mangudai trying to do as much damage as they can, but there's only a handful left. What are those farms? They are desperation farms. They are, hey, we're quite close to the Barbican. Hey, I'm going to get my Imperial Age landmark around here. So they're pretty safe if you get the breathing room. But you can see picking up these villages, pretty great, but is it going to be enough? I don't know if Demu has done enough damage yet, but he is getting a lot of free resources behind this. So Anatan right now, he's going to try to get to Imperial himself, but at the same time, still try to stop these raids and stop those Imperial Age units from actually doing something. Now the boys are running for their damn lives. We can see Demu just running around trying to find a little bit more damage, but he knows the longer this game goes, the better for him. Because, not all the way, because of course his opponent is China, and he is on Song Dynasty, so he gets villages faster, but if he gets a little bit more breathing room, I would say maybe 2-3 more minutes, without Anatan doing anything, then he's going to be in a good spot. Because he's got the Hui Hui Pal. He's got a lot of Mangudai coming on in. And these are elite now, so they are starting to do a lot more damage. And behind this, he's got his own nest of bees joining the party too. He's picking up villagers as much as he can. He does the arrow from the Khan and is able to shut these down pretty quickly. Now, the palace guards are trying to find a hole in the wall, and if they don't find one, they will make one. But you can see how confident Demo's feeling, because he knows he gets bombard emplacements, and nothing Anatan can make right now can handle it. So he would actually need to get a trebuchet to take down these guys. And that's a pretty large investment at this stage of the game. Now Demu is able to take a little bit of charge here. We can see that Demu is cranking more units. He's being very patient, gets another Hui Hui Pal, but now the units know these towers are not going to be non-spicy for too long. Because when you see Mongols making towers in front of your base, you know exactly what variety they are. But with the amount of Mangudai, he's just not able to catch up or do any significant damage. The nest of bees a little bit exposed now, but he is going to be able to hit these Mangudai. The problem is, that's the only hit he's going to do. And now, Demu feels very confident in moving out with that Hui Hui Pal. Now, it does look like these guys are going to be able to find a hole, and if not, again, they'll just make one. But with the Hui Hui Pal, Demu feels confident in this push. Anatan does not have an answer to these units, and this is why Mongols has been a civilization that people are kind of fearing. Because if you don't shut it down, this is what it looks like. This is the situation. So now these towers are starting to fire. Springald emplacement gets chosen because it's just a little bit cheaper, so he can get it right now. And with the Hui Hui Pal, he is going to start slowly hammering away at the base. The farms are feeling feisty. Getting a keep here, pretty nice. The problem is just Hui Hui Pal, it has a very, very long range. You guys can see, this thing is going to be able to attack the tower all the way there. That is almost in range of the keep that he's building. Now the tower does go down, and slowly, Demu is going to start pushing forward. He doesn't need to panic. He doesn't need to worry, because he is the one in the driving seat. He's got the resources per minute here. Anatan is spending every bit of resource he has, because he knows he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time to go Imperial. He needs to shut down what's right in front of his base. And he does a pretty good job at chonking that tower. So the trebuchet are doing some really good work here. But the Hui Hui Pal actually has their focus now on top of the trebuchet. The tower does get taken down, and that's a pretty expensive loss already. But Anatan needs to be careful. He cannot lose a siege. If he does, he is done for. Now, the Mangudai does go a little bit deep. They do take a little bit of a fire. But the thing is, there's a Sacred Side timer ticking as well. And Anatan, he stops spending his resources. He wants to go Imperial. And this is such a risky move, but just like that, that's also a risky move. The Mangudai running into the base, but they're feeling confident enough. They're feeling like, hey, if we die, we die. It is what it is. The thing is, Anatan's going to chase this down now, and the Hui Hui Pal, they're going to be slowly pushing forward. Demu, he's looking for some damage. And the thing is, he might get a little bit of damage. And he needs to find a lot of it. The villagers now, they're running for their lives. They're going to try to get out of here. But those Mangudai are just chopping away at every single one of them. You can see he's trying to get so many of them to survive. But with this, he was able to repair his wall. And yes, the Hui Hui Pal is going to be able to shut this down. Villagers are trying to keep these towers alive because they are expensive. But now you've got a horde of Mangudai in your base. And they are shooting university upgraded arrows, which means that they are going to be hard to deal with. This one trebuchet is trying its best. There is a second one already out, but he's firing at the Mangudai. A moved, and the villagers on the farms are going to need to idle out for a little bit, and he's going to pick up a bunch more kills here. You see the destroyed value. Demu now has destroyed almost 20k resources worth of units. Now, that trebuchet is doing good work. Villagers always in position to repair it. Hui Hui Pal, he is going to be able to target fire these houses if he wanted to as well. And Mangudai is slowly going down too. Now, Anatan, he's still making units. He's decided I'm not going to rush Imperial. If I do that, these Mangudai are just going to keep coming on in. But now Mangudai are doing a lot better against all of these Castle Age units that is trying to fire back. And the Sacred Site timer, earlier at 8 minutes, now you cannot ignore it anymore. And with these two, I am expecting Anatan to go Imperial behind. Oh, I say that, and he spends all his resources. Now, this is the interesting part. He gets to decide, do I try do something in Imp? Do I get my Great Wall Gatehouse and just let my economy do the talking? But how am I going to stop the Sacred Sites? The thing is, there's nothing protecting the Sacred Sites. This one is slowly getting protected, but on the other side, this one can be taken. The problem is just, Demu is so good at keeping Anatan in his base, he just doesn't know that that's an option. So that's usually why most pro players say, one of the best defenses is a great offense. Doing this is allowing him to just sit back and wait for the Sacred Site timer. So even though the Sacred Site timer doesn't feel like it's a real threat for him right now, he's just not able to get out of his base and do something about this. And we talked about this a little bit earlier. How do you deal with Mangudai? You deal with them by ensuring that you get walls and towers and keeps. Because now those Mangudai are not going to do that much work, but we can see the army value is pretty chunky here from Demu, and the villager count is almost even. You see, he just spent all of his resources. Anatan realizes there's another army incoming, and he does not have an answer to this. Now, Mangudai just... they keep on coming. And the keep went down. This is a tough spot to be in. Anatan realizes this is most likely it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is probably going to be our final fight, because Anatan knows if he loses his army here, he is cooked. And now the Mangudai, they're going to be able to come on in. The thing is, there's not a lot to defend this. You see him now getting an emplacement on this tower. He's like, oh, maybe I should have done that a little bit earlier. Lots of Nest of Bees, though. So the Nest of Bees should be able to clean these up. But even if they don't, the problem is there's a problem at the front. There's a problem on the side. And now there's a problem at the back. There is not just one problem. There is many problems. And these Mangudai, they are so mobile. They're going to be able to clean up most of these units too. And at the same time, more and more villages will fall. Now, I don't know if Anatan is going to feel too happy with this, because losing China as one of your strongest picks feels pretty tough. But Demu, he definitely also used one of his very comfort picks, because you can see this man, he's just around. He's zooming 3 minutes 30 seconds in, and this Sacred Site timer is ready to clap. Now Anatan coming on in, he's trying his best. You can see the whole... oh, guys, those spearmen. Those are the saddest spearmen we've seen today. Demu making a pretty good entrance here. So for those of you, I see we have a few more viewers here. Guys, this is the Noob Cast. I know, I don't know, there should be other channels covering this game as well. But what we want to look at here is we want to talk through these games and see what these players are doing, so that we can learn how these things are going to go. So we can see that this feels pretty good for him. We'll see now what the Civ Picker looks like. I want to check the next two civilizations. It's going to be House of Lancaster versus Ottomans. Ooh, I like that. Let's quickly see what they have left in their draft. Give me 1 second. Where's OBS? This is my very, very professional setup. So, not this one. Here we go. Okay, so we already got rid of China. Now it's House of Lancaster for Anatan, and you can see Anatan chose House of Lancaster second. So this means that this Anatan prioritizes House of Lancaster. China was a first pick for him, but House of Lancaster is a second, which means he sees this civilization as still viable. This civilization got nerfed in the last patch, and people said House of Lancaster is dead. The problem is just, I don't know if that's the case anymore. I don't think it is. 30 seconds to go, and then we'll hop on in. But after this, Anatan probably has to think this one through. So both of these, Ottoman versus Lancaster now, is going to be a little bit... I don't know where it goes, actually. Super weird draft from Demu. Yes, that's kind of what I felt as well. Can we explain how the draft works? I'll explain that in a second. Thank you for asking. So, basically, what Demu drafted here, I felt like Anatan's draft is so strong and powerful, and it's got the balance, but he's prioritized civilizations you don't usually get as prio. Now, the draft, we'll go over the draft right after Green Pixel. I hope that's okay. Let's quickly hop on in and see where we're gonna go. Let me hide the draft, and then we'll talk about how the drafting system works after. Let me just double check. Is my OBS working correctly? Where is my OBS? Okay, there it is. All right, let's start and play this thing. Okay, so we are on a map which name I always forget. Enlightened Horizon. There we go. So, Demu. He is going with the villager right onto the merchant camp. Now, the merchant camp is a camp that will give you free resources. Free resources, I say, but you do have to bring a villager all the way out here. Now, we do see the opening on this map, and the opening is barracks. So, both of these players going for a barracks. Anatan saying, I would rather have my units in my base and build the barracks and then go for the point of interest, while Demu, on the other hand, says, I want to start capping a little bit earlier. Now, Demu's choice here is very bold. He's going to get the point of interest a little bit earlier. Now, what the point of interest does here, as you guys can see, 15 wood, 15 food, and 15 gold every 60 seconds. So this means he's going to start getting this a little bit earlier. But I don't think we've done the math enough to know how quickly this pays off and if it's worth it for the villager to go out here. So now the spearmen have come all the way out, and we know that the spearmen are going to get produced on this side too. So now we do see he's got it at 1 minute 22. I would love to see how quickly it goes on this side. So it looks like he's going to have about a 20 to 30 second lead on this. And that means that doesn't feel like it's worth it. That's about 15 resources that he's going to be getting out of this. So yeah, he only has a 20-second lead over his opponent. And now there was no idle time on a villager from Anatan. So I can definitely see that this is probably a better opening and less risky. Because now what happens with this is, Demu, he has his barracks all the way out here on the map. And if he doesn't protect that thing, that is a very expensive loss for him as well. Now, behind this, we can see Anatan. He is still chopping wood, not getting the gold just yet, but both of these players have that same idea. The difference is Demu is still making spears, and Anatan has stopped. Now, what Anatan went for next is he's going for the wolf den. So, the reason they're not going on gold is most likely because of this. Now, he does go for the gold here now because he realizes, hey, I just lost my point of interest and I'm not going to get the resources I need too soon. But you can see here the spearman burning this. The moment you burn this, you get 150 gold, which is the boost you need to actually age up. So you see him now getting the gold and now he backs off. So I think he was worried there for a moment that he might not be able to get the gold he needed. And now Demu's spearman push is definitely paying off because now he's got that extra merchant camp and he's going to get a little bit of extra resources behind this. Now the Lancaster Castle is coming on up and it is pretty safe. It protects the woodline, the gold and the stone. So that is a pretty safe position for anyone to be in. You want to make sure that the Lancaster Castle, it gets most of your resources. So this is a very, very good spot for him. Demu is probably pretty happy. Or not Demu. Anatan's probably pretty happy with this spawn. So now, what we're going to be seeing out here from Demu is Demu now decides what the next step of this is going to be. Because Anatan, if he doesn't go and be a little bit more aggressive, this is going to be a pretty tough position because Ottomans does have this insane tempo. When they start to get units out, it's pretty hard to shut them down. So now you can see with all these resources that he has, he's probably pretty happy. I want to look at the resources per minute now, and you can see he's got a few on the gold, yes, 2 on the gold, but he also has the passive resource from both of these points of interest. Now, it doesn't look like Anatand is actually going to go... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, it doesn't look like he's going to go for manners here, because we've seen this from Corvinus. Corvinus also just goes straight into Castle Age sometimes. But no. Anatand is a Chad. He knows what he's doing, and he's going to go for his manners too. Now, this gives Ottoman a chance to build up that tempo that we talked about. Now, when you are playing Ottomans, you usually dictate the next steps. He also went for the twin minaret madris, which is just the berry landmark. So he's prioritizing getting food over this, which is pretty interesting because you only have a little gold here. But I think the safe access to food after everything is still better for a lot of players, especially in the late game. Now you do see that Anatan feels very confident in his wolf burning ability, but you can see the wolf dens, they don't let this go unpunished. They spawn wolves and they will be paying the price. But the burning comes through and the 150 gold also comes through. Now this is massive. Getting 300 free gold feels amazing. And this is also going to mean he's going to be able to afford upgrades. Doesn't matter which ones. Over Demu, depending on what he decides to go for. Demu decides to go for Wheelbarrow though. Now getting Wheelbarrow at this stage of the game, it does tell me he's not going to go for a fast castle. Because, of course, there's other things telling me that too. So, usually Ottomans, they have this choice. Do I stay in feudal and just let my military schools pump and do damage to you? Or do I want to go fast castle and get siege? But when you're playing against a civilization like Lancaster, you don't want them to sit back and just get all the resources they want. And now the first mana comes on out. Now, what I want you guys to notice, because of the nerf, these are always going to be pretty safe. And you can see with him only having 2 more on stone, we can already tell he's not going to overinvest on manners. We're not going to see a situation where he goes for 6 or 9 manners. He knows he can only get 3, and then he needs to start being careful about the units from Ottomans. So those 3 manners are just going to give him enough of an income that he's going to be able to sit back and let the free income try and match the income from getting free units from military schools. But he's got 2 military schools, which is pretty nice to have. And remember when I said earlier he wasn't going to go fast castle? I want to point out to you guys, he had a lot of villages on food. And he was thinking about going fast castle, but he just changed his mind again. Getting 16 on wood instead, he's going to try and push. Now, he's got this outpost as well. He went for the imam as well. You can see here with the vizier points, getting the imams means that usually this is some feudal aggression. You want to make sure your units are quite out there. Best of 5, yes. So, Anatan now, he's switched over completely. He's going for a castle too. So Anatan getting castle might be a little bit scary, because if Anatan gets castle now, he is going to be able to go for the White Tower. So with the White Tower, he's going to be able to make this a very safe environment for him. I don't know if the White Tower will go around here, because it will secure the deer pack, the wood line, and another gold. But Demo behind this, he's still got a lot of units here on wood, and it doesn't feel like he's done any damage. So he is edging his way towards castle. Woo, I say that, but yeah, he is. As you can see, moving all of those villages back onto food, he realizes, hey, I need to go castle age as well. I'm probably not going to do damage to this just yet. So now with these guys, we can see he's moving out on the map. And he's probably going to try to just see what is going on. And the White Tower goes down as predicted. Oh my goodness. Who this? Who's this predictor? Oh my gosh. So the White Tower coming down here is going to secure him this gold. And you need this, right? You can't just sit back, relax. You're going to run out of gold. And that's the problem when you're playing on this map. Your gold doesn't last very long, because it's only 1,600. So if he gets any upgrades or any gold units, it becomes a lot harder to get to Imperial Age. And then you can let your manners do the pre-golding. But even then, this is starting to be a pretty scary army. And the gold, or the castle age, is almost going to come through. So now, with the Lancaster Castle and the manors, he's got a pretty safe environment here at the back. He's got a very safe wood line here. But he's probably going to feel a lot more confident moving out. With the lack of units now on wood, I'm a bit worried. It feels like he is committing this to Imperial. We've been seeing this from Lancaster, them going for Imperial Age. But it is pretty risky, because it opens you up to being pushed. Now, he is scouting. He's making sure that he's not in too much danger. The Mehmed Imperial Academy, or Armory, only coming out now. When you see this, you feel like, okay, my opponent is pretty late. I have the opportunity to be a little bit more greedy. So, he is not going to be greedy though. He says, let me go get my relics. I do have the time. But at the same time, he's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, him going Earl's Guards makes a lot of sense. With these guys, they are armored units, but they also have axes. So when you have those axes, you can throw a ranged attack and then go into melee, or you can just wait for their cooldown. And when you know your opponent is Ottomans, they're probably going to need to move out and about on the map. Now, we do see that this very dangerous area that I talked about, where he built these buildings, is now under siege, and he does get control of the merchant camp. Now, the Imam's a little bit out of position here, and losing these is absolutely massive. He does not lose them, luckily. Pulls them back just in time. And behind this now, we see the relics being picked up next. But we can see this man is cooking. He's got the Ronin as well. Now, the Ronin you get from this point of interest. So the point of interest is called Lost Ronin. And you can see every now and again, you get another another Ronin. They're only 100 gold. And when I say only 100 gold, 100 gold is pretty expensive on this map. But he feels like he has the map control. 10 on gold right now, which means this gold is going to get depleted pretty quickly. You see everyone getting pulled over there to finish that gold off. But now the Earl's Guards are going to be in the vicinity to try and snipe some stuff. So Earl's Guards turning around, they throw their axes, but they do need to be careful. You don't want to move these guys too far out. And he does have a relic he wants to get back to his base. The Sabahis are not in enough numbers to get past these, but we'll see what that cooldown is going to be. The Earl's Guards are going to be able to throw axes already. So, just like that, taking down one of the Imams, and that is pretty massive. They are recharging right now, and then they should be sniping their next victim. Now, behind this, the Ronin! The Ronin have started their double prong attack. Anitand now Anitand is very much cooking. And with him being out on the gold here now, he gets to decide. This is enough gold for him to get to Imperial, or he can just keep making units. We'll see what the decision is, but it would be a pretty risky one. He instead goes for the condensed land practices, which means he wants more manors. But I would not be surprised if he clicks up Imperial pretty soon, because there are no more units in queue, and you see him building a market. He is going to be selling some food so that he can actually just go Imperial. Now, the Imperial age up from Lancaster makes this a very tough game for Demu. Even though he's got military schools, and a lot of them at that, he is going to struggle to keep up with the production that you do get from the Wingard Palace. As we can see, he's getting very close, more villagers getting pulled to gold. He wants to get Imperial, and he wants to get it fast. Now, we'll see what he decides to... Oh, yeah, he definitely did sell some food here to try and get to Imp. Because even with no villagers on food, he's still got a pretty big food income because of those manors. So because of the manors, he is getting all the free food that he needs. Now, he's getting closer, but at the same time, he's being very responsible, getting wheelbarrows so his villagers can actually run when they need to. But this army is pretty scary here up front. You are definitely going to be struggling to shut these down if they decide to get into your base. The thing is just the Lancaster base is pretty safe at the moment. We're going to see if he goes with the Lancaster castle age up pretty soon, and it does look like it is about to be clicked. He does have a lot of resources, but the gold is running out. And now the problem is just, will he have enough gold to hold on and get at least the upgrades he needs to survive this push? Or get enough units out? Now, with the Wind Guard, you do have the option of going for units that don't cost any gold, but you still need to get them upgraded. Otherwise, they're going to be little Castle Age units. But with 3 relics, now 4, oof, he probably is okay with running out of gold. These Ronins that he keeps summoning, absolutely doing amazing work. Even though only 2 villages went down, this is causing so much idle time, and he has to make units in his base to actually try and shut this down. Wingard Palace gets chosen, and we're getting the Monk into its last relic position. Now, no more gold for him. He needs to be careful. Wingard now coming on out, and we'll probably see that first set of units getting chosen right after. Let's go see what that push looks like. I quickly need to minimize and check something. So this does look like the push is going to be a little bit hard for him to stop. Because, you know, these guys are annoying, but they're only going to be hard to stop against this archery range. And this house. And this house. These guys are going to struggle going all the way through. And you can see with the villagers, he's quickly trying to wall up so that this doesn't become too hard. Instantly gets garrison command so that he can get a lot of spearmen. Now, even though he's going spears and there's a lot of archers, with the right amount of them, he probably feels pretty good about that. And getting military academy as well, that is his first upgrade. Now finally getting his spearmen upgraded to castle 2. This means he is going to be investing a lot more, but the gold has run out, and now spearman is the only upgrade he's getting. So with him getting the spearman upgrade, this is putting him in a pretty solid spot to have those Imperial Age units against the Castle Age from your opponent. But the thing is, you're still playing against your counter unit. At least the spring ults are going to help with this too. The problem is just there's not a lot of spears, so Demu has a ticking time bomb that he is aware of. Now, with the gold per minute, we see here 0 on gold. 400 gold per minute is the only gold he's going to be getting. So we'll see what upgrade he goes for next, and it is going to be Scuttage. Now, Scuttage is going to mean that the manors produce gold as well as food and wood. Now, it does decap the sites, which is very important because it's going to ensure that the gold income is going to go down as well. We now see the horses trying to find an opening. They're going to find some villagers, and they might get a kill or 2. Oof, they deleted that villager. But villagers are going to run back safely into the White Tower. Now, Earl's Guards going across the map, and there are a lot of them. Scuttage coming on out, and Wallalor gets screamed into the skies. He is not going to be taking any risks. Keeping his villagers safe for a little while longer while more units are coming out. Now, he's not producing constantly because these are quite expensive, but you can see the villagers on wood. He wants to get a lot of spears. Now, going on out, ensuring that the gold on Demu's side is not going to be free either, and Demu is going to go Imperial Age too. And honestly, I think Ottomans has a pretty good shot at in Imperial with the Istanbul Observatory. The reason for this is the Istanbul Observatory, they make sure that the military schools produce pretty damn quickly. And it could potentially keep up with the free units that you do see coming out of Lancaster. Now, I would love if someone would correct me, because that does feel like it could be pretty even. Now, we do see that all his Vizier points he just went for free units, because he knows that's what Lancaster is. It's all about them free units. But Lancaster on 51 spears, that's starting to feel a little bit scary. How many military academy does Demu have, and what are they making? They are making Sabahis. Now, Sabahis are not going to be doing too well against spears, but the whole reason you get Sabahis is so that you have mobility. So that you can run around the map and try to assert dominance so you don't have to fight a spearman mass. That's why. So now, ooh, the Springals are a little bit out of position here, but they do have some backup. It doesn't look like Anatan wants to commit on this, but some of these Sabahis are paying the price. Now, with your military schools, you usually keep one of them on Mechters, because Mechters just provide that nice buff. But Anatan did not find the damage he needed just yet. But behind this, he's clicking the button, guys. He's mustering the nobles. So with him mustering the nobles, he's going to be able to get out a lot of demi-lances, which is also going to be that mobile composition that we talked about. Now, the spearmen running up against their counter unit. Probably not the best choice, but as you can see, he prioritizes the archer upgrade because he realizes I need to deal with the spears. The problem is just, with the amount of spears we see from Anatan, this is going to be so hard to shut down. Spearmen all get taken down here, but there will be more on the way pretty soon. Now, the Springalds are doing amazing work at shutting this down, but keeping in mind, those Springalds are going to be a little bit more susceptible to these boys, and they are going to go and look for a target. Now, the Springalds, he's got 9, and he's switched over to the Great Bombards. Now, the Great Bombards, they are great. They are wonderful. But you do see that Anatan knows where the problems will be at, and that will be military schools. So he does try to get in and try to do a little bit of damage, because even though he's the demon civilization, Ottoman in the late game, they can get the title as the demon civilization from House of Lancaster. Now the spearmen trying to go on through and do some damage. We do see the yellow dots just circling around, but he doesn't have any units to handle these so well. We do see the spearmen coming on out, just trying to make their way through, but quickly getting cleaned up. Demi-lancers looking for a snack, and they will be finding one. Earl's guards trying to pick off a village or two, but you can see the demi-lancers, they have a plan, and the plan is just to get rid of the siege. Because when you're up against this many siege units, oh, let's go see how they delete them. So the Springalds do shoot in a line, and pretty good damage from them. But you can see the archers now cleaning up most of Anatan's army, and I'm a little surprised here. Anatan is just not able to let Lancaster be the demon civilization they're born to be. Demo is just constantly forcing him to take unfavorable trades, putting a lot of pressure as well. And just, you know, he's Ottomans. He knows that he has the late game advantage. Now, with these guys, he is pretty much safe. He's got Janissaries to protect himself. He's got Springalds to protect against any mobile composition. And he's still up against the garrison command. It doesn't feel like Anatan is pivoting from here. And Anatan is going to struggle as the game goes on, because he doesn't have an answer to those Great Bombards. The Great Bombards, once they're out on the map, and once he's got 3 or 4 of them, it's going to be so difficult to actually get on top. We do see with the spears, he's still trying to find damage, but Demo is ready for this. I'm choking on my tea. Now, it does look like the Sapahis are able to take these trades against the spears pretty well, because, you know, those Sapahis, they do pretty well against most units, but they also have a little bit of a longer range. Oh. The problem is, Demo's army is really scary, and I don't think that Anatan has an answer to any of this. He's now getting yeomen. So, the yeoman upgrades, it's going to help, but also getting the Shire levy out is going to give him a pretty set amount of units. The problem is just he's up against Sapahis, and yeomen are not going to be doing the trick against that. Spearmen now taking a fight against Janissaries, quickly getting deleted. So, yeah, this is feeling pretty rough. Spearmen now taking down a few victims here. But we do see Anatan moving out on the map, and he's now getting siege engineering. Now, getting siege engineering at this stage of the game, it does feel like he's not doing it because he's ready and confident in pushing. It feels like he's like, whoa, I need to do some damage. I need to do some damage or I'm dead. And he's correct. If he doesn't do damage, he's dead. You don't get the House of Lancaster score? Yeah. I think a lot of the score that they do definitely gets amplified here by the manners. It might be because of the income per minute as well, and Ottomans, they don't actually get the income per minute on top. They only get military schools, which is also should be counting for something. Now the elite yeomen, they're of elite variety, but, you know, Sapahis, they take a pretty big punch. You see, those things are just cleaning up all the villages they can. And now Demu is pretty much in a good spot here. We do see the Wingard Palace getting idled out every now and again. And it just doesn't look like Anatan is able to keep up with Demu now. Demu has the free production and it is absolutely cranking. But at the same time, he's got the late game composition. He's got the units. He's got the mobility. So it does feel like you get into the spot where there is a pretty heavy pressure on Lancaster and they just cannot meet it. More Spearmen and Ulfsguards coming on out. And it's probably just because he wants the sheer numbers of these. Now, Spearmen taking the fight against the Bahis, but look at that. They are deleting them. Demu is looking amazing here. Demu's draft, definitely weird, but he's making it work. Aren't all units equally? No. Especially, I don't know what it is with the free ones as well. They do not necessarily work so well. The player score doesn't reflect what's going on in game. So no sacred sites from Benny. Yeah, he did try though. He got cleaned up a few times. So Demu did send out the imams. I think he just didn't remake any. And he just called it. Oh, he does have 2 on the field, but he didn't actually send them out afterwards. You're right. He did get cleaned up twice, but it was more than enough for him to call it off. Now, with the keeps on the map, Anatan is probably feeling the pressure. You can see, Demu knows he doesn't want his base to get disrupted. He's cleaning up everything, and Anatan now getting elite army tactics. He needs those units to be as chunky as possible, but it doesn't feel like there's an answer to all these raids behind this as well. Now these guys, they are able to run at the back, clean up what they can, but all of a sudden, these boys are just cranking because of the arrows, of course. Now the yeomen are going to trade pretty well, and they do have the money shot upgraded, so it does feel like they should be in an okay position. But Demu now just sits back, relaxes, gets in his emplacements, and he needs to start pushing out at some point. Now the sacred sites from Anatan, absolutely brilliant. So Anatan knows he needs to get every bit of advantage he can. Demu should be able to clean these up pretty quickly, and he's done a lot of work to the economy already. But you now see Siege Engineering doing its work. He's going to try and break through this army or this base, but even if he does, there's a lot of layers that he needs to work through. Instantly goes to decap it. Now, that's just because he wants to make sure that this doesn't run away from him, and he doesn't have a place he can do damage right now. With Ottomans, you don't want to take any risks because the majority of your army is free, yes, but you don't have the backup of them just yet, especially with the economy he hasn't had set up. You can see now him getting the farms. He will get there, but he's not there yet, even though he is very much ahead. Now the archers here, they are in position to clean up some spears, but the amount of spears should overwhelm them, especially now that they have elite army tactics. And next up, they should be going straight for the base, where there's a lot of farms to go for. We do see that second TC for Demu as well. He wants to stay ahead economically. And the gold now being pulled back from the big one, ensuring that there are walls, making sure that these Sabahis are not going to have an easy time. He decaps all the sacred sites, but doesn't go for his own. Great Bombard, he's a little bit far out. So the problem with this Great Bombard is it's going to do great against the ram. The problem is there's more than a ram here. There are some spears, and they are going to quickly clean you up. And that is one of 2 Great Bombards. It's a pretty big pickup here from Anatan. And the next one is also going to be in danger. The next Great Bombard also in a pretty compromising position, but he should be able to defend it. Now, Anatan obviously cannot see how many Great Bombards there are. But if there's an opportunity for Anatan to kill something, it would most likely be now. Because Demu is pop-capped. Demu is waiting for free resources. He doesn't have the opportunity to re-max as quickly. And Anatan also not maxed. But he's not up against the demon Ottoman landmark just yet. He's not up against many of the boys coming out of the demon landmark just yet. And the longer he waits, the tougher this gets. So you can see now he is looking for that damage, making more rams. He realizes, okay, it's time for me to push. The trebuchet is going to make this a little bit easier. But the yeomen, they should be able to handle quite a bit. What was his last vizier point? Let's go see. Interesting. Demo going for Janissary Company. Now, usually we don't see this getting chosen unless you're making a push. So, I'm going to leave it in that sentence, when you're making a push or when you are being pushed. And I don't think this classifies as being pushed just yet, especially in the context of that vizier point. But it does allow him to push. Oh my god. That was an amazing synchronized shot. So he got a lot of value here. The thing is, the yeoman numbers are just ensuring that they can actually pick off Sabahis. The trebuchets, though, yeah, the trebuchet, sorry, not trebuchets. It is not going to be living here for too long because this bad boy, he doesn't have anywhere to go. You can see he was looking for damage. Ram trying to get damage done as well, but now Demu, he pressed the button to summon units, and we now see why. Because he's planning to push. Anatan also doesn't have the bank to support himself in this. We do see him getting siege movement speed now. Yeomen are getting ready with the next synchronized shot, and they could potentially land on Janissaries and cause a lot of damage. Oh, he did it when they had got pushed by the Demi-Lancer Levi? No. It would be the case, but I actually think he got this one by then, because this thing has been out for a while, unless the UI is bugged. Give me 1 second. No, the UI is not bugged. So, it looks like he got it pretty recently. Oh, was that the... Wait, that's the final one? Ooh, maybe he did. Yeah, you're right. Oh, that feels kind of weird. Isn't it a waste? Which one? You gotta be specific with this. Because I talk fast. Now, it does look like those samurais are still active. You can see Anatan realizes he needs to be out doing things. He just doesn't know how to right now. Now, we do have 3 great bombards in the field, and they are going to do some pretty good AoE. Oh, never mind, he does not. But with getting that vizier point, he actually ensured that those are not as powerful as they needed to be. Demo's army is not massive. Ooh, and the Rebaldequins are pushing forward. Great bombards, though. This is not the great bombard opening positioning you want to have. The great bombard is barely doing any damage to the Rebaldequins. So you can see he's target firing them. But the Culverins are here too. This is a very open fight for Demo to take. He's not doing it under the safety of his keep. He's not getting that huge mass from Ottomans. And I think, in a way, Demo just got caught with his pants down. And I didn't take Demo for that kind of guy. He's not the kind of guy who would just stand there with his pants down. He looks like a man who loves to wear pants. This was not the Demo we know and love. Janissary's taking another big shot here. Now, their attack speed is pretty bad. So, we do know that this is going to be quite hard. He's not preparing his keep either. So, here we go. He's ensuring that he gets the supplies at the back, but not preparing the keep at all. This is just going to mean that the keep might even go down, even though he's got the control of this. Ronan doing work at the back here. Sipahi's coming from behind, ensuring he cleans up, and Demu holds. He does realize just in time for the keep. And now the great bombard pump can keep on going. Anatan behind this. I don't know if he can remax with the units that he's got, but he's getting it from the Wingard Palace. It takes so long to do, just like Ottomans takes a while. This felt like a throw into a throw. It isn't over yet. No, apparently not. And now only grade 1 great bombard in the field. It's still manageable for House of Lancaster, but both of these guys, they're not in the optimal Demon Civ position. The Sabai is doing some good work at getting on the back here. But now with the siege, it looks like Demu has to pull back as well. Now, he doesn't get to fully repair this bad boy, but he does have the big gold here. This gold now being uncontested. And Demu is still probably in the lead here. But Demu made a good play there with the Sabahi. He was actually out there doing some raids. Wonderful. GG? Apparently not. There's no GG here. There's only destruction. Now, I wonder if the spearman numbers, because you can see he's making manual spearmen now. So this is probably going to mean that he's going to be making siege from there. But he is still looking for damage. You can see making another ram here at the front. The problem is just this army is quickly remaxing. And they are pretty scary. I wonder if he's got biology. He's got biology, so these guys are extra spicy. And now Sabahi's gonna go look for more damage. Anatand is spending every last resource he's got. He's even getting scouts. I don't know if that's a misclick. No. He's getting 6 scouts. He feels he needs a lot of vision. Now, with the spearmen moving across the map, we do see that Mr. Benny, he didn't go for the sacred sites either, but he is gonna go try and shut down this little push. The thing is, behind this, I feel like Demu is focused on pushing through the middle, but because he has the mobility of the army, he could very easily just try to go through here and just do a little bit of damage, force Anatand to try and react here, because he does have the control a little bit more on this side. Getting another keep here, pretty good position as well. Now, with the Sapahis, as we can see, he's trying to get on top, taking down everything in front of him, making sure that that villager count is not going to be too high. But, just like I said, he is now looking for a different hole that he can push. And Anatand, he realizes he is in a pretty difficult spot if this does go down. Now, with the Culverins, he's going to be okay when it comes to pushing this spot himself. But at the same time, he needs to find a way to get through here. I was going to say, Great Bombards are right there in position. The archers are not going to be doing too much damage here against the wall because, you know, they're made from stone. But the Great Bombards are in position, and it looks like he wants to make a sandwich. Guys, there's about to be a sandwich by Anatan. I just don't know if this is the sandwich, if this sandwich is going to be juicy enough to carry him through. Rebaldequin's chasing villagers for... Disgusting, guys. Absolutely disgusting. Now, the Great Bombards aren't, again, not in a great position. He does get the Rebaldequin, but where are my villagers? Villagers. Hey, I'm just going to keep my mouse on this so we can quickly look at them every single time. The archers are trying to clean up what they can, but the Great Bombards are out of position. The Rebaldequin does take down one of those, but the Spearmen are trying to do a lot more. The reinforcements are coming from every single side, but the Sapahis are also underway. Rebaldequin's trying to find damage, and instead we have a bombard tower doing damage to villagers. Oh my god, look at this. Anatan, you sneaky fucking snake. I love that. I respect it. Now, it does look like Anatan's army is slowly getting cleaned up here, but at the same time, I mean, Demu's numbers are falling too. The problem is, Anatan does not have that 2 TC to replace the villagers, and keep in mind, he's the demon civilization. He's probably perfectly fine, but the bank that we see from Anatan is just not healthy enough. Great Bombard now extending a little bit. The Archer is going to be right here to protect them, because you don't want this Great Bombard to push out too far without the reinforcements. Culverins, they are also a little bit squishy right now, and the Sabahi numbers are starting to remax. So this is going to mean he's going to be able to do that attack again and get under a lot of units. Great Bombards, they are a little bit far out now, and they're not doing too great against these clumps of units. Culverins have their eyes set right on them, and they are going to be target firing those. The Great Bombards are quite hard to replace. Demu's army does not look so great right now. He keeps losing a lot of those units. Culverins, Rebaldequin's doing some amazing work. Disgusting. The thing is, with these discounts that he gets, it does feel okay. But Demu, he's struggling on the wood department, though. He's definitely struggling. And now, I don't know how he's going to defend. I don't know what happened, but it feels like Demu's economy just completely stopped. Are you starting soon? After this?
After that?
Yeah. Have fun. Beastie getting prepped for his tournament game. Kom, Totter, climb up your bed. Come, climb up your bed. Come up your bed. There we go. Totter wants to be a cast dog. Now, it does look like Demo is desperately trying to remax, but the problem is there's so many spears and... Oh! He's gonna get his ass eaten here from behind. Oh my goodness, he got caught with his pants down. Now he's just getting eaten. Oh no, Demo, calm down, sir. Spearman just absolutely obliterating him everywhere. Demo, it felt like he was in such a good spot, but he actually couldn't hold it against the demon civilization. The demon civ prevails. Sapai is coming on out, but they're faced against a ton of spears, and right now, Great Bombards are getting shut down as they come on out. So, unfortunately, I think Demo's cooked. He just doesn't have the units to handle this, and the military schools are now going to be the next target. And Anatan, even though he has been struggling economically, he made Demo struggle as well. You can just see the spies are doing work, but the amount of spears coming out is just not... It's not something he can handle with those bad boys. Spies dying as quickly as they come on out, and I guess Anachad is going to be going on through to 1-1. Thank you, Billy Zane. Appreciate it. I'm impressed. That was a pretty good hold and push from Anatan. My goodness, disgusting. Both of these players, absolutely. Demo kind of threw there for a moment, but so did Anatan. It felt like they were holding a really hot ball and they were just like, poof, poof, poof. Yeah. So, guys, I see there's more people. This is the noob cast. This is not the normal cast. This is not the standard of casting usually, but give me 1 second. I will be right back. I've had a liter of tea. I'll be right back. Water is looking at me like, are you gonna cook us meat today? All right, so sorry, we'll go over the drafting system afterwards. I promise. I am starting to notice how exhausting it is to talk by myself. Is Tamron still in the chat? Tamron? I was gonna wait until the next series, but this might be 5 games. Khan, I do see you have a redeemed accent, but we are casting, so we are just going to do Rus accent. That's the only thing we can do right now. Now, Demo, he is playing Civilization that is pretty disgusting. He's doing Zushi. But Anatan, he got Byzantines. And honestly, we do not know how to play Byzantines right now in this meta. But we are seeing that the Cistern is going to be forward. So for those of you who don't know, Cistern, this man, he is able to inspire all of your villagers and all of your eco in this circle. Him moving this forward a little bit is just going to, I don't know, I guess get this part of the wood line in as well. So it does make it a little bit easier. Now, Demo playing Zushi, we'll see how this goes for him. It's a civilization that does pretty well with pro scouting as well. Let's go see what the sheep count is looking like. Mr. Scout here, not looking like the biggest haul, but I mean, that's a pretty sad feeling. Damn. Unfortunately, Demo is just not able to notice that he's trailing behind the other scout. He might see this right now. Yeah, they should have seen each other. In that case, he should know that he was trailing behind, but on a map like this, where the food is... There's a lot of sheep on this map. He definitely does know that there was some shenanigans. And Anatan is in a really, really good spot from here on out. Let me just quickly see if I can summon Tamrin. Okay. I'm gonna get Tamrin to help me survive with my noob cast because my voice is cooked. Now, Demo does get another sheep. I'm so happy for him. 4 sheep total. Is this Carmel? Yes. Yes, it is. I still get confused between that one and the other one with the small golds. So, now Anatan already getting his second cistern up. And looking at the second cistern, it's going to cover his berry patch. So, very, very nice. He is in a pretty good spot when it comes to the wood line as well. He's got a pretty safe wood line. He's going to have a very safe economy for a while. The thing is, his farming eco is not going to feel too great when you have a market in the way, but at the same time, it's probably not going to get to that point in the game. Zushi is not a civ that lets you go that long. Do you need me? I would love to, Tamron. Let's go hop onto Discord and then we do the thing. But noobs only. We got to make this easy. Alright. Now. Oh, I should probably stream my screen on Discord for Tamron as well. So when she does join, she will be able to see what's happening. Hey, Meow Aces. Now, Anatan, he is kind of drowning in it. You know, this is the hole they tell you not to worry about. That is a lot of food. Now, taking this back to Noob Cast levels, we want to look at what is happening next. So the Grand Winery is coming up with 3 villages. Now, when you get Grand Winery with 3, it means that you're not really rushing to anything, and Byzantines isn't rushing anywhere. They are a civilization that needs a lot of time to get going, especially now with the current build. A lot of players are just letting their economy do the talking slowly. And Anatan knows that Demu is starved, because he knows how many sheep he's got. So he is probably feeling okay about delaying this. But now, the question is he going to be able to shut down the pro scouting? Now, Demu has obviously not started it yet, but Zushi starts it pretty quickly. He goes for wheelbarrow first, though. So this is the second game that Demu also hasn't gone for pro scouting necessarily, but we'll see. He has to. Yeah, I don't know. He's holding the gold hostage. But this meditation garden, that's a pretty juicy one. Juicy. Cameron, are you here? I heard you join Discord. Oh, the voice doesn't work yet. Now, Anatan behind this, he's now going to hit his age up, but instantly, I want to check this for a moment, because a lot of the questions are, what upgrade do you go for first? Because you have all this gold, and what you need to keep in mind is when you're playing any civilization, if you have a resource, you need to have it for a reason. He pulls off of gold completely at this point. At 187 gold, he's pulling off. Now, we'll see why that is. He's getting wheelbarrow. He's got just enough to get a wheelbarrow and spearman upgrades. And that is most likely what he went for. Look at that. 35 gold for those spearman upgrades. This man has calculated it. Off by 2 gold. It's amazing. He's not going to let pro scouting happen because he knows that's what's usually next. So every player starts out with a lot of deer on this map. And that's usually where things are quite difficult. Because most of the time, people are going to have access to these. They're going to be out on the map. They're going to gather. If you stop them on this side, they're just going to go to the other side. But the problem is, usually there's a deer pack on your safe side. The side that's not getting raided. But all the deer packs are on a single side here for Demu. While on Anatan's side, as you guys can see, he's got a deer pack here. Or the big deer pack, and another big deer pack on the other side. So if the spawns were reversed, Demu would be in a much better position with this. Now the spearman...
Hello,
oh, there you are. Okay. Voices...
Sorry, I had some technical difficulties with my headset.
It's okay. Let me just quickly see what the sound is like. Can you keep on talking so I can adjust the volume?
Sure. What's interesting to see here is that Demu Azushi went for Pro Scout.
Perfect.
Because this map has a lot of deer packs. So it actually has, typically most maps only have 4 deer packs, some even have 2. But this one has 4 big deer packs, and then I think it has 4 small deer packs as well. So going Pro Scouts is very valuable if you can get it down. But Anatan saw that was happening and made his Limitane to counteract those scouts. And as we know, pro scouts were nerfed in the previous patch, so you cannot just go pro scouts and not defend him. But then Demu decided to protect them with his palace guards, I believe. Those are palace guards, I think.
Yeah, they are.
To make sure that he gets the value on that the pro scouts that he did. But I'm really interested to see what's Anatan gonna do against this. On his macro, we can see it looks like he might be going into castle. And
Yes.
maybe try to make faster, bigger units to counter the pro scouts, because if you just leave someone with pro scouts on this map, they will become indestructible, because they can pick up, basically it would essentially be 6 deer packs. 6
Yes.
like normal sized deer packs, give or take. So also, can we fix the the command says I'm Shuki?
Yeah. I'm actually on my phone fixing it right now.
Identifying as Shuki.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to fix it. I have a little problem. I changed my phone's language, and now I cannot understand my phone for a lot of it. So I'm trying to navigate towards Twitch chat and then adjust it. So I'm on it.
That's perfectly fine, no problem. But as we can see, as we said, we can see in the macro, it's very clear that Anatan will click castle in the next few minutes. I can cast for now whilst you sort out the technical difficulties. But what's going to be very interesting is that Demu can essentially make everything except crossbows, even though he is only feudal. Which means he can counter anything that Anatan throws at him. And Anatan also decided on Keshek, I believe, for his what is it called? I played Byzantines at some point, and now for some reason I want to call it a military school, but it's not a military school.
It's the mercenary house, yes.
Mercenary house, there we go. He decided on Keshek, which is actually my favorite thing to go for. Playing Byzantines, I feel like they're very mobile, and you can heal them by basically just tickling a wall, which is a lot of fun. And also they'll do very well against those pro scouts. So I think that's a very good idea. Can we check the berries there by Anatan? Is he killing the deer? Is he doing something with the deer? So a tower there would probably been a great idea, not only to defend the villagers, but to defend against pro scouts should they want to come yoink those deer. Not saying I would have done any better, but if a tower was ever a good idea, it's probably there. We can see Golden Tower is nearly done. But because Demu went for pro scouts, he can already go Mount Lu Academy. So he's gonna be able to pick up the relics. As we can see in this map, the relics are very centered, but they're actually leaning a bit more to Anatan's side. Not so much on Demu's side. We can see there's 2 like on the far side and only 3 in the middle. Where typically we would have expected, one on Demu's side. And I do think these pro scouts were a great idea from Demu. We've got a scout dancing. We love that. It's a Saturday night. Let's have a little jiggy. It's beautiful. He went Mount Lu, so he's actually not going for the relic one. I got confused. My bad. I'm not wearing my glasses. Can I use that as so Mount Lu, what is Mount Lu going to give him as a sushi player? Well, it's going to make his Imperial officials just work even harder. He can get more Imperial officials, they can become more efficient, they can walk faster, they can collect more and all of those things. So Mount Lu is a great thing to go for if you want to do an eco boom in some way. So I think because he went the pro scouts again, it kind of indicates that he wants to do a boom whilst protecting his scouts, of course. And I do wonder if he's going to be sneaky and try to go pick up Anatan's deer once he's done with his own. So we can see that there's still a few left, but is he going to go to the back there where Anatan doesn't have anything? And yep.
Yeah,
of course. Of course he's going to go pick that up. So that's really good on him, because the more deer you can pick up from that, the better it is for you going pro scouts. And I think he's already gotten value out of it, but now it's kind of just taking it even further. What do you think is the next move from either of these players?
Well, with these guys, you can see Anatan is trying to look for damage, because when you're playing against Zushi and going for this landmark specifically, you of course want to get your relics, right? So that's of course the next step of business. Hey, that's cutting it a little close, Chief. But I wanted to comment on the fact that Demu is very active on the map right now. Demu has been a player that's been very passive well, he's not passive, but he usually goes one way. He's got a plan, but this is a very adaptable Demu. Ooh, and now pulling back here as well. He knows it's too risky, and then instantly pulling back. But Demu is the one on the map because he needs to be able to pro scout. Just like you said, he wants to get the deer over here. So when you're in a position where you are trying to get the deer, you need to have map control. And right now, he's got pretty good map control, and he's stopping those relics as well, because it will require a little bit of extra investment by building a monastery and getting a monk too. So I think Demo's in a pretty good spot.
I think so too. I just want to mention, Randy says you should turn up my volume a little bit, because it is, I'm a bit soft, but just a side note. I think Demu is doing a really, really good job at getting pro scouts going and protecting them. Since the previous patch, we thought people wouldn't do pro scouts as much, but with Sushi, because of that Imperial official being able to supervise not only the mill but also the stable to produce scouts faster and get the tech faster, it's really, really worth it for them. But Demu did such a good job in protecting those scouts and obviously then picking up all of this deer. So not only is he using the map to his advantage, but he's really using his composition to make sure that investment really pays off in the long run. So no, he's doing an exceptional job at it. I do wonder what is Anatan going to do. I do see some cataphracts on the field. The problem with them is, yes, they hit really hard, but they are quite slow, which is not ideal. But he has some Keshiks in the mix as well, which is of course great. They're very mobile, they heal, they're great. So what do you think Anatan's going to do against this very aggressive Demu that we see?
Well, the very aggressive Demu definitely forces him into a playstyle that I don't think he is really that comfortable right now, because you can see he's overwhelmed. The fact that he's sitting here and he's getting a little bit of idle time. Anatan's not the kind of guy who makes mistakes like this. Anatan is someone who's always on the ball. He's the aggressor. So I don't think Anatan knows what he's doing, but I can tell you it's not going to be a farm transition, because usually with Byzantines, we're used to seeing a Byzantine add a farm here or there to get a little bit of, the extra mercenaries for free. But he's just not able to get that going because of the map control that is absolutely everywhere. And now going out onto the deer, this tells you exactly that. He's not interested in the berries. He's just interested in eating as much and denying as much food from his opponent as possible. The problem is there's still about 6 million food in the base. So
yes, definitely. Demu will not have to do a farm transition anytime soon. I also want to mention that this map has more berries than the normal maps. So for instance, if Anatan wants to, he can easily eat all of these berries to get the olive oil he needs. I just think he's eating that deer pack, as you say, to deny Demu, additional deer. And like I said, there's a tower, and again, that tower is going to serve two purposes. Not only will scouts not be able to just yoink everything there, but also it will give the villagers some protection as well. So that's also why we don't see a farm transition as early for Byzantines on this map, because there are essentially 4 berry patches instead of the usual 2. On technology-wise, I just want to mention that Demu is really going for it. You can see that he is using his gold, getting the upgrades as he can afford them, whereas Anatan is a bit more reluctant, and we can see that he has no one on wood. This map also only has tiny golds. This map has a lot of food, but very little gold and stone. Oh, and we can see, is he going to pull the villagers to fight again? Last time it worked really well for him, but I don't think this time he can stand up to the match, the mass, sorry. And but we can also see that his forces are there, but all of these villagers now need to run to safety, because we can see more reinforcements from Demu is coming in. Demu is just on him like a fly on fruit. Can we say that? He is just not giving him the time of day. He's pushing really hard. He is doing such a good job at being aggressive. He is known to be a very meta player, not very, what do you call it? Like stray fundy. I don't know what the English is. Like he doesn't really wander off into different ways. He plays very meta. But I must say this is very impressive what he's doing, and really keeping Byzantines on their toes. And if you don't do that, you know, with that Golden Horn Tower, if you don't push, they can easily mass up those mercenaries and basically just take you out. What just for interest sake, what does the market give Anatan?
A
So
little bit.
Musafadis and camel archers. I mean, that's not. I mean, if it was knights, we'd be like, oh, that'd be lovely. But yeah. So we can see Demu is just. He's not playing today. He's like, no, like you shall not get any outside resources.
Yeah, what I do want to point out to you guys as well is there's now a little bit of macro towards castle from Demo's side, because while he's doing a lot of damage, he needs something to be like, hey, get out of my game, nerd. And that's kind of going castle and making, oh, not castle, imperial. He's stopped making units as aggressively. I feel like he's keeping his options open. It's not a hard commit either way. It could also be because he's doing a tech switch behind this, but it doesn't look like there's any like extra stables coming out or any other mobility he wants. He's doing it he's just being very decisive, or not being very decisive about this, because he knows he's in the lead. And Anatan, on the other hand, he's nowhere going into that direction. Yeah, and he's off gold. Demo is just constantly pushing. Demo had the options here, and Anatan just could not keep up with said options. So
yeah, so no, you could see that Demu's eco, even though he wasn't making units, his eco was just more than double that of Anatan. And keeping Anatan off of outside resources, the tiny gold being finished. It's just there's no way, you know, nothing you can do about that. I just want to ask, did you explain the
draft?
What is it called?
No, not yet.
The draft.
I will quickly do that because we have some time between the next game now. So guys, it's draft time. It's time to explain what a draft is and how it works, etc, etc. Give me one moment. For some reason I cannot see, I cannot unhide my screen. Why are you not unhiding? I need to put OBS on a different screen. Give me a moment. Grandma's gonna press the button. She just needs to press, not this one, and this one. Okay, so Grandma needs to explain to you guys how drafting works. So basically, as we can see at the top, I need to scroll a little bit to the top. Let me unhide that top part. So here we can see, I'm going to make it nice and big so you guys can check it out closely. So at the top there, we have ban. So both of these players ban a civilization. And you can see it is exclusive, hidden, and parallel. So basically they ban at the same time, and they ban the civilization from the other players. So it's not a global ban. It's not a ban where you can't play it either, because a few tournaments do that. Then it shows what was banned, and then you pick a civilization. So you're forcing your opponent to ban the civ they hate the most. Then you get to pick a civ that they might hate the most. And there's no mirror picks. So you can't pick the same civilization as your opponent. Then you each ban one again. Then you pick one again. Then you ban one again, and then you pick everything else. So that's basically how the draft works here. So with that, you can then see what was important to them. So the one player was like, I'm banning Rus. The second one was like, I'm banning HRE. You know, they're both of them prioritize these as the bans. And that's why we get China and Zushi picked as the most important civilizations out of this. But out of these drafts, like Marine Lord said in chat earlier, Demo's draft is really weird, but it's kind of working. It's very surprising because a lot of what these players are saying are the top civilizations is not what Demo had in his draft. And I was talking to Beastie about this yesterday as well, and he was telling me that he feels a little bit uncomfortable because what everyone else is saying is good, he's just not finding them that good. So for him, he has a very different opinion of what is good. And I feel like Demo might be in that same train here. Demo also might have a few different opinions from what the standard people say. So yeah, that's drafting in a nutshell. Any other questions?
I just have a question. So then on each map, they can just pick any one of these. Of course, they cannot pick any civilization more than once.
Yes.
So because usually in drafts they go map, serve, map, serve, map, serve. But this one's a little bit different where they go, okay, this is what you can choose from, and then we're going to go map by map, and then you can just pick from the pool.
Basically, you pick from the pool. Yes, the moment that happens, that you start picking from the pool. And guys, I'm trying to quickly see if I can see where their last Civ draft is. So basically, at some point, you just get to this area where you go in and you just pick your Civ, and then it reveals. So they just do a blind pick into the civilizations from their pool. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go check the next one in front of us. Guys, let Grandma quickly hide these and let's go onwards. Onwards we shall go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Let me just make sure that the players' scores are correct. I'm going to flip these boys over. Tamron, tell them about Delhi, please.
Delhi. So Delhi is an interesting civ because it has one thing that no one else has. Delhi can get upgrades for free. Do they take a lifetime? Yes, but do they get them for free? Yes. How can you make your upgrades take less time? Well, you get imams, I believe. They're imams, right? In Delhi, I believe they're called imams.
So
and you garrison them in your mosque.
Scholars.
And the more imams you have in mosques,
Scholars.
or I believe universities, you can... Sorry? Monks.
Scholars.
Are they monks?
Scholars.
Scholars. Thank
It's
you.
okay, same thing.
Sorry. Religious units, okay? You put your religious units in your mosques or your universities, and the more you have, the less time it takes. Delhi also has the ability to capture sacred sites in feudal, which no one else can do. Now you might wonder, okay, well, how can Delhi play this to their advantage? What can they do? Well, Delhi can be played in several ways. They can go feudal all in, where they make Ghazi raiders, which are really fast and counter some heavy units. Or they can go fast castle, or even fast imp to get a landmark that produces elephants. Now you might, if you've never played this game before, think to yourself, what in the heavens? Why would I go up against elephants? Well, that's the same thing we say every time we see an elephant, because they are very strong, and they do have a counter, a very clear counter these days, which is spearmen and crossbowmen. So if you do encounter them, you can also use hand cannoneers to take down an elephant. It's very tragic to see that happen, though, unfortunately. But Delhi is a very well-rounded civ at this time. It can be played in very many ways. What do I expect Demu to do with it? From his previous playstyles in this, in the series that we've now been watching, I actually think he might play a feudal game instead of going fast castle or going fast imp. What do you think Anatan will do as Ayubids?
See, this is the crazy part and I was about to say this is something that we don't know. With Ayubids, it's a civilization that has so many options. So now that Dambaran gave the overview, we're going to go over to Ayubids. Now, they also have a unique unit, which is camels, and they get to choose from wings when they age up. No chicken wings, unfortunately, but this is about as close as you get. Where when you choose economic wing, you get 3 extra villagers and your orchids get 50 additional food. Now, that makes sure that your berries just last a little bit longer, because now this bad boy is going to have a little bit more on those little berry racks that they've got there. But now with that economy boost, we can see this is going to be a feudal game. So there have been 2 choices, usually. There is the option of going for stone, right after going for a second TC, but in the current meta, it's just not something that people go for right now. So we've seen a lot of people go for economic wing into getting a second TC, but like I said, there's a very aggressive playstyle right now, and 2 TC just gets absolutely demolished by that. And Delhi is a civilization that can punish. Now, with the economic wing, it boosts you a little bit so that your economy is a bit stronger in feudal, so that you can take a feudal fight. Because from his last experience with Demu, he's probably very aware that Demu wants to go for feudal. And with him going for early wheelbarrow as well, it looks like he knows that this is going to be a long feudal game. Because with wheelbarrow, especially this early, you're spending a lot of resources on something that you are committing to, in a way. If you have 4 on gold, it usually means that you want to get your upgrades pretty quickly, or you want to go fast castle. But with you getting wheelbarrow, that just doesn't seem to be the case. He's got 8 on wood as well, so this usually signifies production buildings, to go on from there.
What is interesting to note on Demu's side is that he is still gathering gold. Now, he might be gathering gold to make one more scholar, but if he continues to gather gold, there you see he has 2 scholars and he's still making gold. This might be indicative. It could still be feudal because he wants those upgrades to kick in really fast, but it could also indicate fast castle. So we just need to keep an eye on how many villagers Demu keeps on gold, because that'll tell us whether he's playing a feudal game or if he's going castle. But by the amount of villagers he have on wood, we can check at the back, and I think that's a stable coming online for us. We can see that Ghazis will be hitting the field most likely, and he will still capture the sacred sites and be aggressive, because that's the playstyle for Demus. For daily typically is that they don't gather gold anymore. They go get the sacred sites because they can do that, which forces their opponent to have to go, decap those sacred sites. And also they get the passive gold from it, which means they don't need to gather gold, and they don't pay for upgrades, which means they don't need the gold for that as well. So that is how Daily plays all of their strengths to their advantage. So we just need to see, because to me it looks like maybe he's going, because we just got another scholar, he just paid for it, we can see. So it's very interesting to see. Maybe he's going 5 scholars, maybe 10. I mean, that is peculiar.
There's a different way that they can go about this as well, by the way. A lot of people, and it's not a lot, but that's why most people haven't seen it as much. They go for a lot of scholars so that they can heal up their units, especially when they're going into a civilization such as Ayyubids, where Ayyubids on paper will counter Delhi at an early point because they have camels, right? So when those Ghazis come on out, they're going to debuff them. And with the amount of horses we're seeing here from Anatan, he's aware of that. He knows how strong this is, and he knows that there's going to be Ghazis and what he needs to do with this. But Demu, he's got the scholars out now, but still he can keep 2 in here to get those upgrades up and running, or keep the upgrades running. But at the same time, if he keeps producing these, he will have a pretty strong scholar army to heal up the boys out on the field. Because this is also an option. It's also an option to do that, but also, another also in this queue, is him getting the efficient production. He didn't start this in Dark Age, which I was very surprised about. It may have been a slip of the mind, but basically this would enable the scholars to get inside these buildings and build faster. So with him not having those, it might have been a decision that he's just making, or he just he may have goofed, or he's coming in here with a plan.
Maybe the plan is to get upgrades a little bit faster so that he can counter Ayyubids maybe a little bit better, or have a better eco. Because he did only make 5 and then go to the sacred site. So typically people would make 1 more and then take all 3 to go, and then you get this garrison scholars in mosques to get that thing. So it could be that they did that. And also, as you mentioned, the healing, Ayyubids also these days, they go into a steady castle. So not a fast castle, but a steady castle to get the dervishes that heal the units, that do the AoE healing, which is very, very helpful to keep your units alive, because camels are quite expensive. And it is Ayyubid.
And you can see now those scholars actually doing a little bit of work. They took some very unfavorable trades here, but Demu pulling back at the right moment to ensure that he doesn't lose any of these Ghazis, because you don't want to lose anything against a civilization that snowballs so hard, especially knowing that your opponent went for Eco Wing. You know that he's ahead in villages, and he's probably going to be very aggressive behind this. But a secondary stable was put down. Demu actually believes in the stable, and double blacksmith as well. Like you said, he wants to get those upgrades as quickly as possible, but going for the double stable is risky, because now you're double committing to a unit that is technically getting countered off the get-go. And maybe it's because he was like, oh, you're probably going to make archers, and he would be right. So the Ghazis are going to be a really good answer to this, because usually you would expect your opponent to go spears, so Ayyubids will go for archers right after. It's a whole mess. So now with the double up of the Ghazi production, he is probably going to be okay for a little while, even against those camels.
But if we look at the military count, now note that scholars count as military for Demu. So he technically only has 10, 11 if you count scout as military, compared to Anatan's 21. So Anatan almost has double military at this point in time. Yes, we do have the scholars, but they are squishy, really, really squishy, and they're quite expensive. And you can see that Demu pulled off of gold and decided to put back on gold. I think he wants to keep the scholars going, keep his army safe, as you mentioned, and maybe try to capture those sacred sites again. So Anatan is playing a very aggressive game with Ayubids, which is a great thing to do because, as I said, Delhi, you cannot leave them. They will make elephants, and you will probably pray to anything you believe in. So it's very interesting to see that Anatan is now the aggressor in this situation. Demo is trying with the double stables, as you mentioned. He's floating a lot of wood. Maybe more production is coming online because it's very, very early for farms. We'll see. What is he doing with all that wood is what I want to know.
He's
What do you
prepared.
think is happening?
Well, I think this might be a situation where he was just focused on trying to micro and maybe losing it a little bit in that department because now he has way too much wood in the bank. He's got idle villages on the food and he's spent most of what he can. So this, in a reasonable case, would be farms. Even though, as Delhi, going farms at this stage of the game slows you down so much. If you don't have any other food, it's the only choice you've got. And that's why it would be the one he goes for. But it does look like those villages idly under the TC are going to be staying that way. And the Ghazi Raiders finally taking a fight here. But because of that Desert Raider causing the unease, the Desert Raider, the camels causing the unease. These guys did not take the best of fight, but look at this. It's actually, it went a little bit better because he did focus fire at the camels. The problem is just there's so many more, and now
there's only one camel. Yeah. So because Anatan is being so aggressive, Demu is very reluctant to go out to outside resources. He's got pro scouts, but it took very long for it to come through for him. So yes, deer would be delivering to the TC, but I don't think we've seen a deer in quite some time. Go to the left! Go to the left! There's villagers on the berries.
I was making a note.
It's okay. Yes, so it's really bad for Demu at this point in time because he doesn't have map control. He has no food in his base. He ate the berries. He ate the sheep. Pro scouts are just taking too long to drop off the deer. In the base, and he has very little army compared to Anatan, so he cannot risk going out onto the map, trying to eat those berries or eat a deer pack or anything like that because he doesn't have the map control. He will just lose more villagers, which is bad because he's already 4 behind. Well, he's more behind now, but due to ecoing, he is 4 behind. So again, floating a lot of wood like a gold player would make farms, but I'm not sure what is he going to do. He could probably sell the wood maybe and buy some food, but that is economically very expensive because of, the trading and how it works. So we'll see. Is there any way for Demu to get out of this? What do you think?
No. This game was over when he lost three scholars. The moment you lose those 3 scholars, it is just so hard to get back. You can now see the Ghazi Raiders taking really good trades here on the archers, but you can see those Ghazis, they're shining. They've got a color around them. Not a chance.
Yeah, it's the illness. It's the unease that makes them a little blue in the face.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm actually making a note here because I'm gonna make a guide out of this one. How to beat Delhi. Yeah.
From Anatan.
No. Yeah. If you're Anatan, yes. Because I think a lot of players, they don't know how to shut down the sacred sites. And I think what Anatan did here was textbook what needs to be done, right? This is the type of game where you can actually learn a lot from it. So I absolutely love that. But Marino did request GG Dog's analysis. So guys, give me a second. I do need to quickly, Grandma needs to move OBS to the other screen. And we can quickly get GG Dog on this one. GG Dog, wait. I just need, oh goodness. Luckily there's an undo button later. Give me a moment, guys. We're gonna quickly aim this bad boy towards GG Dog. So, Toter. Oh, look at that face. She's ready to answer. So, Toter, do you think that the Delhi is broken? I think that's a no, guys. Toter does not think Delhi is broken. Toter, do you think that Ayubids is in a good place in the meta? Really? You think so? You think so? Wow. So, Do you think Marine Lord needs to utilize them a little bit better? That's not it. She doesn't think so. What else? Does Delhi need a buff? A buff? Seriously?
I think you should ask her who should go for a walk. Which would be best to go on a walk with?
Tot hè? Watter civilization wil gaan loop? Yeah. See, guys, big analysis there from Gigi Dog. So you can see that Gigi Dog has chosen her favorite. She thinks that Aobits is in a good place. I think some top tier analysis there from Gigi Dog. Totter, you are actually an RTS dog now. So that is basically, she isn't wrong there. I mean, the dog knows. What else can she say? Okay. So, we do have the last game going, and I say last game, no spoilers, because it's 2-2. Guys, that's match point. It can't go anywhere else. We have Malians versus Japanese for the final one. So, Tamron, Malians versus Japanese, which civilization do you want to give the run around? Then I can do the other one.
I'll do Malians.
Okay. Ilalu.
I'll do Anatan this time. Just now Demu thinks I'm playing favorites, or maybe Anatan thinks I'm playing favorites, which I would never do. I would never do that unless it's a dog. So in the south corner we have Anatan as Malians, known for making pit mines that give them passive gold with the amount of houses you put around them, or mining camps. So very, very macro heavy civilization. They really boom very well, go into cow boom and castle, but they have basically any unit that can counter every other unit. Their units are a bit cheaper, they're a little bit squishier, but they can mass up really, really fast. So it's going to be fun to see what Anatan does with them, as they are very versatile, to see what we can see from him. Is he going to play a feudal game? Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, you have to say what Demu is doing. It don't matter. You gotta say.
So basically what we're seeing on the side of Demu, and I already made the note, guys, we're gonna make this a guide, how to shut down Malians and their economy. So basically what we're seeing here is Demu is going for a barracks in the early stages of the game. We do see the villages split being 7-2, which means he wants to have enough food and wood to keep producing things. Now, they actually have a pretty good composition early on. Demu is playing a civ that can make samurai in Dark Age, but they are pretty expensive. So right now, he doesn't want to invest in something that big because he knows that this is going to be hard.
Shit.
Ugh, why did I say that? But now
I'm sorry.
That spearman
I mean, it's a good play. It's a good play by Anatan to secure that frontal pit mine. He does have a goal behind his base, but he probably doesn't even know that exists yet.
Exactly.
So putting a tower on this pit mine against this feudal aggression is a good idea, purely so that you don't lose this very expensive investment of a pit mine and the houses. He can stop building houses around it. He probably only needs about 2 more to get to feudal, maybe even less. Why is he building a mill there, though?
Okay, why is building a mill? So you guys might be like, why the hell is there a mill?
Oh, I see why.
Yes.
I see why.
He basically, what will happen is if he doesn't have a mill there and the villagers need to run back and forth the whole time, they're gonna have idle time. But now they get to just pop into the tower and then pop on out. But Demu says, actually, I've got a tower myself. And the British Chad is coming on out and he wants to do a little bit of aggression himself. Now, this answer is already something that the pro players taught us how to handle. So now we know, okay, you're getting rushed as Malians, I do need to make a tower. But the follow-up from Demu is showing us that he knows how to pressure Malians. So he's not making more spearmen behind this. He's going to make this tower. He's going to make sure that the spearmen get inside. And this tower is quite expensive because it took gold, it took wood, it took villages that were supposed to be on gold. And now he's investing a villager to walk all across the map. But at the same time, he forced the tower out of his opponent. So he's probably pretty happy. And also the whole cost of a mill. So this already was 150 wood investment. And it slowed down the economy of Anatan. But honestly, I think Anatan's still in a pretty good position, in all seriousness.
Yes, I agree with you there. I don't think this is GG yet, as some people would say. And also, Demo is not putting that villager anywhere near. Like, that villager is walking back home. So that is a lot of idle time for that villager. And of course, there are some wolves that can snack on the way. So it's not like he's going to build more towers like a Mongol would do to just really push him off of all resources on that side. So because Anatan still has that backward gold, and I think he did see it because you can see there's movement there at the back. The scout just saw it now, so that indicates that he will have a secondary pit mine for feudal to be able to, that one should be safe. So Demu is not actually as aggressive as he could be. He could have kept that villager there, put it on the berries or something, and not idle it out, but just keep it close by to make more towers as he can afford it. This Dark Age rush, I just want to mention, from Japanese is common because they pay very little for barracks. So, and because Malian is very dependent on their pit mines doing work for them, it's a very good way to basically force additional investment from the Malian player to secure that free income, free in inverted commas, because you of course pay wood for it. So very good job from Demu. We see Kurasturas coming online, so that'll produce some farms for him and eventually get him some passive wood, which will be able to help him keep up with the Malian eco, because we know the longer you leave a Malian player to do what they want, the bigger their eco will grow. So what do you think is going to happen from Anatan's side here?
So from Anatan, he can now decide to be a little bit more greedy or be responsible. So behind this, you have to consider that he's playing against Japanese, right? And when we're looking at the Japanese civ in general, they're annoying, but at the same time here, he has 5 on gold. So this means he's going to go for a fast castle. And Anatan spots this. That's what my next statement was going to be. Anatan is now going to see, okay, what is my opponent doing? And what do I need to do with that? With him going for a fast castle, this gives Anatan a few options. No, Anatan was floating a little bit of resources around. He could have gone for pro scouts, gotten the deer. But instead he says, I'm just going to get my eco upgrades and I'm going to play this out like a greedy goose Malians. So he goes for the second pit mine, ensuring that he gets that gold income he needs for his cow boom that might start, but also constantly making units. Because now with these units, he's going to secure the pit mine, but he can also go and force his opponent to invest in an outpost. So he knows his opponent is in his base. He knows that there is going to be scouting done, so he's not going to be irresponsible about this. This scouts are getting upgraded though, which is pretty interesting because that means that these guys are actually going to be something that Demu cannot ignore. Demu is going to have to make something to deal with them. And that's going to be quite important because he wants to slow down this castle as much as possible. But at the same time, you see nothing from Anatan indicating that he's looking to go for castle. He's going to go for his cattles. And cattles, oh my goodness, I'm pluraling things cattles, guys. Okay. So with this, he's going to be able to get the slow cow boom without over-investing while constantly making units. So we'll see now when that first cattle ranch is going to start getting filled. But it's probably going to be soon, because now with no villages on gold, we know he's invested in purely surviving, especially when that castle age does hit.
Yeah, so what we can expect from Demu going into castle as Japanese is he will most likely make mounted samurai, which hit like a truck, to be honest. And as I mentioned, Malian units are a little bit cheaper and a little bit more squishier, and we can see that Anatan built that additional, he's making more production. So if we just look where he built, I believe it was barracks, there's even more coming up. So he really wants to contest this. He wants to prevent Demu from getting even more resources. He's going into Limitane to be able, he knows mounted samurai are coming for him, and his only answer is Limitane. So this is a very good play from him to do a very slow boom in the background, because as we see, there was only one cattle ranch, which means he's more focused on getting production buildings than to get cattle ranches, and he's making cattle slowly but surely. They are quite expensive, and because he doesn't have a full pit mine there at the front, it is costing him a little bit more. He also only has 1 mil, where typically if you wanted to do a full cow boom, you would have 2. So that is indicating that he is going aggressive over booming, which is peculiar for Malians. They typically go a lot more boomy, but it's very good because, as I said, mounted samurai are coming.
Now, what I absolutely love is the fact that he forced Spearman out of demo, but he was already ready with the response. He already had the archers in position. So getting the scouts upgraded was an amazing choice just because he forced units and he delayed that castle age. This castle age click up would have been 20-30 seconds earlier if it wasn't for that pesky little scout that was just coming in and out. He didn't even make an extra scout. A singular one was enough. Now, I like that you pointed out here that he isn't going for too much of a boom. And that's true, because when you look at this, up until now, he had none on gold. He wasn't in a rush. Now, he realizes, okay, I know I need to keep making units. I know I need to stay ahead of this, but I also need to think about what it means to get castle. So he's going to make sure that he has the Donzos, because the Donzos are going to trade well against the Samurais from Anatan. Or from demo. And honestly, I was about to say, he could go for the archery range play as well, because we've actually been seeing some of the pros go for the archery range instead and just outmass with 1,000,000 Yumi. And by the time you react, your whole army's dead. So,
Yeah.
he's still playing pretty standard, but Anatan is forcing Demu to just respond. So him having this amount of units, beautiful play.
Yeah, no, definitely. He is forcing him to do what he wants him to do, even though Demu initially forced Anatan to do what he wanted to do. So it's interesting to see how the game turned around and how it is going now in Anatan's favor for military. But Demu's going to get a Yorishiro soon, be able to put that somewhere to get him some passive resources or faster production. And then, of course, he can use that religious unit to go and pick up the relics as well. And look, he just picked up the very first relic, which means there is, he's really going to go for that. And I see that Beastie says in chat that Demu is also out of food. He needs to go out on the map to get more resources. And Anatan's army is right there on the berries. So that is unfortunate. Will Anatan spot this sneaky little gathering of deer at the back? Yes, he's going for it. Yes. So it's like almost like a pivot from the previous game where Anatan didn't have any resources in his base and was forced to go out but couldn't. And now the same thing is just happening with Demu, and it's so interesting to see how these civs can be played differently but still have the same outcome. This ram is just, living its best life, ramming everything that it can. Yeah, so Anatan is really almost showing Demu that initial tower rush isn't as great as he may have thought it would have been.
Yeah, this feels like a pretty sticky situation. You can see how Anatan is forcing mistakes out of Demu, and that's something that a lot of these players are banking on. When you play almost perfectly, you need to ensure that you can overwhelm your opponent. Demu was not producing villagers out of that TC for a good 20 seconds, and that's just because he's been trying to deal with this in his base. And behind it, we can see he's got 6 cows in the bank, and that means it's not a huge amount of cows, but it's responsible cowing. And those mounted samurai, I was gonna say, but there's no S there. They're all, oh no. He's feeling confident enough to be.
I was about to say, I love that reinforcements are going to that second deer pack of Demu, but not only are they doing that, he's also now eating his deer. He's like, you know what? You made me make a tower. I'm going to make another one for you. Don't worry about it. I like these spicy games where things just turn around unexpectedly. We can see Demu is trying. He's really trying to keep it up, but he has no food. He has what Kurastoraus can give him, and that's about it. And you can see that Anatan, yes, he is going cowboom very slowly, but he's also being aggressive some way, shape, or form, making Demu question every move he makes. Is he making villagers? Is he doing this? Is Yumi really the answer? Where is he going to get food? So this is really nice from Anatan, kind of telling him, you know what, let me just show you how to play Malians.
And I don't think there's a fallback for him. Like you said, he's on the farms. The farms are great, right? It's nice to have a little food source that's all for free. But, you know, when comparing cows to farms, you definitely want to be snacking on a little bit of meat instead. So now, with him getting that Shinto Priest, I'd love to see where he puts it down. Probably going to be putting it in the Forge, because he's forced... Oh my god, no. Oh, yeah, Forge. So this does give him a little bit of gold. He does need the extra gold, and even though it's very little, we see Anatand now is macroing, I would say macroing up to castle, but he's floating 1,000 gold. He can do anything he wants behind this.
He can do anything he wants. He can get all the upgrades. He can, you know, he can YOLO. He can go into castle and then make all the monks he wants to be able to get more relics. I wanted to say what is very good as a pro play. This is something that like a gold or plat would not do. That tower that is on that pit mine, someone would have been obsessed about. They would have been like, you know what I need to do? I need to take down this tower. That's all I need to do. And Anatand was just like, you know what? Let your tower be there. I'm going to show you what I do to your base. And I just think that is such a good thing to point out that a lot of people would have missed. It's like, yes, this tower gives him vision, but how much does that tower really do? Well, it doesn't do that much. So it's very interesting to see how Anatan kind of ignored that tower, was like, it's okay, I have a gold behind my base, I can still come at you. But as you said, that Yuumi mass is now coming up for Demu, and because Anatan has a lot of Donzo, I mean, he has javelins as well, which will take out the Yuumi. It's interesting to see how the game is turning a little bit again towards Demu, but the outside resources will not be easy for him to get. What do you think is going to happen after Anatan goes castle? It doesn't even look like he's going castle. Oh, he did. He went castle. Yes. I'm blind. Apologies. I didn't see it come online. So now he can go pick up relics. He can get more cows. So again, he went castle even though he didn't have a full cow boom, which is again something peculiar, but it was probably because he was like, I need to just, you know, be able to upgrade my units and things like that, because he does have 2 back deer packs which he can eat, so the cows are not as important as they would normally be.
The problem...
What do you think Demu is going to do now besides make Yuumis?
So Demu is doubling down on the Yuumis, because with the Yuumi mass you have an answer to most units coming out, and you can see him getting +2 ranged attack, means that he is doubling down on this. He's also going to be getting the Daimyo Palace. With the Daimyo Palace you can get the extra little bit of a Yuumi bannerman. So we've seen this from a lot of players. A lot of people have been edging that way, and I was about to say this is now becoming a little bit risky to leave your units out here.
Yes.
So Anatan, he realizes this and he goes for a sneaky, I'm going to call this the wham and lumber camp, because I want my villagers not to run back to the base but be sneaky later. So he knows that Demu's most likely not going to be scouting around there eventually if he does see the villagers are pulled back. But now Demu is in a little bit of a, he's got a few seconds here where he's like, okay, maybe I can do this. But the problem is the sofas are getting armor, and this is where the difference starts. It doesn't matter what Demu does. 29 Yuumis, they're not going to kill one sofa. They're going to struggle. Especially when you're dealing with javelin throwers as well, which he can just shift-click on top of them. So he's trying to find damage, but he needs more than damage. He needs a lot. He needs a lot of damage,
He needs a
guys.
catastrophe in Anatan's base to be able to take out all the cows, all the eco, all the pit mines. That's the only way. The thing with Malians is that the longer you leave them, the worse it gets for you, because they've got that infrastructure of eco. He's probably gonna... Oh, he's not... Look at Anatan. Look at the reflexes of these pro players. And we can see Anatan's also pulling his army back, because he knows that, yes, this might not kill him, but if he leaves it just to do what they want, these Yuumi can do a lot of damage to his eco. So you can see he ran the army back, sent the villagers somewhere else to make sure that they do not get taken out by these Yuumi. So that's a very good thing. He's also going to pick up relics now, you can see. But I don't think Yuumi at this mass is detrimental yet for Anatan. He's also splitting them up, which is very good. Well, very good for Anatan, not very good for Demu, because Anatan is making those sofa which have extra armor. I do wonder, does he have iron undermesh? Where is it? Oh, it looks different.
Yeah, he does. He
Does
does.
he?
Oh, wait, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
No, he does. It's the first one. Sorry, I was like, what? I got confused by Demu's little signs. Apologies.
So,
Yes. So,
the difference here was he committed with the Yumis because he was like, okay, I have to do damage. I need to find damage. And Anatan knew this was the one time he was a little bit weaker to handle it, but he already had sofas. So the weakness was just feign. He was just faking, guys. That was not real weakness. The Yumi's now trying to break through this, but with the focus fire, he's even not able to shut down all of these Donzos. The problem is the amount of Donzos there are, they might go down, but they get rebuilt. You can see that line streaming towards, and so far,
just reinforcement.
they don't have an answer to those. There's absolutely nothing Demu has in his army that can handle that amount of sofas. Now we're just going to see an idle economy and an Anatan making his way through to the next round. Demu now getting knocked to the losers bracket.
Hey, the game's not over yet. Tim told me one thing, and you don't say the game is over until GG is called. Maybe a miracle comes and helps Demu and lets him, I don't know, save every villager and every eco unit and get food in his base. You know, there's a chance. But these so far are smacking hard. They've got the armor. They are working hard. It's just, no, he's doing, I must say, like, Anatan really, really brought it back this game compared to the previous game where Delhi was just it. And there we go. GG called. Good job, Anatan. You're doing great, buddy.
This is a whole different viewpoint, baby. No, that was gorgeous. Anatan showed us he is ready for this bracket. Hot damn. Okay. I initially wrote down, I wanted to make guides out of these games, by the way, guys. So the first one I said, how to beat Delhi, the one I wrote down. Then how to respond, then I wrote down shutting down Malians. And I scratched it out. I was just like, I thought Demo was just going to tell us how to respond, but or shutting down Malians. But instead now this one is going to be called how to respond to tower rushing. Because apparently
I think this game, this game is also how to play Malians aggressively. Because I don't think people know how to do that, like especially lower league. Yes, the tower rush, how to shut down a tower rush, or what to do when you get tower rushed as Malians, but also how do you play aggressively as Malians? Because Malians, a lot of the build orders, yes, they do mention that it's, you know, as versatile as any other civ, but no one really talks about how do you play them aggressively? How do you do the slow cow boom? How is it, when do you decide is it okay to go castle with Malians even though, you know, you don't have a full cow boom set up? Those kinds of decisions, I think doing that from an analysis perspective would be very helpful for as a guide, definitely.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I changed it. How to shut down Fast Castle Japan, and then how to play aggressive Malians. That was interesting. I'm actually quite surprised. The thing is, it was all spawned dependent in this case. So because he had a gold on the other side, he didn't have a need to shut down the tower, and that usually makes a significant impact. But guys, I am about to do the captain's mode, quick little bit of a watching so we can see what the drafts look like. Because, as you can see, there's a lot of games going on, and you can all see the drafts on the site. So let's go check where's the Beastie draft? Oh, Beastie and Wham! Okay, so they already have their civs picked. Oh, let's see if they're already in game. Oh my goodness. Are they that fast? No.
I mean, Alex was in the chat a few minutes ago. Surely.
He's in game, that motherfucker. So this is my channel, guys. I get to say
bottom,
that.
by the way. Civ picker.
Sorry?
It's there at the bottom.
Yeah,
right
I
there.
saw it. I wanted to get the whole draft. That was the more important one. Ah, there we go. There we go. Map draft. Wait. I'll do the thing now, guys. Hold on. Beastie. Map draft. Civ picker. Where's the other one? Ah, there we go. I have to click them now, otherwise they disappear, guys. So let's quickly go into the game, and then we'll go over the drafting afterwards because we were, delayed. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Noob Cast. This is where we explain stuff to you in way too much detail because we are all trash here and we're all here to learn. So I'm joined here by Tan the Terrible, a wonderful friend and a fellow lady pumper in the AoE community. Let's flip these bad boys around. Wow, they're flipped. So, tell me about House of Landcast and Aldurus.
Can I say what I call them?
Yes,
Can
of
I?
course.
Are we allowed? So I call this House of Lamechester because,
Okay.
well, they have such good win rates and everyone just complains about them and all of those things. But since the latest nerf, we know that manners have lost a little bit of health, which means taking them down is going to be a little bit harder. House of Lancaster also goes into the Lancaster Castle. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my good speech going. And for BC Spawn, where will he put that? Well, he will most likely put it there at the front between the stone and the wood line to be able to put the manors between the TC and House of and Lancaster Castle. If he does go manors, he can go lords as well, especially versus Roos, to be able to counter his pro scouts, which Roos will most likely do. I know you're going to talk about Roos, but Lancaster at this point in time is very versatile to go into feudal already. They typically can boom if they wanted to. They can boom and make units and go fast castle. They're almost unstoppable, really. So it's going to be interesting to see how BC uses this epic civ to his advantage. Where is it? What?
Beastie believes in the
What?
demon civilization, actually.
Sir, you
That's-
need stone?
No.
Okay.
I know what's going on here. Talk to me about this.
Okay, tell me. I need to understand what is the logic of putting Lancaster Castle. Okay, I mean, I get the deer, right? Deer is a great food source, and of course, it's going to already prevent him from getting, that in pro scouts. But please explain the logic. I need to know.
So basically, okay, so for those of you who don't know, Lancaster got super nerfed. I say super nerfed, but not really. So they got nerfed. Their manners got less HP. And when you're playing against an aggressive civ, this is something that it's hard to handle. It's really, really hard to handle. That aggressive civilization can get in your face, they can destroy you. But he's playing against a demon civilization called Rus. And Rus is a civ that likes to go greedy. So, with Rus, you are already dealing with a civilization that's going to go for pro scouts, they're going to go back, and then they're going to come at you with all their horse archers. And then a Lancaster Castle is not going to help you if you need stone. You are going to need to keep your gold safe. So this Lancaster Castle keeps your gold semi-safe, because he's got a pretty bad gold spawn, let's be real. This is a tough spawn, especially against Rus. But not just that, you're also shutting down the pro scouts of at least one deer pack. So now he only has to worry about shutting down one more. So for him, this is a safe spot, because this can also secure him into going for Fast Imperial, which I don't think he's going to go for Fast Imperial. There's no time for Fast Imperial against Rus. But if he wanted to, this would also be a pretty safe spot, because you already have enough food to reach Imperial in this case. So, a very risky Lancaster Castle. Really, the fact that he's put it all the way out here is very,
and
very
then putting
greedy.
the manor on the far side as well, right? I mean, you
Exactly.
want that manor protected by the TC as well. So this is... I want to see what BC is coming up with. You have my attention, sir. You have it now. Congratulations. I mean, you had it before, but now you really have it. So what do we expect from Roos? We focused very much on Lancaster. What do you think Roos is going to do? How do you think he's going to respond to this very risky castle that he put up?
Honestly, guys, this is the first time we actually see Roos going for something different from the usual. And now, when I say something different, I don't mean it's super different. It's just the wood split. So, yeah, I was about to say, I think Wham just forgot to move the villagers over there. Always trying to get out as many scouts as possible and quickly. So, what we usually see out of Roos is people usually go 8 on wood, so that they can get a tower as well, which boosts the wood income, etc. But Wham is not looking for that. Wham might, just because of this, I'm actually considering that Wham might go for a stable instead of horse archers. So usually when you have 8 on wood, especially early on, you are able to produce your archery ranges so that you can just pump them out the moment you hit Castle Age. But what's happening here is, with him having 1 less on wood by now, and he didn't have them there early on, he only had 3. This means that he's just not going to have that same level of wood, and he's going to be relying on getting a lot of deer. and already getting his units into position, picking up these. Now Beastie pushing with his scout, ensuring he gets the deer a little bit closer. And I love the fact that they've nerfed deer pushing, but it's still doable. And this is a tactical deer push. This is not an abused deer push that we saw from the previous patch. So Beastie behind this, he's not looking at making or shutting down pro scouts. He's like, I've shut down one pack. Wham, on the other hand, says, I don't care about getting horse archers. I'm actually just gonna, I'm just gonna destroy you with knights. Because of this very greedy Lancaster castle, he's not gonna have protection against knights. He's just gonna have protection against horse archers.
Yes, and we can also see the split from Wham could also indicate fast castle, because he can of course sell his wood using tickets, and we can see his macro is actually indicating that he is going fast castle. So he's going fast castle, even though he can make early knights in feudal. He's one of the 3 serves that can do it. Yeah,
but I meant he was going for castle knights. This is Rus doesn't go for feudal knights. No. I think that's illegal.
Feudal knights against all those archers is. All of those arrows of Lancaster Castle is a little bit problematic. Yes, I agree with you. You're going a very fast castle. Like the fastest castle we've seen. I'm kidding. I thought those villagers were going to go build the high trade house. But yeah, so it's a very safe high trade house. It's very good. It's going to produce some deer for him. It's on the wood line, as good as you can get on the map Gorge. So it's just going to be interesting to see what Beastie does as well. He has 7 on gold. That's a lot on gold, which makes me think he might be, I was about to say, calling the Hobblers.
Yeah.
Yep.
The
Demon
Lancers. Yeah, the Demi Lancers are going to join. But, guys, you might think that this is a safe one. But there is one big question, and this is something that all the pro players have, been wrestling with. A little bit of people saying, oh, I should put my high trade house here to get maximum gold. I should... There's been 3 people, or 2 people, that consistently say, put your high trade house next to your TC, even if you get less gold. Because what's going to happen is, this is a very risky high trade house. This high trade house is going to get harassed. This high trade house is not, your deer are not going to be safe. And you will get more gold from just hunting the deer and getting the bounty than trying to get it right next to the wood line here and getting 2 or 3 extra trees. So the fact that there's no high trade house in this position means that this is going to be a lot more risky. And remember when I said he wasn't going to go horse archers? I was wrong.
Look at that.
I was very wrong. The man says actually horse archers.
Remember, he's got pro scouts. He can pick up. I've seen people pick up the deer from the high trade house and take them to the TC, because remember, this map doesn't have 5 or 6 deer packs. It has 4. And one's already being denied. The second one is also being denied, which means these pro scouts are not going to be doing anything. So he might as well use them to pick up the deer from the high trade house if he really needs to. So yes, it is a little bit riskier, but I don't think it's the end of the world, especially because you already have pro scouts. What is strange is that he doesn't have a tower on that wood line, because that would really increase the amount of wood he gets from it, and also give him some additional vision and place to hide for those demon lancers to come into his base and kill him.
Exactly. Now the demon lancers can make this very annoying, especially because Beastie is now going for the white tower age up. Let's see where he puts it. He's putting it on the gold. And we've seen this a few times. A lot of people go for the very, very aggressive white tower so that they can secure that secondary gold. But these guys are about to get upgraded too. And now finally the tower is coming on out. And yes, sure, you can bring the deer back to the TC, but it is still a lot of risk you place, especially if you're playing against someone who's quite aggressive. Now, Beastie, not the most aggressive player in the game. So there might be an argument there, but we'll see if he can actually punish this. The horse archers, though, they do spot the white tower. They know what's happening. And the demi-lancers are telling these scouts to
immediately increased and immediately upgraded. Like, they just went from normal to shiny.
Now, normal to shiny and all, they do not charge that hard. So it's definitely not a unit that people are too scared of unless they have no units. Which in this case, Wham does. Wham does have a few. He's running around trying to find some damage, but it's really hard to find damage when all of the buildings are firing at you. And this one especially. But now with Il's guards, he should be able to snipe a few of these guys. But Wham is doubling down and he's getting ranged defense. Now, usually if we get ranged defense on horse archers, it's when you play against other civilizations that love making archers, which Lancaster does. Or, option 2, when you're going to try to dive people. And when you start adding stables, that's when the question mark comes. Are we looking to dive people?
Yes, because of course the horse archers can shoot villagers very freely, but they really can't tank very well. But I think against these demon lancers don't have that much ranged armor, and the horse archers are faster than them, so they could kite them and do relatively well against them. But a knight in the mix, 1 or 2 knights in the mix, is good purely because they can just tank the excessive damage from like Lancaster Castle or the White Tower. Just it's a relic battle. I love me a good relic battle, I'm not gonna lie.
But Tamarin, you realize these are the first Hobbelars of the season. Guys, this is the first Hobbelars of the season. So the reason this is such a big moment is because they have ranged armor. And Wham has invested so much into getting these horse archers. But these Hobbelars, they will barely take any damage against them. So these guys are going to crank. They're very bad against melee units, which is why the knights are now joining the party. But this is such a good unit to make against horse archers. The thing is just there's a lot of horse archers, so they will still take a little hit at a time.
Yes, and we can see that Beastie is getting Iron Undermesh V2, is what I like to call it, because I don't know all of the names. But basically arrow defense, getting secondary arrow defense, making sure that he can smack those horse archers and not take too much damage from their arrows. So that is definitely a good thing for him on that. And yes, those Hobbelars are probably going to do some damage. The Pro Scouts chilling like villains, we love it for them. What's funny is that I think Beastie expected more knights. That's why he made spearmen to protect his prelates or his monks, to pick up the relics. But I don't actually think we need them. I don't think we've... Oh, there's a knight. I say that, and of course there's a knight on the field, right? Of course it happens at that specific point in time.
Now,
what do you think is going to go from here? Do you think it's going to go late game? Do you think we're going to...
We can see what Beastie's going, guys. There's no question. Beastie, he's already got a plan, and we have been informed officially. He's doing the demon strategy with the demon civilization. He's gonna go for Fast Imperial. Now, this is a pretty standard play from Lancaster, because Lancaster is a civ that now has a lot of defensive landmarks. They make units pretty quickly, and especially with the fact that they can make spearmen from that landmark, it's going to make it very difficult to handle. Look at that farm transition as well.
He can also get, he gets units from White Castle. He gets unit from Lancaster Castle. Now he's going to get units from Wingard Palace. I mean, every landmark, be they defensive, they can give him some type of unit, which is just, I think that's something that makes Lancaster so strong, is that not only do their landmarks defend them relatively well, but they can also use them. I know Lancaster Castle can only make them 3 times, but I mean, that's still something. And then Wingard basically... outproducing an English Wingard, and of course now we see it. Is he going to stop this age up? He sees it.
The problem is, he knows that he's going to lose villagers here, but this is such a risky dive. The thing is, there's only three knights there. But now, the horse archers are not tanking that well. And Beastie, he doesn't have enough units to shut this down. He's getting denied from the Imperial Age for now, but it will eventually get cleaned up. You see the horse archers getting target fired by the TC, but the Hobbelars are trying their best to do damage, but the knights are going right through them. Honestly, Tam, I think Beastie's done for.
I mean, the problem is, he had to cancel that. He's moving that. I was about to say this is a relatively safe Wingard between Lancaster Castle and the TC, but I think putting it closer to White Tower is probably a little bit more safer, which is of course where it's going up now, because he can garrison more into the White Tower. White Tower is a keep, so it's seen as a keep, which means it shoots more than like Lancaster Castle and the TC combined. But yes, is Beastie going to be able to come back from this? I mean, if we look at the military count, unless he presses the oh shit button for Lancaster to get some yeomen out. I mean, it's not going to be a lot of yeomen. They're not going to be able to save the day, you know. If it was like 20 yeomen, then sure. But because he's got some knights in the mix, it's very difficult for archers to make a plan with this. So I'm very interested to see how BC brings this back, because I have seen him bring back games playing Lancaster. Okay, this is not GG for BC. Let's be honest now. We've seen what he can do with Lancaster. So I do wonder what his plan is. What is his diabolical plan is almost what I want to call it. But what do you think is happening?
Well,
you
right.
think it's GG?
No. Beastie took very little damage here, as we can see. He got a lot of idle time, but he's also getting +3 for ranged attacks, and that's not because he's making ranged units, of course. It's because of all these manners firing, and every little arrow is going to be doing a lot better. These villagers idle in the TC, it's not great, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. But at the same time, he's not sitting in his base waiting for better days. He's going to be active on the map. And now, finally, the first set of units are arriving. So now these are still feuded spill. Yeah,
units from Wingard, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the problem is these are still feudal age spearmen, so they're not going to do too well, but they are going to do well enough to stop these knights from breaking down all the manners. So he's still got 4 manners online. He's not going to press the button to get yeoman, because it would just be such a waste to use it at this point. And all of a sudden, the military count is pretty even. And honestly...
Yes, it's almost unbelievable. Like I said, it's not GG when BC is playing Lancaster. And especially because he's Imperial, he can get the upgrade for the manners to make them produce gold as well. He got 2 of the 5 relics, which is, I mean, it's relatively even. Rus got 3, I believe. But he, as you said, he's not just staying in his base. Even though he is being raided, his eco is idle. He had to move his Imperial upgrade, his Imperial landmark. He's still being aggressive on Wham, making him wonder, what is my next move? What do I need to protect? Where do I go? And that's just the nice thing about BC, is that you never know what this man's gonna do. He's a cooker. I'm sure if he could cook, he'd make a mean curry.
He always says cook or be cooked, and right now he doesn't want to be cooked. He's got Hobblars in the mix as well. Now the knights, they do charge into them and delete them, basically. But this army is starting to be quite scary, because just having 5 knights up against 14 might seem like it's, you know, Wham is the one being the chef here, but the thing is, the longer this goes, it's better for Beastie. Wham is idling his own, or getting his own economy idled as well. These knights are still Castle Age knights. They're not Imperial knights. So he doesn't have to
he's not
them.
Imperial, so... I mean,
yeah, no,
are you talking about
Beastie? Yeah.
Beastie's one. Okay.
But
I mean, he doesn't have a stable.
Oh.
How's he going to upgrade them? He doesn't have a stable.
Yeah, of course he does.
Oh, there they are at the back.
Yeah.
I'm blind.
How do you think he got knights? Guys, they came in...
White Tower?
The magical...
White Tower can make all of the units.
No, not from Lancaster, by the way.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course.
This is a crappy White Tower. This is the fake White Tower. This is just to keep... I know, I also tried.
She looks pretty. She's
Yes.
like fake boobies. You know, they look pretty, but they're not exactly
real. Oh my god. That was amazing. That is the best comparison.
I mean, they look amazing until you touch them. That's just how it works. You know, anyway, okay. Let's move along. What is BC going to do with Lancaster? That is the question. No yeoman yet, which I guess is good for him. We can see that Wham completely changed up his composition. He's not really making horse archers. He has a few in the mix, but not many. He's kind of done the archer knight composition, and we can see that Alex's response, BC's response to that. I should never have met him, okay? That's just the
Then it became
problem.
Alex. Yeah.
Yeah, then it became, I'm sorry. But anyway, BC's response is knights and spearmen, but lots of spearmen. So even though Wham has those archers, just the mass of spearmen that he has will not die to it. And we can see that the army count completely switched. Like, who knew that BC was behind at any point in time?
Not at all. This man is now on level with the Hobblars. He was also able to just get on top of these guys so easily. Hobblars are melting, but at the same time, Wham's army is equally melting. The archers going down pretty quickly. Wham is doing an amazing job at microing back and forth with these knights. Absolutely a destruction onto the Hobblars, but At the same time, Beastie knows how to micro his units as well, and we see those spears just poke out their heads every now and again. And wham! Wait. He will find out about these pretty soon, and Beastie will have a little visit being paid. The thing is, he hasn't replaced all of the manors, but he is in the process of doing so. As we can see, he's building them a little bit safely, hiding them away from plain sight. That sneaky scout just coming in, stealing them. Yoink!
Like, oh, I forgot this deer. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just picking up this deer. I left it here 3 months ago. It's now biltong and it's delicious. Don't mind me. Like it. And the villagers we can see they're running away. They're running for their lives. Knights are coming with a monk in queue. So again, I'm just very interested to see what Beastie's going to do with this. What is he making out of Wingard? Is he only making spears?
Yes, but he's also not getting the upgrade for them. So those spears, they are still they're castle spears.
They're still sticks. They're
Yeah.
sticks is what you're saying at this point in time.
Yeah, that's the spear she tells you not to worry about, and honestly, you shouldn't be worried, but there is 69 of them, and that number we know, maybe you should be a little bit worried, guys.
We can also see that he does have Iron Undermesh V3 or Range Defense Level 3.
Yeah.
So even though Wham has 35 archers against those 60 plus spears, I mean, if he could upgrade those spears, it would be great. But still, it's funny to see that no one has made siege yet. Even though Wingard can make siege at a essentially discounted price. Do you think we're going into siege wars? Do you think this is just going to be units? Oh, a raid from Beastie.
There's definitely gonna be siege war, but I don't know if it's gonna be the same Rus siege war that we usually see, because as you guys can see, this is a Spasskaya tower, and Spasskaya towers, they aren't actually the landmark that give you that cheap nice siege, and it feels like the demon landmark is the only landmark that will be producing the siege that we are talking about. But instead of just the usual, he's actually making Hobbelas and Demilances alongside this. And look at Beastie being the slipperiest, sneakiest snake, running from left to right, just evading all of these knights, looking for blood. But this knight, let's see, he did not spot
Chilling.
the
He's chilling,
villagers.
okay? He's on vacation. He heard there was a deer there that was delicious. And he's just watching over that deer, keeping an eye on it, making sure no one else takes it. You know, it's just, he's on deer watch, okay? He identifies as a pro scout. You just don't understand him, okay? He's multifaceted, okay?
Like, yeah, no, I was about to, no, I'm holding myself down. Stop, women, stop. Now, with the Demi-Lancers, though, we can see, oh my god, what is that? Is that villagers getting raided on the High Trade House? Yes!
Oh no, we would have never saw it coming. The thing is, do you think BC knows about that second TC? Now, we know that Lancaster has a better eco, in same amount of villagers versus same amount of villagers, right? But, if you have 2 TC, it takes about 7 minutes to pay off. Does BC know? Well, he knows now.
He knows now.
He knows now about it. So is he going to go more into manors? We can see he only has 6 at this point in time. I don't think he got the upgrade for them. Can we click on a manor? The one that basically gives them... Click on a manor.
Yeah,
oh,
you
we got
can
them.
see here. You can see the UI. Sorry, guys, I just want to
No,
apologize.
but it's the upgrade that we can get in Imperial, right?
Yes. No, you can actually get it earlier as well. Oh, the Scuttage.
Huh?
Yes, he got
No,
Scuttage.
the one that
Scuttage.
gives you gold.
Yeah,
when
Scuttage,
manors give
yeah.
you gold. That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah,
and he
yeah.
did get that, right?
Yes.
I mean, he had 1 less relic, so that's definitely a great thing for him to do. But yeah, we can see he's now building more manors. He probably saw that second TC and was like, I need to keep my eco up and running. Wham is trying to do a raid, but I mean, there are no villagers here around the White Tower, so it's kind of just like, who's going to get whose villagers at this point in time?
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen?
They just are looking for some strays, and they're gonna catch some strays pretty soon. Some of the boys coming on out, and I just want to apologize, guys. I did lose it there for a second. I couldn't believe that the night actually worked. But these sneaky little slippery villagers are running for their lives. They will just not make it out alive. The problem is now, Beastie is not able to reproduce those bad boys so quickly, because he only has 1 TC. But I don't think this is going to be for too long. He should do it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of deer under duress. They are not making... I'm sorry, damn, I lost it. I went off the rails.
no, that was a 10 out of 10. As someone who loves me a good pun, like 10 out of 10, okay? You saw that coming. I owe you like a milkshake or sushi when you come to South Africa again, because you just proved me wrong, okay? And congratulations, I give it to you. I give it to you. Like, how many rides have happened under these years? So no, I'll give it to you.
It's like we called it, boy. No, the thing is, what I want you guys to notice is Beastie, he did actually go, for those of you who know the song, we do need to count the farms. 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's
Was
not
it
enough.
10?
It's not enough for Wham to lose to it yet, but he's getting pretty close. And now with the second TC, Wham is going to be the one that says, I'm losing to buildings, because that's exactly what's happening. Wham is losing to buildings and knights and spears. Yes.
Yeah. No, we'll see what happens. So this game is going much later than what I thought, to be honest. I did not think we would see a late game.
Yeah.
Game?
Yeah, game.
Anyway, you get the point. But they're doing really well raiding each other. It's not a passive late game. Of course,
Yes.
that's what we expect from pro players, right? We expect them to be raiding each other, fighting for the resources on the map. Not a single wall yet. I mean, this is something that I would call a certain type of energy, but I will not say it out loud. Fill in the blanks.
Wait. Wham, does Wham know he's playing this game? Because Wham is supposed to be making Wham walls. But the guys, I don't think he knows.
Wait, there was a deal struck that we just didn't know about, where there are no walls allowed in this game.
Yeah.
It's the only thing. Right?
Ooh.
I mean,
And he got the keep. Oh! They threw the fire at the villagers. Oh my gosh, in shambles right now. But the archer numbers are scary. The spearmen have a new target, ladies and gentlemen, and it might be that TC. Luckily, this Paskaya tower is here to help with the spearmen not overwhelming, but the archer numbers are pretty scary. Now more spearmen just running around finding some victims. But as they're finding victims, the horses have found some of their own, and now all of a sudden, as we know, spearmen counters horsemen, and horses are dying, but there's a lot of horses, and they will prevail. The thing is now, Beastie's demon landmark needs time to reproduce these spears. So he cannot just keep getting spears and throwing them at the problem. He needs to think about what else he could do. Because his hands are getting kind of dirty by just picking up spears and throwing them at his opponent. He needs to find another answer to this. And his answer is getting a keep of his own. Now, something that I talked to Beastie about is the fact that pro players are not going for boiling oil anymore. And Beastie is still a believer in the boiling oil. One of the few people who still believes in the boiling oil. So we'll see if that's going to be the case, because that boiling oil could have made this keep a lot more expensive for Beastie to take down.
definitely.
Now, the nice...
I mean, I personally think boiling well is still good, if your opponent is not just full siege. I mean, if your opponent is full siege, boiling well ain't gonna touch nothing, right? But if your opponent has, for instance, an infantry army, boiling oil is a great idea to be able to make it cost more.
Yes.
For your opponent to take it down.
Yes.
I'm still surprised that we've not seen a wall. Yes, Wham took the sacred sites and they Beastie decapped it, but it's kind of more like a how many of your eco can I kill game is what this turned into. And as you said, pardon me, Beastie going full spears, he might need to have to change this up a little bit, purely so that he can get a little bit more movement, a little bit more agility to be able to do that. What do you think? Like, how do either of these players end this game?
Thank you all, everyone, for the subs, making me vibe. Well, wait, we're not done. Well, Tam was telling us.
Hear it.
Just vibe with us.
I'm vibing.
Okay, guys.
We have a wall. Sorry, I'm fine.
We have a wall.
Excited.
So Wham recognizes the problem, and he's throwing more archers at the problem. But Beastie, guys, give me a second. I'm just vibing one more. There we go, guys.
Okay, cool.
Thank
I
you.
was like, you just went silent. Didn't my computer just break?
No. This. Okay. Sorry. No, never mind. It's just Twitch chat, guys. For those of you on YouTube, I didn't lose my mind. Oh God.
It's just going on. Wait, I can make it worse, but I won't. I can make it worse. I have the ability. But I'll just wait.
So, guys, while we're waiting for the game to be a little bit easier for Beastie on the side, because Wham, he's just pumping out units.
Yeoman!
He's
We got Yeoman, baby!
Yes,
Sorry.
I was about to say,
Excited.
Wham is getting the ability to make and remass horses. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen a bunch of Rus horses, but man, those things are spicy. So these guys are going to be packing quite a bit of a punch, and
Yo,
the
man.
thing is, those yeomen are not going to be able to do too much work. So I do see that the keep has been re-keeped on the big gold. Very valiant investment. But we have to consider this can be a very easily remaxed army, whereas on Beastie's side, it's not that easy to remax, because if they're coming from the Demon Landmark, they do need time. Now, he is going for the Garrison Command, so he's not in a position where he's getting a lot of valuable units, but he's still putting his faith in the Spearmen. In Spearmen we trust, he says. A lot of archers just running around, Beastie looking for another hole to get into, but he might need to get some different units, and we still don't have a single siege unit, Tam. This is our fault. This is our fault.
I'm putting it down. The first person to make a siege unit will win the game. I'm putting my money on that.
Okay.
Because, I mean, not at all discarding the fact that Wham has a mobile army that can easily raid and destroy Beastie. No, not at all. Just as someone who's terrified of the siege, the first person to make the siege, I mean, yeoman into knights. That is bravery. I've seen it before. He's being British brave with those yeomen. We love it for us. But yeah, no, I stand by it. The first person to make siege shall win this game. That is my victor. I do not pull favorites at all. That's just the rule of the game.
You are the pulling favorites and the person who makes siege. Nice. Now my question.
Yeah, correct.
My question is, does Beastie have an ability to do damage here? Because it feels like this army, it's great, but for some reason, the Spaskaya is dealing with it quite well, and honestly a pretty good effort here from Wham to shut it down. But now the yeomen should do better against these archers. Ooh, I say that, but I realize these archers might already have silk bowstrings, and I have no idea what the university is, otherwise I would click on it.
I think Beastie got it as well. So both of them got a lot of their silk bowstrings only coming in for Wham. Ooh. Can we check if Beastie has it? I know he has a university, because I saw the infantry upgrade coming in. Where are you, baby? Show yourself.
Oh, wait, first we have to look at the fight. Guys, these yeomen are... Yeomen, get back! Back behind the spears! They're trying. But look at that damage. Yes, he's got a university. He's got some... That's silk bowstrings.
Is that just on the map split, we can see that Beastie actually has a lot more resources than Wham. Wham has that big gold at the bottom. He's got he's got the two little baby ones at the bottom there. But he's open at the top. The reason why I think he kept it open at the top is because there's not really that much resources. There's this one gold vein, and then there's the big stone cropping, whatever you want to call it, at the top. So for Beastie to make a dent in the eco, he needs to go to that northwest east corner. Yes, I have to say the compass every single time. I do not know at all. So yeah, so you asked, can he hurt his eco? The only way is for him to go to that side, because in the north corner there just isn't any, and we can see that things are dwindling, or like the army is split for Beastie at the moment, whereas Wham's army being split isn't so detrimental because his units are much stronger. We can also see that Beastie made the second TC to try and contest that TC from Wham, but this is just such a hard game to push to win without siege, of course.
Yeah, well, Beastie has actually said he knows, he realizes, he heard you, Tam. He's sitting in that room and he's like, oh, no, that's what I need to do.
There you go, Culverin and a Rebaldican is coming. Beastie is winning this game, okay? And if he doesn't, then I don't know. I owe someone something. I'm not sure who.
Twitch chat. You owe Twitch chat.
I owe Twitch chat. Okay, fair. That seems 100% fair. Yeah, so we can see that we have some villagers outside of... No, that's inside the walls. So that wall of Wham, I'm questioning its abilities. I'm questioning both of these, because you typically see the walls on the other side of the sacred site. You want to prevent your opponent from capturing the sacred site or decapping it, and you also want to prevent your opponent from making a market and trading. So these are very non-aggressive walls, which is not what I expected from these two players. Maybe they're gonna, you know, have several layers of walls. This is just peculiar for me to see. So again, this game is making me question my own abilities. Do I know how to play AoE 4?
No. None of us
No.
do, luckily, so it's okay. So,
No, that's
sorry,
okay.
guys. Oh, he just got money shot! That was a beautiful money shot, guys. That hit him right. Okay, I'm not on EGC. I get to say whatever I want. That hit them right in the face, guys, and a lot of them could not take it.
Okay, I can see all the dead bodies from the money shot. Okay, you can see it. Okay, the Rebaldaquins, the Randys are coming in for the W. Okay, Wham didn't see this coming. Wham forgot Siege was an option. Okay, he forgot it, and this is going to be the problem because we know the person who makes Rams in this game will be the winner. So Beastie heard it, and we can see those Rebaldaquins gonna snack on some billies. You know, we love a good Rebaldaquin. We love a good Randy.
We love a good Randy. I was about to say, we're big fans of Randys. And these boys, I was actually really worried, guys, because I held it over here and I realized we're looking from Wham's perspective. Now we can see that Beastie does have the money shot. But the thing is, now with these guys, they're running for their lives. By the way, I'm casting with Myriad tomorrow on EGC. And he loves to say money shot. And every single time I say synchronized shot because I want to be, you know, correct.
Politically correct.
Yes, but he's money shotting all the way. I love it. Myriad, a little bit unhinged.
So I do wonder, do the devs absolutely hate us? Oh my goodness, the siege. Not the siege. The money shot! Okay, that was a lot of archers. Okay, sorry.
This is
what I was saying. Yeah, is just, do the devs hate us for coming up with new names for things like medication gardens and money shot and, you know, astronomical cock tower and all of those things? Like, do they absolutely hate us? Oh, Yeoman in a corner. Who puts Yeoman in a corner?
Beastie puts Yeoman in a corner. He says, yo man, we need better army. And he's going to be remaxing with something else. The problem is, guys, Wham is cooking. I feel like Wham is actually in a pretty good spot here. He's got a pretty healthy economy. Beastie has not been able to break this. And it's starting to get to that point where Beastie is... He's still throwing spearmen at the problem, and the spearmen have not been sticking. It's kind of getting to a point where Wham is dictating what's next, and Beastie now is on the back foot. The thing is, I don't know if Beastie can do anything to shut this down. He's now getting siege engineering so he can make a bunch of rams, but he's gonna have to wham him real hard if he wants to actually take him down. But guys, this does look like there's some horses out for some blood. They're going to go onto the gold here as well, because he knows. That's the last one on the map for him, eh? There's one more over here for Wham. He's probably in a pretty good spot. He's Rus anyway.
Yeah.
It's not like he needs gold, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, he's got all that passive gold going for him. He's got the 3 relics. I mean, we can technically say the same about BC, right? He technically doesn't need food because the manors produce food for him. But the problem is if you keep trading badly with your army, you're going to need those resources because the passive income is just not going to be enough for you. We can see that BC's army is split again and he's getting raided. He doesn't really have the defenses to protect his villagers from this. So we can see that Wham has killed 40 villagers no, that's the wrong way around. Wham has killed 33 villagers. But I mean, look at Wham's bank. I jokingly said in the chat, are we seeing a wonder? I mean, the likelihood is low because we need wood. But we can see that the bank for Wham is just so much more than it is for Beastie. So what does Beastie do against this? He can't boom anymore. They're both fully boomed, if you will. It's just about getting the correct army composition to be able to take down these units, and I don't think mass yeoman is necessarily the way to go. What do you think?
He hasn't been able to get the damage he needs with mass yeoman, but it does feel like he is splitting himself a little bit thin, especially against a person who has a very mobile composition, who's going for horses, you know, and they're kind of known for their horses. So this is the problem. I think Beastie is trying to take on a lot more with these units than he usually would, just because he feels confident. But I feel like that confidence that he had earlier moving out this far may have cost him the game now. We do see he has Boiling Whale, so that's the big question. Does Boiling Whale prevail or not? But right now, these archers are the ones prevailing. I don't know if Beastie is going to be able to keep this up. He's spending every bit of food he has. He's getting the siege. He's making Randy's. But it just feels like Wham is constantly replacing very expensive unit. And Beastie is now going to be stuck making trash. Now with the Wingard Palace under siege, we know, guys, if that thing's in the name, if you beat this, you win. If you have this, you win. And right now...
Wingard. Sorry.
And now Beastie is about to lose that winning advantage. The Rams are tramping so hard, and it doesn't look like the villagers are pulled just... I don't know if this is going to be in time. It's not in time. And it does go down.
It's down.
But it will cause a lot of idle time. And Beastie's very cheap army he was producing from this, it's on pause. It's on pause.
He's going to have to use actual production to produce, and he doesn't have the bank to do so. Whereas we can see Wham he's chilling. He's like, I don't care. I mean, I can remax this army. Don't you worry about me. And it's just about, he is actually getting, when Beastie was pushing into Wham's base, he didn't find a place to do damage to Wham's eco. Whereas Wham, every single time now in the past few minutes when he raided Beastie, even with knights, archers, it doesn't matter, he actually makes a dent in the eco, which means Beastie's just getting behind and more behind with that eco. Yes, he's not doing anything, but it's just kind of like the impact of Wham's decisions is so much larger than it is than what Beastie is doing. What do you think?
Yeah, I think...
Like, about decisioning at this point in time.
I think whatever Beastie is trying to do, and we can see here now, he's trying to push through here as well. The problem is just the mobility of the army means that these Rebaldaquins are just under constant siege. But that was unintentional, it just happened. But they're constantly going to be under the raid from the horses. And it doesn't feel like Beastie can break through this to make any impactful changes. So right now the Wingard's back up, it's producing. And this time we are getting some different units for once. Hoppala.
Demi-Lancers and Hobbler. I mean, that's a good combination. I mean, it's like baby knights and buff horses, right? I mean, that would be the combination of those two if you think about it. And because Wham has 48 archers, it's definitely, a good idea. But the knights are a little bit of a problem. I mean, 27 knights against Hobblers and Demi-Lancers is not a good fit.
It's going to hold up, I think, for a little while. Ooh, he looks away for a second.
Oh, that was just a delicious snack. It was just like an afternoon snack, really.
I think Beastie liked that.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that was good stuff. It's like pizza for breakfast. Leftover pizza for breakfast is the best breakfast there is. I think that's exactly the same.
Now, the thing is, this is a very scary army, and I feel like Beastie's economy is mostly localized to this side. The problem is, this is also something that can cost Wham dearly. The thing is, he gets to reproduce this. If he loses everything, he's still going to be okay. Now, the villagers are not popping out to repair.
He's got such a big bank.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just he's got such a big bank that he can be risky. He has the bank to be like, you know what, I can just throw these away and recycle them. That's okay. Yes, he's a little bit low on gold, but I mean, he's got archers. I mean, he made horsemen. Why? I has questions.
So the horseman is now something that's just very easy to replace and very mobile as well. But the yeomen are definitely just going through every single horse. Now with that amount of yeomen, you're definitely in a much better position to actually do something about it. The spearmen trying to do some work against the horses. The keep will go up, and this means that the rest of this side will be secured by Wham. But Beastie is just not able to break through him. Wham now at 110 vils after all this time. He's not ready to switch over to more military. And honestly, I don't know how this game is going to end. This was not on my bingo card.
I mean, me neither. I did not. First of all, I didn't think that we would get this far. Secondly, I thought making siege would be the answer. That was a lie. I take that back. But also, if we just look at the income per minute, right? I was just doing some maths, baby maths, yeah? Is that Wham is at like 5,000 that he's making a minute. And BC is at about 4. He's now a little bit more. It just went up, just so you know. I know how to count. This was a few minutes ago. But the thing is that Wham, even though he's got, 110 eco versus the 90 military, he can just constantly replace. Whereas Alex is the other. Oh, BC? Goodness gracious me, I should just delete that name. It should not exist to me. BC is the other way around. And that just means that he cannot replenish as much as he wants to. Unfortunately. It's just... I cannot see this being sustainable. And BC has a thing where perseverance is what wins him games. But he doesn't have the eco to do it this time, so I do wonder how's he gonna end this? How?
I think
I don't know.
I don't think there's a way to end it through Wham. It might be out of sheer frustration at this point. But with that keep down, it feels quite rough, because in this case there's no answer to what Wham has. You just see more knights, more horses, more archers. These Randys now going to be under siege as well. This is such a big loss, because this is not something Beastie can just replace. Those were... Oh, there was so much damage.
It hurts me. I mean, like those horses melted. I mean, Rebaldequins are known to take down horses really fast. But the problem is horses also take down Rebaldequins really fast. And I mean, we're getting to the point in the game where wood is now a scarce resource. Which is just, you know, you don't expect games to go so long that wood becomes the scarce resource. You know, now build a keep to protect wood. Which just seems unheard of. And I mean, again, BC with the mass yeoman. He did it last weekend and I couldn't believe it happening, but I think he might, you know, mass yeoman for the win. Let's go, baby.
Oh my god, he just wants to keep us here. Guys, I hope you're all chained to your seats, because there's no way that you're leaving. These yeomen are just snacking on everything. And they do have range all the way from China. So they do pretty well at this. But you can see there's just nothing breaking Wham. Beastie keeps making units. He keeps making units. Now the Wingard Palace, you've got to back up. So, you know, it's in the name. But... Beastie's economy, he's ready to let go a little bit. Oh, Wham realizes, oh, demon landmark, I need to kill the rest of the demon stuff, and he's slowly doing that. But now the problem is there's just no fathomable way where this ends. The difference between these two is, let's quickly look at the villages on gold. Both of them have a pretty similar gold income per minute, especially considering Scuttage is giving him from those manors. But... Oh, no, it was not enough.
I mean, the money shot doesn't do as much anymore, right? We need to take into account that Wham has, you know, Iron Undermesh V3. Which means that, like for instance, previously a money shot would take out all of the archers that it hits. But now it doesn't, because, well, they have the protection that they need from arrows. So money shot is now like a mini money shot, if you will.
Yeah. You just need protection when you get the money shot. Yes. So that was from Tam, guys. But the yeomen, they have some other plans. They're going to be sniping one by one villagers here at the back. And the horses, the raids are happening, but everything just gets replaced. Except for Beastie, though. Beastie is not looking at replacing anything, it seems. Like villagers,
yeah, so
I
you
mean.
were mentioning the gold per minute and how many villagers are actually on gold. So we can see that Beastie has the gold vein to the left side that he's, you know, chopping on. And Wham has like two small ones still left. So he does have reserves. Do you think we're going to go into trade? Because this game is going so long. I mean, we don't have the walls for a safe trade, but do you think we're going into trade? Like, it's such a late game.
No.
You know.
I don't think Beastie is going to go into trade, because you don't need that level of income with the units that you have.
But... Yeah, well, no, he's definitely, because he's not making knights or like old heavy units. He's making yeomen, which are, well, wood heavy and food heavy.
I love the fact that Wham still doesn't have boiling. He's like, I don't see the value, guys. Let's just delete this thing from the game. I actually, when I was doing the interview with Wham, I think it was him who mentioned like he really misses the fact that people could go to TC back in the day, and now it's no longer viable. This man's a boomer. He just loves to boom. He's one of the youngest AoE players, but he's still a big boomer. So he just keeps going.
Yeah, so we can see now that what BC has basically decided to do. He's like, okay, eco, we don't need eco. 69 is the number that we need, okay? 69 is it. We just gotta like max out an army. It's gonna be yeoman, but who cares? Yeoman is gonna win us this game. And we can see that he has built up a little bit of a bank at least, so he hasn't lost as many units as he has, but he is losing villagers at the speed of light. 69 is apparently not
enough.
Not the number.
Yes. No, he's gonna keep losing a little bit. Wham is investing in the boiling oil. He realizes, hey, these actually might help. But now Beastie with the Yeoman, I don't know if you guys saw that, but that just ate up Wham's whole bank. Getting rid of all those archers that Beastie focused down, it put him in the driver's seat. And all of a sudden...
More money shot, baby! I mean, like, again, it's like last weekend all over again. He's just turning the tide constantly. It's like, if he could just get into Wham's base, he basically wins the game. Another mini money shot, we love it. For Yeoman.
Beastie is just an enjoyer of the money shot. He will just constantly give it, and it just looks like Wham is taking it every single time, and it doesn't look like there's anything that Wham can do about it except move his units. But right now, that doesn't seem to be on the cards. The horses are going to be firing down against these rams, though. So thinking about I
think that's just a distraction, right? I mean, BC is just trying to be like, oh, I'm gonna poke over here, poke over there. I think at this point in time, it's like, who's gonna get tired most? Who's going to, be able to push their opponent even further? And yes, the Bass army is at the bottom, but we can see that there is army at the top to the north, Sacred Side, just trying to cause damage to Wham. BC's like, you know what, if 69 is the number of villagers that I think is optimum, then you should also only have 69 villagers. I think that's the way that he believes in it. Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely it.
So, I was actually talking to Beastie before this because he has been practicing really hard for this tournament. He actually got to Emerald in League of Legends. So, that was his big preparation. And honestly, you might be asking yourself, how does that prepare you for this game? Well, he's in Elo hell, as he calls it, where people AFK the whole time, then they leave, then he's malding, then they're malding, everyone's yelling at each other. And that's kind of what this game is. Practice. Yeah.
Exactly. I feel like that exactly just explains. It's 69 villagers.
There we go.
I'm telling you, that's the number of villagers we need.
Nice. Oh, 17. He lost them. Yeah. Now it just keeps going. So now with Beastie getting Emerald in League of Legends, is this what he needed to take down Wham? And it seems to be the case. It seems like maybe that resilience that he built by just playing with all those people that he was just constantly molding at, it maybe gave him enough bravery and strength to sit through this and make it in almost 1 hour. The Yeoman now trying to stop those knights from stopping the TC going down. And the Yeoman are just everywhere. They're like freaking flies.
I mean, they're better than flies. I mean, they sting you. They're kind of like little bees. They're bees. That's what they are. Or like, what's a bird about? A wasp.
They're wasps. Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever been stung by a wasp, but that shit fucking hurts. So, Yeoman wasps. That's now the new analogy that we have for them, and we can see that he's just continuing. He doesn't care that Wham is making horses, and we can see now the banks are kind of similar, except that Beastie has buckets full of wood and gold, and Wham has very little of everything. Yes, he has a bit more food, but I mean, if you don't have wood and you don't have gold, you can't make anything, even if you have food. So I think this is, again, like I said, this is going to be a game of perseverance, and I think BC knows that Yeoman are so cheap that if he just continues on making them and he does some kind of damage constantly, eventually, just because of the trades, we can see it, the destroy value, we can see that BC's is like 125k versus 106k from Wham, and that's purely because BC decided, you know what, Yeoman are the way to go.
And
nothing else matters.
He's been doing an amazing job at just trading with these Yeomen, considering that most of Wham's army was high value, but now these archer numbers are dwindling, and this is it. This is the total amount of archers that Wham's gonna get, but this is an opening for Wham. Wham could take this because those archers were in response to the demon landmark's ability to produce spearmen.
Yes.
And those spearmen are no longer in existence, and again we see a corner group of Yeomen getting taken down.
Yeoman in a corner. This just breaks my heart.
Yeah, no,
he's Yeoman in a corner.
But they are still trading well. The spearmen, though, between them, just cleaning up the horses. But the problem is, that's it. That's the amount of archers. Wham spending every bit of resource he has into getting more knights. The knight numbers now almost hitting 0. Disgusting. Finally making it through there, and the last set of knights, or last set of Yeomen going. Yeah, I don't know. That was a destruction. But
Human
honestly,
that just came out of Wingard, right?
yes. And
Yeah.
now, all of a sudden, that army that Wham had, that he had the full counter for, is finally back on the field. But the thing is, his numbers are not going to be able to keep up with this, especially consider the demon civilization has 9 demon manners to carry them through. Guys, I'm going to need something to carry me through this.
Insane. This is insane. I feel like someone earlier mentioned that we should have wine for this
Yes.
cast so it can become a wine cast. I'm not a wine drinker, but I would take wine at this point in time over really anything.
Yes.
Because it's been going for an hour. Where is he going? Oh no! There we go. Okay, cool. He noticed a second.
Oh.
So we can see that the Rams are now going to the north for some reason. Maybe Beastie knows that, okay, well, the east resources have been depleted, so he needs to go to the north corner to be able to, you know, do more damage to Wham. And yeah, we can see that, yes, Beastie is struggling for food, but that's about it. He can buy food with the amount of gold he has and just make more yeomen, you know. That seems like a great idea. And we can also see that the population is actually low for both of them, but we can see that Beastie, is he going to remax? Because population is, at this point in time, the thing that shows us who's going to win this game. What do you think?
Well, this is one of those where the yeomen just need to dictate the pace, but the thing is, Beastie's up against a pretty solid, massive army here. If Wham gives him time to get these Randys out, then this does become a little bit harder. And guys, I cannot drink wine. I have to be off alcohol for the next 2 weeks. So, no wine for me. We're only gonna...
Okay.
Because of my
You can tell me
procedure.
later.
Because of my procedure.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
Now the ram is hammering away. Oh
Ramming
my
a
God.
wall. That wall didn't get planning permission, okay?
Yes.
He's just
Yeah.
taking it down. And he's working for the council, making sure, you know, things are in order.
The thing is, the archers are back. It feels like Wham ran out of wood. Okay, he's chopping down the last bit that he's got. So unfortunately for him, this is not going to go for too long. But there's very little wood for both of these players. The difference is, it's the demon civ. They have passive wood. So they're definitely in a much better position to try and do this. But now the yeomen are out here and there's not enough of them. The mangonels have joined the party. And I was about to say, I think mangonels could seal the deal here. And that's exactly what Beastie thinks as well. Getting mangonels against this huge archer composition is disgusting.
That's a great idea.
Oh, money shot on top of mangonel shot on top of money shot. It's just destroying everything Wham has. These little knights trying to find a little bit of damage, but Beastie is above 69 villages. He's okay with this.
You know, two can die, it's okay. Yes, so if Beastie can protect the siege and the siege can do damage to Wham's army, I mean, Wham has a big food bank all over again. And for some reason, Beastie's food just cannot keep up with him trading yeomen for really anything. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what Wham does to get the siege down. He only made a ram. He's like, siege is an optional extra in this game, and I don't need to make it.
He doesn't have the choice at this point because he doesn't have any wood. And,
I mean, that too, but when he had wood, he could make it, but he didn't.
okay, I'm about to make the pun, guys. I apologize in advance. How can he keep this up without the wood? Well, I don't know. No, never mind. That was not so great. It was better in my head. He doesn't have... He doesn't have the wood to keep this up! There we go.
Stop it!
I found it.
Stop it! That is horrible. I'm crying. Oh no! Don't do that to me. I'm just a
Sorry,
baby.
guys. The game's 1 hour in. We're not on professional channel. We're on my channel. This is where, you know, things go to die. And aspirations and Wham's dreams of keeping this push going. The mangonels need to focus on the archers. They're on the back line. They just melt them. Destruction. Randys are just mowing through these horses. Money shot on more archers, and Wham has spent every bit of resource that he has. But so has Beastie in terms of food. But there's just more coming. More mangonels just firing down on the back lines. But there's just so many back lines to focus on. It looks like Wham is going to be able to clean up most of this. But the thing is, yeah, there's a lot more, Tam.
People see my face right now,
Yeah.
which is a good thing, because that means I don't have to mask my face. But Lord, am I confused.
Yes.
I don't know. I am lost for words, really. Why are we shooting down that hunting cabin? That hunting cabin.
Beastie gave
Say
me a
bad
lot of
words
shit
about
for
us.
this once. I was attacking a mill for ages, and he was watching my replay, and he was just like, why do you hate the mill? Why are you hating the hunting cabin, Beastie? What did that man ever do to you? He was giving me shit about the mill. He's like, well, are you gonna go attack the mill? And I'm just like, what, are you gonna go attack the hunting cabin? Really? Oh, you did a good damage to that hunting cabin. That's fine.
That hunting cabin is now squeaking in its boots. It's
Squeaking.
a terrified hunting cabin. Quaking.
Yeah, okay, a cabin makes gold. That's a good point. 6 gold a minute. That's how you
6
shut
gold a
down.
minute. I mean, that's a lot of gold a minute.
I mean, that's
I
a good
wouldn't
point,
mind
Sybil.
6 gold a minute. Can we check where is there still wood left on this map when they're not fighting? As soon as a fight starts, we can go back. Okay, so there's some wood still here on Beastie's side and on Wham's side.
No,
Okay, there's one.
this is Wham's side now. Oh, he's got a tree. He's got a tree here. He's got no trees
Two
there.
No.
1, 2, 3. Oh, there's
And in the
4,
east
5,
side?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There. Oh,
I mean,
no.
there's a few. No, done. Absolutely done.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
he's-
So we're running out of wood.
Wham's
Can't
aware of
confirm.
that. He's run out of wood a while ago. The poor man. You can see now with the archer mask, he respects the fact that the spears are basically free and he needs to do something about it. But Beastie, he's looking for blood. Ladies and
What do the
gentlemen,
spears cost in Wingard? Do they only cost gold?
they cost 300.
Can you show me?
150.
I don't play this. I don't play Lame Chester. I'm anti-Lame Chester, so I don't know how expensive they are. But I do wonder, what do we pay for these sticks?
They are 450 resources total. So 300 food
But
and
is it-
150
what's the
wood.
split?
150 wood.
Okay, so you do actually have to pay food for them.
Yes, but yeah. But oh my god, there's a collapse. Tamarin, there's a collapse. I don't know if this is the collapse that he needed, but this is probably Wham's best shot at making this. Focusing the mangonels, beautiful job here.
I mean, that was a great idea. Yeah, no, definitely taking out the siege if you have such a big archer mass is the way to go. But, I mean, just... Why did we put a keep here? To just show that we can see here? I mean...
This is for vision and for control.
For vision.
No, for vision and control.
To
'cause
show.
now-
It's... Okay. Yeah, it's so boiling oil can do what it has to.
Yes.
Obviously.
And also, it doesn't allow for Wham to run in with his archers like he used to, because that's how Wham has been able to shut down the siege. I don't think this is the most optimal.
You know, because this
keep.
is the only path, right?
Yes.
This is the only path that the archers can take into Beastie's base, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Beastie has decided that he's ending the game. He just needs a little bit of a meaty front line to do it. Wham, though, he's desperate for wood. You know, this man, he says, I need to keep up this push, and I cannot just give up like this. Now he's just getting Beastie's wood. He's chopping away at Beastie's wood, and
Alright.
the money shot, just topping it off with every little bit of wood that he chopped from Beastie's side is now destroyed by the money shot, and going down, running right back into the keep. Yeoman just in mass, destroying everything. It turned, TTC intro, it turned into some girls making jokes with our guys. It's my channel! I can do whatever I want!
It's my mouth, I can say what I want, okay? As the famous Miley Cyrus said about 10 years ago. It's my mouth, I can say what I want. Okay? There we go. There we go.
These yeomans, they're just firing away. But that keep, honestly, it did a lot less than I expected. Although, we now see the replacement of the units are coming into play. 150 wood left on Wham's side. There's a bombard emplacement on this keep too. I don't know if it's actually... Oh, it is firing at the archers. We'll see if it destroys enough. Beastie is just making more demon units with the demon civilization. But it looks like the horses are standing strong. They have one last hurrah in them. Beastie behind this, getting some culverins. Culverins running for their lives right now. The spearmen needs to catch up. They need to get through, but the culverins are just snacking away at everything. And yeomen, they need to land one last good money shot to end this game off with.
I mean, this is just... I'm just in awe of these players. I could never. Okay,
Yes.
first of all. And secondly, what in the heavens? What did your mother not teach you to be nice to people? This is like a waste of time. What's funny is that... I'm joking. I mean, I know this is for a lot of money, but it's so funny how the banks go up and then down. Now both of them are basically broke. BC is going to chop wood that doesn't exist anymore.
Oh no.
Thanks to Wham. You know, Wham being a professional wood chopper. And it's going to, I don't know. Oh no, here comes the horses.
I think Beastie's cooked, guys. It went from Beastie being the chef, putting a keep down at the front, and all of a sudden, Beastie is the one being boiled alive.
I mean, Wham has been the chef. It's like they're taking turns. They're fighting over a frying pan here. Like, they're fighting over a frying pan. A total of 260 villagers killed. Like, no. No. This is unheard of.
There's actually something we do need to point out, though, guys. Lancaster actually has the ability to run out of resources. That's
no one
surprising.
would believe you if you told them.
I don't know if Beastie knows about this, but he still has the button. Maybe he does. Maybe this is like something
Does he?
he's
Look
aware
at
of.
Lancaster Castle. He's got 2 buttons left, and he's got
Yes.
gold.
He does.
Why can't he click on it? What's the problem? Is it because there? Okay, there something happened. You can click on the one.
Oh! Something happened?
You were there. There. Look, he can click on both of them.
Yes,
he can
he
press the oh shit buttons, but he's decided not to.
Yeah, there's no panicking just yet, he says. He's actually perfectly fine in this position. He's not ready for it, yeah. He
He's
knows
just,
that's last resort.
waiting in anticipation for the resources to come back up, right?
Yes. No, Beastie has full supply at the moment, so for him this is fine. But I think that button is what he's got left in his arsenal when the game is getting to an end, where it's like, okay, this is my last choice, let me do it. Because right now he can still stay up to date with this. The problem is that's a lot of siege, and that could be sniped out in a moment. It does look like Beastie is losing focus, and all of a sudden they're right on top of them. The horses are doing so much damage, but it does look like the siege will make it out mostly alive. But now just constant.
And now no, stay by the archers. Look at the fight. Sorry, I'm fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're not stressed for everyone else. No. Okay, Yeoman money shot coming in.
The Culverins finally made it through. And guys, I think I'm finally calm. I ran out of, you know, when the cast starts, we have like, we're calm, we're collected, then things go off the rails, then we kind of lose it. I think I've also calmed down. This is now the point where we're at this cast where things are making sense again. Beastie is getting stone. He's running around.
Please explain to me how things are making sense, because I don't get that at all. I mean, repairing culverins, that makes sense, but that's about it. Please talk. You're talking for yourself. Yeah, I am lost. I do not know what up is. Does gravity exist? Is AoE 4 an actual game? Is it a simulation? Am I the simulation? I am questioning my own existence. Okay, this is just intense, and I can't believe these players are still going. They are... I don't know what the word is. I don't know what the word is.
I don't know what the word is either, Tab. This is completely unhinged, and we are unhinged. We've lost it along the way. No, it does feel like... The reason I say we've gotten back to normalcy is because this is exactly where the game was 40 minutes ago. So where the horses were in the back line, the horses were constantly raiding. Now, with hand cannoneers...
Where are the villagers going? Oh no, there's yeomen. The yeomen look like villagers, okay? I think I need a break, but we're fine. We're fine, we're going. We're persevering.
We're still holding on. I see on YouTube as well, you guys are also a little surprised. Yeah, no, me too, guys. Honestly... And not on our bingo card. I actually had plans tonight, but luckily my friend told me she needs a rain check, so we actually get to stay and watch these things happen. But I don't know where this game ends.
Planning on streaming after this. We're gonna be done at 12 o'clock tonight.
This is only the second series of the day. Yeah, so guys, usually this is actually something we worried about at the Steel Series LAN, that we were gonna have a situation where the games run very long, as we have an issue with Danish employment laws, so we have to finish by specific times latest, and we haven't drawn the groups yet. I do have a button where I can press it and draw the groups, but if Wham and Beastie are in the group, I'm steering. After watching this game, we might need to move the LAN to another country just to be able to finish these games, because these two, they do not want to give up. This is Kill or be killed. And Beastie's going straight for the kill. Oh my goodness, he's going straight for it. High Trade House and no more Golden Gate. No more. Beastie's done. He's done.
Is he going for landmarks? Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses. They were literally blossoming up. I don't know what blossom is in English because I am sweating spaghetti over here. This is just intense. Also, is there a rule in Denmark about what time you are allowed to start? Because technically you could start at like 6 o'clock in the morning and then they'll probably finish in time.
That's actually what my consideration is. If these two are in the same group, I'm gonna start their group at like 8 a.m. and I'm like, guys, it's just for safety, you know? It's just to say we don't have a choice. You made this difficult, but now there's 2 landmarks left. The thing is, it is a Spaskaya. It's not gonna die that easily. But we're at...
definitely.
Oh, look at those villages. Extra spicy. Do villages also get fire arrows? No, I don't know. We can't see now.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because they've got just short bows. I don't think they get extra damage as, you know, time goes on, if you will.
Now, Beastie's military is dwindling. His villages are dwindling. It feels like a pretty tough position to be in, but now Wham is sacrificing.
I mean, Wham is also dwindling. He's pulling villagers to kill Siege.
Tam, you sound frustrated after this game. It sounds
I'm
like
not
you need to go play
frustrated.
Lancaster. Oh my
I'm
god.
not angry. I am just disappointed. Just kidding. I am in awe. That is really it. My brain cannot comprehend what is going on.
Oh,
that is quite literally what's it. Okay. So we know that he knows where the high trade house is. He knows where all of these landmarks are. Is he going to make it to high trade house and Paskaya? That is the question before losing all of his own villagers.
Yes.
I mean, the eco is not eco. It's kind of like we're at minute 5 eco, but we're an hour and 12 minutes in. I mean, this is just, we can see that Wham is at 92 population, Beastie is at 173. So if we look at that, at this point in time, it looks like Beastie has it, and Wham is just, you know, holding on with gritted teeth to these tires. I mean, this is just insane.
You realize this is what the song was about, right? This was what the song was written about. Where he's got no villagers. I'm losing to buildings. That's what the song was about.
He's not losing to buildings. He's losing to a massive ass army because, you know, he's got all. Okay, it's GG. Thank goodness.
Here, Twitch chat, we did it. Oh my god. Whew.
GG,
I'm exhausted. Beastie's probably so sweaty right now. Remember when we said an hour and 20 minutes ago, we'll go over the draft pretty soon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Randy, if you're listening, can I please get a drink? I beg of you. Please.
Just so you guys, she's not talking to a Rebaldequin, she's actually talking to her partner.
I mean, it would be cool if he could become a Rebaldequin.
Okay.
I mean, I could be like riding him around and shooting at people, you know, if that was legal, which it isn't, unfortunately. But yeah. Anyway, he's a human.
So guys, I have the draft, and finally we can do the draft. We wanted to talk about this like 600 years ago, but both of these players, they banned HRE. And that's...
Of course they did.
No, but HRE got nerfed, and that was the whole point.
But we can't see the bans. Whaman, can you scooch it down a bit?
Oh,
scooch it.
Oh, scoot. I'm scooting. Give me a second. There we go, guys.
Do a booty scooty.
So, both of these players...
Also, while you do this, I'm going to take a quick pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, guys, when we look at this, you can both see House of Lancaster and Bruce first pick, first game, which is pretty nice, right? So, first pick, first game. And then Wab's draft, pretty interesting, because I think the civilizations that Wab chose is not necessarily in line with his playstyle. That we know that Wham is someone that knows how to defend, push out at the right time, but I feel like with French, and I mean, Rus in general, okay, Rus is like that, but he also prioritized French, and I know Beastie likes French. So that's definitely an interesting one, but I like the fact that Beastie also first picked House of Lancaster, because he was like, this is the civilization where I carry it through. And I know that there's like almost 500 of you guys. This is supposed to be the Noob Cast where we over-explain stuff, but I know that you guys probably just want to watch Beastie. So that's probably how this happened. Now, Beastie got Mongols, and Wham is on Knights Templar. And I don't know about you guys, but the fact that he got Knights Templar through, oh yikers. But if there is a civilization that can do it, it's probably Mongols, because we've seen what Mongols can do. We've seen the power of Mongols in a fast Imperial. We've seen the power of Mongols on water. So I honestly think there's a little bit of a chance here. But guys, I do need to refill my water bottle. I need to drink 3 liters today, and I'm only at 1.75. So give me a 1-minute break. This is not professional cast setup, as you can see. Otherwise, we would have split screen. Split screen's over there. So not today.
I'm back.
I'm back. Me and thought that I had a moment. Woo! Whoa! You can probably smell. Whoa! Beastie from the other room. Probably. Okay. So we looked at the draft a little bit. So Beastie Civilizations. I mean, you still let KT through, right? That's pretty ballsy. So now the fact that we have KT in this next game. Okay, so let's go back to noob casting. Guys, this is, again, noob cast. Let's roll back. KT is a civilization, Knights Templar, who is too strong in water. And, I should update the score quickly. Give me 1 second. So, KT has been very, very good at destroying recently. And not recently, since it came out. On water, they are just too powerful because of the fact that they get passive food from wood. It's just, they have a lot of bonuses. And the problem with that is no civilization has been able to match. A lot of players say that if they're KT, it's auto loss. But we did see a game, I think it was Anatan versus Voldemort, where Anatan did beat Voldemort on KT. But the thing is, there is a little bit of an ATR difference between those two. With these two, there's a difference, but Wham has taken Beastie down a bit before. So, guys, we're ready. Are you ready for a destruction? Oh, I need to flip the boys. Tam, take us through the civilizations. I don't know anything about Mongols, except I suck at them.
Well, what I do know about Mongols is that Beastie is really good at them. So there used to be a time in the meta where no one would play them, and he would. And he just does really, really well with Mongols. The thing about Mongols, for people who don't know, is that they cannot build walls or keeps. They are supposed to be, as we think about it, they are from the Mongolian Empire, and if we think about it, they're essentially Asian gypsies, is the easiest way to say it. They're nomadic in the sense that they can pick up their buildings and move where they want to. And that's very true to the history of the Mongolians as well. So that's the difference that they have. So they cannot build walls. They do not need houses, which is very nice, but they have other things going for them. They're probably one of the most unique civilizations in the game. Now, how do people play them? Well, they like tower rushing because they can make a lot of units in feudal using stone instead of food or wood or gold, which is what you would typically use to age up. So you can use Mongol and the way that they play to your advantage. Now we can see that BC decided to not do a tower. But we can see that he's making a barracks, which means he could be making a tower. I may have said that a little bit too soon. And because Wham is going for that dock, it means that Wham's going to take a little bit of time before he starts going on gold. Typically, the build order for water is 4 on food, 8 on wood, and then only do you start going to gold. So we can see as Knight Templar, he did try to make some kind of building, but he decided to go for water first. And the reason for that is because, as you mentioned, Knights Templar are basically amazing on water because they don't need to drop off wood. As they gather, I know I said I was talking about Mongols here now, but as they gather wood, it literally goes into the resource pocket. So these villagers don't have little carry bags of wood with them. The wood just immediately goes in. So you can see the wood goes up in ones, for instance, instead of going up in tens. So that is why they're so strong on water, because you don't have to drop off. You can chop wood anywhere on the map. So it's going to be interesting to see if Beastie decides going a tower rush. He decides to go for the dock. So instead of building a tower on the gold, he's trying to deny this dock because he knows how good Katie is on water. What do you think Wham's going to do in response to this? Do you think he's going to go make a feudal?
He's already making stuff, and he's making double stuff. Now, guys, the reason this is so interesting, and look at Beastie blocking that villager. How disgusting is that? And he gets a villager kill. Okay, so with him going for double barracks here, this is something we haven't ever seen on Katie. So because double barracks is not in any dark age, we usually don't see a double barracks. The reason for this is because when you go double barracks, you usually don't have the economy to support this, but he's got a little bit of water. So he's got a little bit of water, a little bit of extra food coming in. Let's fit it with food per minute. But Beastie at the same time, he's got 9 spearmen, and he's not slowing down. You can see this is just a man making more and more spears. Let's see if he goes for another one. I would actually... He doesn't have enough wood, but does he queue up another one? Once he does see the spears, this is now something he can decide on. You can see Wham going for the reinforcements because he knows this is the only way he's actually going to be able to shut him down is by cutting off reinforcements. So I want to touch on the fact that usually Mongols does tower rush on land maps. On water maps, they are very comfortable going for the opposing dock. And with Beastie going for this many as well, this is a very dead dock. And it's not like this is Rus ships, because for those of you who haven't seen Rus on water, Rus ships don't need a dock to drop off on. So these, in essence, they become pretty useless. So now the thing is, there's a lot of spears from Wham, and now I'm a little bit worried about Wham here, because Wham was not able to secure enough just yet. The thing is, the food is going to run out from both players at some point, because now this is, like I said, this is dead weight. But Wham is still making spears. Beastie is also, he has a lot of spears, but he's stopped now for a moment. And I think once he sees this, he might continue making more. Because right now it feels like, hey, I'm aging up, but what happens after that? So Deerstones is the choice.
Yeah? He is building another dock, just so you know.
Oh, he's gonna try. He's gonna try.
So he's going to, because he knows he's already invested in that water, right? So he wants to take that down. He wants to get that back up, because you really don't want to delete 4 fishing ships. And it's very good on Wham to go for the Uwu, because he knows then BC won't be able to do double production. He will not have that passive stone for future double production and things like that. And he actually took spears to this dock to actually protect it. And because he has the double barracks, he can keep up with the production of Mongol. So I think that's why we saw the double barracks in Dark Age, is because he knows that Mongol can double produce. So it's the only way to keep up is to have the double barracks. Now, what's funny is that BC didn't stay there and scout. He kept 1 spearman on this water line to prevent another dock from coming up. But look at Wham. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna make 2. It's okay. Let's
No. This is Beastie's dock. So,
oh my lord! Oh my goodness!
And I want you guys to notice, Beastie is chasing this purely because the Khan arrow. So basically, he can call with the Khan arrow and ensure that he, catches up to these units. But next is going to be the gold, and I don't know if he's going to have enough gold for this. No, it looks like he's still 20 off, but the spearmen are going to need to be careful. He cannot lose any of these, because now it starts to snowball pretty quickly. The villagers dropped it off. He just is missing 10. Now, this idea did get shut down a little bit here, but at the same time, Beastie is feudal age, and he's about to get his spearman upgrade. Wham is nowhere close to getting feudal. And we see Beastie now trying to get a little bit of burn damage. The upgrade is about to kick in, and this could be the shortest game. Oh my god. But also Wham has a decent amount of spears.
It could be completely different from the previous one, right? It's just because he's got the upgraded spearman, he has a little bit less, but his is upgraded. I mean, and he's got the Khan with them, which could increase their movement speed. And of course the Khan can snipe the low health spearman from Wham as well. So is Wham ever going to get enough gold to be able to... Yes, he at least got that, but he still needs the food. The food's coming in. He'll be able to age up now, eventually. Do you think Beastie's going to try put that dock back up?
Ooh.
I mean, there is some,
Yes.
you know, not scouting, but patrolling from Wham.
What? Wham is still deciding. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's finally decided.
Okay, we're going for France.
No, he's like...
No, that's not France. He's going for the vrouwers. They fraude.
Oh,
the
yes.
stuff. Because, I mean, he's got the barracks already, so it would make sense to go a barracks serve rather than go a knight serve.
And we can see here, he's putting the deer stones forward. Now, guys, we do see the units that Beastie has. He's making ranged units. What a surprise. Now, of course, he's making ranged units because there's a massive spears. So, getting the throwers is definitely going to be important here. Ooh, but the dock might get shut down. The thing is, the spearmen are here too, and they might pay with their life. Khan not in position to speed them up just yet, but Wham does not. Does he have his upgrade? No, he doesn't. He's still in Dark Age, but now they are outnumbered. So that upgrade does make a difference, but you still gotta be careful. Now with the horse art or Mangadai, they're gonna be able to kite these into forever. But luckily the dock.
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say the dock wasn't burned.
Okay,
but
he stopped the dock.
Yeah, he stopped the dock.
I think Beastie stopped the dock. But he's gonna try again, but I don't think that villager is actually gonna live long enough to build anything today. Maybe. Not sure.
No, the wolf was also helping out. That was an unfortunate wolf situation. And Wham is shutting down the deer stones as well. So the deer stones did not find its footing. Mangadai needs to be careful here because if Beastie loses focus for just a minute, he loses everything. Now, he's getting himself some sergeants.
So sergeants, they are basically melee ranged, right? And they take extra damage from ranged. But they like basically mount horsemen and spearmen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means that the Mangadai, my favorite unit in the game, honestly, I would marry one if I knew one personally. But Mangadai will basically counter his sergeants.
The difference
Very
is...
well, because they'll be faster, right? Or do they count... Do you think the fact that they're on a horse counts against them?
No, definitely does not count against them. That also gives them style points, you know? But the thing is, Beastie is not able to dock this, so he's a little bit behind economically. I say a little bit. This man is very behind economically. And with the split now... I mean, Wham is still in a good position. Beastie now, he's got the mobility. He's getting a lot of... He's not making... Okay, actually, I was going to say he's making a lot of these, but he's not as focused on making them as intensely. He's getting upgrades instead, which I kind of respect. I'm not seeing that fast... what is that thing? The fast Imperial and the fast Castle also from Mongols.
No. I don't think he's going for fast Imperial. I think he can't do that right now. He needs to contest the water on Wham's side, because if he just leaves it, it's not going to work. Yes, he's starting his own water on this right-hand side, and you can see he is patrolling with the ship in the northwest, in the east corner of the water. So we can see that he is trying to, catch up with the economy, and also Wham will be about 3 villages behind because his age up happens in his TC, but he had the docks much faster than... Okay, how hard was that throw? That is the question.
That was a pretty hard throw.
Okay,
Poor horse went down.
Pretty hard throw, right? Yeah. So, I mean, compared to, like, if you had archers, for instance, against those sergeants, I think Mangadai they do better because they're more mobile, and they shoot while they run, but I do think they need to get some armor upgrade to help them. And I know that's the shittest upgrade in the blacksmith.
Not
but I just
not
think maybe
not in this
not
matchup.
against sergeants. Maybe.
Now, we're
Yeah.
finally getting to see what Mongols can do at this age, and I think that's something a lot of us probably have not experienced at all, because Mongols has been very much one-dimensional in terms of just going fast Imperial and making it work. But now, we do see Pilgrims are starting to make their way through on the map, and Wham is having a lot of units. Beastie does not produce enough to actually shut this down. Now, with the amount that he has on food, I'm kind of sussing this one out. He is getting pushed by these guys, but he has to be careful. This melee attack can destroy towers because, you know, that's what they do. That's a melee attack.
Yeah. They're basically anti-building, anti-siege, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So they will take down those towers, and they will take down siege really flipping quickly. But luckily, there's no siege yet on the map. But it kind of looks like Beastie might be macroing to castle because he had so many villagers on gold before they were garrisoned. And we can look at the macro. He's floating quite a lot of food. So do you think this might actually be a fast imp from him?
That
Or do you
would
think he's
be
just going
disgusting.
castle to make his Mangadai stronger?
Yeah, it might just be a castle. It would be such a risky move to make. He does need to find a way to deal with these pilgrims, though. And, I mean, he's going castle, but I don't think Beastie's going to be in a position where he can just go for a fast Imperial. Unless Wham doesn't make more units. And Wham is making quite a bit more. But
Now, we can see by the split of eco versus military that Wham is actually outproducing Beastie at the moment. I mean, not because of eco or anything, but this is clearly a choice, right? Wham is deciding to make more units, and Beastie is deciding to, you know, go to castle. What's interesting is that, remember, this is a noob cast, and I actually watched a game about 2 days ago, and someone was playing KT and they were not making pilgrims. So what is a pilgrim? What does a pilgrim do? How do we get pilgrims? What's the deal with them?
So these bad boys are like nomads. They are just running around, going straight towards the sacred site. And when they do connect with the sacred site, they bring gold. So we see that this one is delivering 90 gold now for Wham. And they are free, they respawn, or you've got to pay for them first time, but then they will respawn constantly. So even if your opponent kills them, they do come back, but you shut down that one big load of gold. Imagine just killing one guy carrying 90 gold. Now they go up to 130, I believe. And when you do shut down those pilgrims, it is really nice because, you know, it's also quite difficult if you're playing against someone and all of a sudden they have a ton of extra gold. Now, you do see him bringing the deer stones a little bit further, or a little bit closer to base, because he needs to make sure that his units can run as fast as possible. He's not getting any value
We
from
can see
deer
Castle
stones.
just came in, hey? We didn't mention that, but Castle is coming in for Beastie. So he might be Castle to get some upgrades. He has a little bit of gold, not enough really, but he has a lot of villagers on gold, so maybe he's either going and playing a castle game, or he's going imp, which is very risky, as you said. But with Kagana Palace, I mean, it has been nerfed, but it still gives you free units. The thing is, you just don't know what you're getting, right? It's kind of like the box of chocolates Forrest Gump talks about.
The problem is here, Beastie has not produced units in this time that he was busy aging up. And this is something I was talking about to one of my friends earlier today. When people age up, very often they're so focused on aging up. It's so easy to sometimes just forget, oh yeah, I need to keep making units. So you stop producing archers for those few moments. And this is something that could bite him in the butt. But we'll see, it does look like Wham is respecting the fact that this is a Castle Age Mongols, and he's going to start hurting quite a bit. The archers themselves, they do have a +1 ranged armor, so the sergeants as well. This is going to mean that Wham feels a little bit of pressure on this, and another pilgrim going to be making his way through. But now, with the prayer tent, he's going to be able to pick up a few relics, but we do see Beastie is being a little bit of a greedy goose right now. He's not producing a lot of units.
Yeah, I was also saying, if we look at the eco count, BC is now ahead. I think he made 3 docks on the water, whereas Wham eventually have 3 on the 3 on water as well. But BC is actually ahead in eco count, and we can see by this macro, he's going sneaky. He's going greedy. I think he's going imp.
Yes,
Because
yes, he
he's
is.
not really making more units. He's making enough units to kind of repel the forces of Wham a little bit, but he's not like making units to hurt him. He's just making units to keep him at bay. He's also making some fishing, not fishing ships, but like military ships, just to patrol around and make sure that his fishing eco stays safe. But it's very clear that this is not a castle play, because if it was a castle play, he would not be floating this much resources,
Yes.
right?
He's making a
I
few
mean, he is getting
men-at-arms.
upgrades though.
Yeah, but he's making
Yeah.
a few men-at-arms to try and ensure that this doesn't feel to Wham like a fast Imperial. And I would say this is a responsible Imperial. You're ensuring you do make some units. He's gonna start collecting relics at some point. Yes, we are. But I want to touch on the fact that Beastie made so many fishing ships. Now, a lot of people might be like, oh, why doesn't Wham just make more fishing ships, right? Ooh, but this fight could be a little dire. Though, Deerstone's getting into the middle here, but he might lose everything right now. This was such a ballsy move, and it could cost him the game. Luckily,
I mean, Wham
that's what I
did
did
also
archers.
make horsemen to actually counter these archers, whereas, yes, Beastie he has like 3 men-at-arms coming, so
Oh, well.
they'll be okay, they'll be able to tank the horsemen, but I mean, still, Wham's making very good decisions to
Mm-hmm.
counter Beastie's army, and kind of forcing Beastie to make other units, instead of just the archers that he's been making, so, very good play from Wham.
Mm-hmm.
But, sorry, you were talking about the fishing ships.
So, the
Why,
fishing ships.
Why
So-
do we not make as many fishing ships?
Ladies and gentlemen, when you see these deep sea fishes, we can see that they are getting quite low sometimes. So that's 80, that's 29. The problem is, what happens now is you overfish. So your fishing ships will go there, they'll start fishing, and then they're kind of like, okay, what now? Now we're gonna run here. And now they're about to run there. They're gonna start fishing, and then barely having anything in their pocket, they're going to be like, oh, what now? The moment this one runs out. And then what happens very often is these ships are just going to be going from pond to, or from little patch to patch to patch. So these guys will now go back here. And then this one will replenish 50. And you can see, these guys are not delivering anytime soon. They're really, really struggling. So basically, when you overfish, it causes your deep sea fish to just be completely depleted. And in the end, you end up not having food at all. So you have to manually drop off. And that's what just happened here. So it causes a lot of idle time on your fishing eco. So you having extra villagers doesn't really count as villagers. So both of these players, a little bit overfishing, but they're doing it because they urgently wanted the food.
I mean, they wanted it in feudal, right? So, fishing ships are only really worth it in feudal and castle. In imperial, farms are better. That's kind of the generic rule, if you will. And if you're gonna have fishing ships, you need about 3 per deep water. That is sustainable for you in the long run. So yes, they did both of them overfish. Can I just see, what did Wham age up with in castle? I didn't actually pay attention. I
neither
think
did
I'm still
I.
recovering from the previous game.
No, I have no idea what he aged
You
up
can
with.
just, you can see, you can zoom in. It's the little white thingy, so it's not knights. It's what's that thing?
Beautiful. I have no idea. I don't know Knights
I don't-
Templar. I don't play that demon civilization.
I mean, I don't play Knights Templar either. Anyway, he aged up.
Genoese.
Doesn't look like he's making. Is it Genoese?
Yeah.
He's gonna make Genoese crossbowmen, which are probably, besides Order of the Dragon, the best crossbowmen in the game. But I want to know why. Why would you go Genoese crossbowmen against an archer composition?
It's
I'm
not about the
confused.
crossbowmen now. The problem is in the late game, because you don't have hand cannoneers, you don't have any answers to what your
Oh
opponent
yes, that
is
is
doing.
true.
So yeah, so basically
Yeah.
now with the Templar brothers as well, ooh, this is starting to get a little hairy for Beastie, but ladies and gentlemen, Beastie has 4,000 food in the bank, and I know what you guys are thinking.
I can
What is he gonna
smell
get
it.
first? Guys, in Twitch chat, what is he gonna get
It's always
first?
a quick bow. It's always a quick bow.
What is he
Like,
getting,
that's just the
boys?
rule. That's just the
No.
rule.
Beastie prayed to RN Jesus this morning.
Yeah, he got 4 relics, which is all of the. No, there's 1 more relic on the map, so maybe he'll get something better. Like, I don't know.
There's
maybe
enough
Palace
relics in the
Guard?
prayer tent, yeah. No, he prayed to RN Jesus this morning, and he was like, RN Jesus, please bless me with something other than Hui Hui Pao. So, guys,
I
will...
don't think that's how it works, but okay.
That's RNG. RNG. I'm just explaining.
What
so
we're
people-
getting? Palace guards. Look
Again.
at that. Elsa, you were correct. I was also correct. Okay, I did say that. I just will say.
So Pow Pow for $1 million. Oh my god. Pow Pow, everyone's Pow Powing. Now the thing is, with these outposts, he knows this is his weakest point. He needs to be careful. This thing got nerfed, but very, very slightly. So now he's diving. Wham knows this is it. This is the moment he needs to make this work. We see a lot of emplacements queued up, but it doesn't feel like Wham is doing enough damage here. The Knight Templar brothers doing amazing work, and we do see the sergeants actually trading pretty well against these archers. They're right under the TC, but boys, they're about to pop out, and Imperial Age Palace Guards are going to be slicing and dicing through everything. This Deer Stone's just causing distraction, causing a move annoyance, and Wham's had enough. Finally,
Wham said
Beastie...
GG.
He did? Yeah. I'm like,
Good
oh,
job,
wow.
GG. Good game. I just want to mention that Beastie had almost all of the blacksmith upgrades he needed from Castle, and Wham didn't have a single Castle blacksmith upgrade. That's probably why he traded so badly.
Interesting. Oh, but Wham actually did pretty well, I think, with that. The thing is, I think Beastie finally gave us an answer to, what am I going to do when I get KT or water? You're going to go for your own water demon civilization. But we have our next game already ready. KT lost on water is huge. Exactly, it's wild. This is something we have not seen. But, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite civilization, my demon civilization, has been chosen. English. English
Okay,
versus
you can talk
Ottomans.
about English, I'm talking about Ottoman, okay? I'm talking about Ottoman, I'm just saying.
Okay. I just quickly want to go back to the draft. So, ladies and gents, let's quickly look at this draft and we can see what the boys are cooking. So, we already... Actually, let me quickly get snipping tool. Okay, I think this is going to be great. Guys, I know you are probably like, whoa, what is this? Wait. Give me 1 second. Come on, snipping tool. No, snipping tool. Come on, snipping tool. Where are you? No, snipping tool. You failed me. Give me 1 second. I want to make this work. I can't make it work. God damn it. Never mind. Grandma needs to go to bed, guys. She was struggling a little bit there, unfortunately. Never mind. Every time. You put me in charge of technology and then we are just going to be stuck here for ages. Anyway, so, draft. So, we already got rid of House of Lancaster, Mongols, Beastie choosing them in order, except for now when he jumps all the way to Otter Chads. Now, Wham, on the other hand, he has finished off with Rus, he's finished off with Katie, and now he's choosing English, which means he still has some pretty good picks in his pocket. He's still got Jushi and Japanese left, while Beastie has Malians, Delhi, and Byzantines. So, and French, but I don't know if we're going to talk about French today. So, regarding the draft, if Wham can take this one, then I think he's got it. Don't quote me. But this is something I talked about a little bit earlier as well. When I was talking to Beastie about this matchup and how he feels like going into this and where he feels he is compared to the other players, he's losing to people he's playing against that he usually beats in tournaments. And he's like, I just don't know what civilizations are good right now. And this is a very similar draft to what Demu did. So Wham going very much for the meta civilizations, while Beastie and Demu definitely tried a little bit of a different angle. So, yeah, this is a best of 5. And this is the semi-loser bracket, you know? So this is important. This is very important. So we'll see how this one holds up. English, good, not a good reputation at the pro level? Yes. That is something that we are very much aware of. I think the problem here is English just doesn't have the same, or didn't, because this is now after the patch. They didn't have the same prowess as they did before because of Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts just set people ahead. What made English good is that they had a safe food source in their base that they actually could just rely on, farms. But everybody went Pro Scouts, or everyone could deer push, so it just made sure that English just didn't have that advantage anymore. So we'll see what this looks like, especially on a map like this. So, ladies and gents, let me flip that damn score in a moment. Haha. And all of a sudden, we have Beastie versus Wham.
You have to switch. There we go.
Yeah.
Never mind. All is well.
On what is Enlightened Horizon. I need to keep this in mind. Now, we watched this a little bit earlier when we were talking about the fact that this is a little bit of a riskier move. And I don't know if this pays off. Sending your villager this far out to get that idle time, you start capping it, but the resources you get per minute, I don't know if it's worth it. And I don't think Beastie knows either, because I've seen him practice. And, yes, I'm just going to say that. I'm probably not allowed to speak too much. If I speak too much, I'm in big trouble. But yes. So, Tam, take us through Ottomans, please. This is the Noob Cast. This is for you to understand the game as well as we do, which is not necessarily very well, but it's good enough.
So Ottomans versus English. I just want to mention, as someone who played Ottomans for very long, English was the bane of my existence. But I think at a pro level, Ottomans definitely has a chance to go. What's interesting to see is that both of them went barracks. Now you might wonder, why did they go barracks in Dark Age? They're not going to each other bases. And the reason for it is that they want to capture these, I think they're called something camps. They're basically called merchant camp. I wanted to say that, but I wasn't sure. But this is not the only one. They're called points of interest, and this map has 5 of them on them. So you can see Beastie is already going to the wolf den, because it takes about 2 minutes for the wolves to actually arrive, or 2 or 3 minutes at the wolf den. So if you can get there before the wolves arrive, you can of course get that 150 wood, which means you don't gold, 150 gold, without actually having to gather any gold to go to feudal. So what can Ottomans do in this game besides Dark Age aggression? Ottomans is known for going military schools, but not at a pro level. Military schools take really long unless you're Imperial, and then even in Imperial you have enough resources to just produce units as you need them. So I don't think we're going to see many military schools from Beastie this game, especially with that barracks that he started off with. Purely because they're too slow. If you want to be fast-paced, it's just not the way to go. And also, you just have to burn this thing. You don't have to kill it. You just have to burn it and you'll get the gold. So Ottomans will do that and then go back home, probably try to capture the Ronin purely so that Wham doesn't have access to it. Go back home, defend a little bit. If English... What do you think English will do versus Ottoman? Let me not...
Okay.
Let me not...
So with English versus
talk out of
Ottomans...
turn.
So with English versus Ottomans, a lot of people might think like, okay, we are in a matchup where you see very expensive units. These are 120 resources each. And this is pretty expensive. You can see Beastie is trying to be like, hey girl, what did you do with my wolf camp there? So he does get the burn off, and this means Wham does get the resources. But Beastie is going to try and do a little bit of damage here. Now these guys are pretty expensive, but you can see he's still making more of them. So with 6 men-at-arms, he's going to be able to go and decap this. And knowing that Beastie went out on the map to build barracks, he's most likely going to be able to get the barracks too. So this is why this barracks is such a risky play. Because if you get this barracks destroyed, you didn't, that's a little bit of resources that just came through. But was it worth it, losing this many resources yourself? So this is usually the question people are asking. And honestly... it looks like Wham is responding to this knowing the value of what he's about to kill.
Also, you just need to also note that Ottomans pay less for their military buildings than like English. So yes, that was a risk move. It was not the greatest thing to do. But that barracks did not cost 150 wood. It only cost 100. Because it's cheaper. Yeah, it only costs 100. You can check a villager. 90, even less. I haven't played Ottomans in a while. But the point is that all of their military buildings cost less amount of wood. So it could be because I think the previous one was also Ottoman that did it, where they put it on there. So it could be because maybe they don't need it in the long run. Maybe they're planning to go Sipahi Archer. It could be like, yes, this is resources did in, and what I needed from it was in turn 150 gold, which he did get. And of course a few spearmen. Yeah. But it could be that he was like, oh, you know what, it's not the end of the world, it's okay. I mean, it's bad, let's agree. But it could also, it's not as bad as if it were someone else.
This is pretty interesting to me, because I see now how much HP this barracks has. And this 3 men-at-arms, they're just not it. They're not the amount you need. And Beastie went ahead behind this and actually captured the merchant camp of Wham. And I feel like he knows the civil. Oh my god, he knows it so well. So the thing is, I would never say that someone is making the wrong move, because obviously these guys are way smarter and way better than all of us Twitch chat. So don't you dare. They're better than all of us. We need to accept that. So they always come in with a plan. But this is now one of those where, because we're watching these different pro players and what their decisions are, we can start to ask the question, like, why did they opt for this? Why was this the choice? And I think a lot of these players are still trying to figure out why as well. Now, we do see the Wham is out here on the deer, which is something we don't usually see from English. But, you know, when you've got free food, because nobody's going to stop you, you might as well go for them. Now, Wham has...
I mean, he's also protecting them, right? So it's not that if a Sipahi comes, these villagers are going to die or anything like that. It's purely just, you know, this is very safe right now. It's worth it. You had the extra wood, might as well go and get it.
And let's see what he goes for the first Vizier point. As he ages up, it is now in. We're going to see he's probably going to... I wonder if he's going to go and save the barracks. Probably. Now, with him aging up, or getting his first Vizier point, he is... Ooh.
He went with sheep.
That
is interesting. I thought he would go with the imams. Because that would indicate that he's going for his castle. But this might actually be a feudal play from him, because he went with the sheep and the foss. So that one not only gives you sheep, but it also enables you to, how do I say this, chop stone and gold faster.
He gave up that building because he realized those men-at-arms, I'm not going to be able to handle them just yet. But the thing is here, he's not finishing the wall. Yeah, the archers are trying their best, but they were just not enough. The villager running for his life, but the men-at-arm, same speed, he's not going to be able to catch that bad boy. Spearmen are there to protect, and he might lose one man-at-arm, but this is still a very susceptible to harassment men-at-arm. Now, the difference here is, we can see that Beastie is going for his double military school pretty quickly. He knows, oh no, he misclicked, guys, he misclicked, oh god. He clicked on the tree, boys.
I like that he took a new villager, right? He took a new villager and was like, okay, this new villager can stop building this wall. Oh my, no. That was painful.
Oh no, he's going to be... That one's gonna get him, you know. That is a feels bad man, right in that moment. Ooh, it's so tough. When you see something like that happen, it feels so wrong. It's just the one simple misclick. And the blacksmith now under siege. Sipahis joining the party, and honestly, Sipahis are probably going to deal pretty well with men-at-arms. Now, Sipahis, they do have a little bit of range, yeah?
Wham aged up to with King's Palace.
Oh my god, he's going the eco way. Disgusting.
He's going the eco way. So what is... Okay, so first of all, let's mention, why did he try to take down the blacksmith? Because the blacksmith enables Ottoman to produce units faster. Okay? And because you get free units and they take a lifetime to produce, a blacksmith is a great idea. What we typically see with English when they go King's Palace, not King's Palace, when they go the King Landmark and Feudal, is they typically go 2 TC and then aggress. But he decided, you know what, I'm just gonna make King's Palace. It's basically a second TC, and of course he puts it on the second tiny gold. As we know, this map only has, you have 2 small golds, I call them tiny golds in your base, and then you have to go out on the map to be able to get more gold. So that was a very, very good choice from Wham. What? Did he get 2?
Look at that! That is a demon spawn, he just got the Marine Lord spawn.
Oh my goodness. When Beastie sees that, he's going to mold. I will watch the video tomorrow about him molding about this spawn. But we can see that Beastie has substantially more units than Wham does, but unfortunately doesn't have the counter to men-at-arms. So some civs in AoE 4 can make men-at-arms or knights in Feudal, but unfortunately Ottoman cannot. Which means they don't have a counter to men-at-arms, because the only thing that counters men-at-arms, well, is Musafadi is the one exception, but also it's typically crossbows or knights. Preferably crossbows. So we can see, even though Beastie has that mass, he killed 1 men-at-arm, which is, you know, unfortunately just not enough. We can see Sipahi running around. Can we check on the military schools to see if Beastie is making a mechter, and then we can talk about what is a mechter and what it does?
Not yet.
No mechter.
So Beastie behind us is going for...
Whammon.
Mechter, it's a guy that makes buffs. So there's basically a buff for your army. And then it gives them extra armor, gives them extra attack. That's all I know. I just know I always lose to people when they have the Mechter.
Yeah, so basically a Machter gives you one type of buff that you can choose, unless you go for the Vizier point that makes your Machter give you 2 buffs. So typically you can choose, do you want range defense, do you want extra attack, or do you want extra speed? So that's typically what you can choose. And you can choose toggle your Machter between. So now what Beastie is doing is trying to punish. So I've heard someone say, when your opponent is being greedy, you have 2 choices. You can either outgreed them or punish them for being greedy. And I think BC is going for the punish them for being greedy because Ottoman isn't really a greedy civilization. They don't really benefit from a second TC. I mean, of course they will benefit, but I mean, they don't have any, like Abbasid, for instance, can make cheaper villagers, or French that can make faster villagers, so they don't have that going for them. So the only option he really has is punishment. What do you think? What should you do when your opponent is greedy?
Well, this is why my opinion doesn't matter, and I was just listening to Beastie's. Beastie says, go fast castle, go get your mill, or get everything else. Actually, Beastie says no, be greedier, because he's going fast imperial. Oh, no, he's not. Never mind, he was just doing a text switch. My mouse just died. Guys. Give me a second, I need to plug it in.
Let's pray for the mouse.
Okay,
Can we see what other Vizier point he went for? I think he went for imams.
Ooh,
yeah, he went for imams. So these imams now will serve 2 purposes because he's in castle. Of course, he can go pick up relics with these imams, but also these imams basically heal at a ridiculous rate. There's no other way to say it. So I really like the imams. I actually thought he would have gone imams first because that means in feudal he gets a unit that English has a building for. Yeah. Which is healing. So I thought that's what a lot of people go for in feudal, but I think he went with the sheep because he wanted to. Oh shit. Okay. Run away, little imam.
That imam might.
I think he went with the sheep so that he could have enough safe food in his base instead of having to, fight men at arms for some food on the map.
Yeah, getting those extra sheep also just helps you get ahead economically and not... Once your opponent denies you of anything, you're not in a lot of danger. Now, we do see that Beastie is actually trying to put a little bit of that map presence on here. He knows... You guys know when you go for a second TC, there's usually like a timing of by when you need to have done damage. Otherwise, that second TC has paid off. And with English going for that second TC as their landmark, you also have a timer. And it's not the same. Usually it's around 11 minutes where you want to punish your opponent. But because this was an age-up situation, this could be around 13, 14, or I would probably say 14 minutes before it actually starts paying off. So it feels to be...
It would be less for a landmark, because you would have spent it on a landmark anyway. Now you're just getting you a landmark that makes you villagers.
Yes.
I think it should be less the time it takes. Ooh, we got Ronin on the field. They look so cool. Can I just say, can we zoom in on a Ronin with their flipping long ass sticks? I love a Ronin.
They're like little turtles.
Like, running. Yeah, they're so flipping cute. Anyway, I actually think it's less for a landmark than it is for a...
It's not about the resources. It's about the investment into getting the villagers as well. So the fact that he has...
yes, of course. Yeah.
But Wham is actually going for fast imperial, or that's what he was thinking about. But now there's a big ass army coming towards him, and this is no longer a good plan. He doesn't have any... Does he have production buildings for this? He does have a stable, because he didn't go for, the actual landmark that produces things, the White Tower. He's not going to be able to make units that deal with these. So for now, he's got 2 barracks, and he's got a stable, and he's got a dream. And that dream is going fast in. But I don't think he realizes that there is an army. He does know now. Ooh, he does know now. And he's about to need to find an answer to this. He sees this as well. So if he's going to age up, I would not be surprised to see him grab 20 villages to age up with.
Yes, and also, where is he going to put Wingard? Like in the...
No, he's getting a Berkshire. This is a Berkshire kind of play.
You think he's going to be a Berkshire?
This is a Berkshire kind of play.
This is oh shit Berkshire.
This I think was a planned Berkshire, but it's definitely going to be an oh shit Berkshire, yes.
the problem is like on this map you only have such little resources in your base. Yes, he got the extra gold, like the 1 extra gold, but I mean, Berkshire, yeah, you want to put it on an outside resource so that you can, you know,
That's an
have
interesting
more.
spot as well. So the thing is, the reason I don't like this positioning from him is... Oh, he's pulling 23 as suspected.
Women,
Yeah?
the mini-map is not revealed properly. We can only see it for one person.
I know.
There we go.
It was a
Thank
plan.
you.
It was a plan.
Oh, was it intentionally?
It was
Oh, my
intentional.
bad,
I
my
wanted to
bad,
see
my
what
bad.
Wham felt like when he was getting raided. So the problem is, he's pulling the rest of them.
stressed?
31 villages
Oh my
now.
goodness. Oh my lord.
So a few of them will go down.
Okay, so Berkshire's gonna go up, but
Yes.
at what cost?
Yes, the cost is massive.
There's a
We've got-
Mangonel, there is... Oh my lord, this is... Oh my goodness. I mean, he just lost 30 villagers. 30 villagers! Even with 2 TC, you're gonna have to pray to all the gods you believe in.
Look at all those bodies just disappearing. He got the demon spawn, but he does not have the resources to survive this beast. He can now go fast Imperial behind this as well. But the thing is, he's not going to. He's going to keep punishing. Now, the reason this Berkshire placement is not optimal, it's sure, it's protecting your King's Palace, it's protecting some of your farms, it's protecting your gold. But you could just go right through here, kill the production as well, kill the houses, and get rid of this massive chunk of the base without even thinking about the Berkshire. And this is the problem, when you're getting a landmark that is supposed to be protected, it needs to be there for a reason. And I think the reason right now was just to ensure that the economy does not get disrupted. But at the same time, there's a large portion of your economy that will get disrupted by this. So... a very ballsy move here by Wham. He probably had some intentions here, but he knew that Beastie was outside his BAMP, and that's why we were looking at it like this. And right now, let's see what Wham feels. So guys, he at least has a king doing stuff. If I get into this position, I'm usually just waiting for my own little death. Because right now, Wham is making spearmen. He doesn't have any other choices. He doesn't know what he's gonna do. He's just floating resources and we're hoping for the best. We're now going to be Wham. We're not going to know what Beastie's doing. Now, so you guys can see this from the perspective of a pro player who's panicking right now. Oh my god. Tam, what's happening? In your...
I'm chilling like a villain, you know. Like, I'm channeling my inner Beastie right now, you know. Just keeping my army safe. Where is his army?
Let's go see.
Oh, right outside. Of course.
So
Of course.
Beastie...
A trebuchet would be great.
Yes,
Okay?
trebuchet would
Because
be
like you
fun.
can make a trebuchet and put like 6 sticks around it and then just shoot at Berkshire to distract him and then go for the main base.
Now, Wham is about to get whammed real hard. As we can see, these whams are all waiting just outside the base to try and do something. And I don't know about you guys. He's about to get surprised. Let's go feel what Wham feels. Guys, ladies and gentlemen.
I think that hour and a half game got to both of us and our brains are just broken right now. Because we're whamming. We're
Right.
whamming wham.
Oh, I love the wham bun. I love the wham bun. The army value. Oh yeah, the army value tells us a story. Those spearmen, they have sticks in a dream, guys.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that
He
is...
doesn't have wood! Tam already doesn't have wood! He's not gonna be able to repair the
Does he
keep.
have a market? Does he have a market?
No.
I mean, there's still... Wait, it's not GG until the fat lady sings. And he could have a market and buy himself some wood to repair this Berkshire.
No,
He does not have a
He
market.
does not have a market. But
He's making a barracks, okay?
I'm not even gonna commentate here, guys. I think we're already watching this situation unfold. We're all steering together.
Oh my goodness, run little villagers, run! Oh, this is great. I would like to thank Wham for the best laugh I've had in like days. So
I
good
love
job, buddy.
English. I love English. It is so beautiful. Like, I love English, guys. I was actually... Oh, I need to go get Beastie for the interview. Give me 1 second.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Am I supposed to be able... Oh, you left. Never mind. So
Okay.
welcome to the beautiful blue bedroom. Where
Yes.
Gigi Jogs
Yeah, no,
is,
I'm
everyone.
I'm getting Beastie for the interview.
I know. I'm just talking because they can still hear me, but
Okay.
and you're not there. I'm just being a weirdo. Nothing new.
So, Beastie Cutie. Oh. Tell me about that Berkshire placement.
Doesn't matter. I mean, whether you put it left or right. It's the
Did you
result.
see his spawn though?
What about it?
Oh my god, he didn't see the spawn, guys. Okay.
Show him. Show him.
I'm gonna show.
him.
It's that important. You might be like, oh, it's just. Trust me. If you saw this, and it sunk in, like this is the kind of remake spawn that people talk about. So, how did you feel going into this? Did you think you're gonna 3-0?
I didn't know, honestly. I don't feel too comfortable yet in the games. So, I don't.
Are you?
I didn't really have expectations, but I have a good win record against Wham, so.
Yeah. I'm so surprised. That was wild. Do you have another game today?
Yeah.
Against
Against
That first
Oh
game,
my
like,
god!
does he like being a cockroach? Was he
Okay, so
channeling
it's
his inner demons? How did he win that game? What
Demons-
was his
Wait,
plan? I
what?
need to know. What was in the brain of Beastie when he
Wait, I
played that
didn't see
first game?
that.
Yeah, exactly.
That
Wait,
should've- Wait, that should have been a remake.
That should have been a remake, yeah, right? That's wild. You should ask for a remake for this game.
Yeah, that should have been a remake. It's clearly bugged.
Yeah, that's a pretty bugged spawn. Pretty big.
I mean, I scouted, I'm assuming, at some point, but actually, I don't know if I scouted. I don't think I did. But that's,
What about that first game, though?
yeah, that should have been a remake. That's... I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, we were in Twitch chat. We were all like, "Oh, I can feel the mold." Because people were like,
I
"If you see that,
if
yeah."
I saw that, I would have left the game. I wouldn't play that map. That's, I mean, imagine if I spawned with double deer pack in my base.
Yeah, people would mold.
That's obviously a remake.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I wanted to ask that first game. How did you feel being such a cockroach? He was a cockroach. You were a cockroach. You were just like this little insect. What was going through your
the
mind?
game was like 1 hour and 10, and at 1 hour and 5, I remembered that Yeoman got nerfed. And I was like, wait, that's why I'm not winning. Because they're not broken anymore, so I have to make hand cannoneers. And then I did that push, and I...
And you what made you decide to go for the landmark trade?
Well, I thought you were gonna open a replay.
Oh.
Like, it's kind of... I don't know, like, he was raiding a lot, and he just lost a big chunk of his army. So I was just like, I'm just gonna go for it, because I lost a lot of villagers. So I knew that I have more army pop. So assuming he's playing with like 60 to 80, I had like 30 villagers. So I was like, okay, well, I have like mangonels, and then I had hand cannoneers and spearmen. So if I just push through the middle, I can just win. You know, I do have the buildings.
You we were actually joking because you ended with like no villagers and buildings.
That's what
only.
I'm the strongest.
Yeah,
That's where
I
Demon
figured.
Civ is the strongest. that game
Told
is
him
way
the
too long to
optimal
get to any
villager
point.
count is 69 for Lancaster.
Oh,
He showed it.
actually showed us that the optimal count for villages is 69 on Lancaster.
That's right.
Like you were constantly around 69.
well, I was constantly making them, but I was constantly losing them.
Yeah. We were laughing because he had no more wood and he just kept dying to the money shot. So you can imagine how unhinged this cast got.
Dude, I don't know if at one point I had like 2 groups of units, one on the left, one on the right, and whenever I would see him micro one side, I would money shot the other side.
Yeah.
And then I would money shot the first side. It was so funny because he kept missing.
We saw those money shots. They were
And
distracting.
then sometimes I would do like a money shot with 5 yeomen, and he would dodge, and I would money shot on top and then go back and money shot again with like full army. And he kept losing so many units.
Look at Monster Beetle. Okay. So guys, big full screen for a second. Oh, that's the wrong. I want to get OBS. Where's OBS? There's OBS. Okay, so guys, you guys get Tiny Dog for a few moments. Look at that. There's a monster dog. Tamarin, are you gonna stream now?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me
go
do
live.
that.
Because I'm gonna go off. I'm done. I'm cooked, guys.
I'm done, but I would like to play some games and show
Okay.
people how it's really done and how you really lose games, because I just feel like BC did such a bad job
Mm.
of showing people how we lose.
GG Duck.
Yeah, Tam says she did a bad job at showing people how to lose. So, good job. I need to feed the dogs. Tomorrow we cast over on EGC, so
Okay, I'm done. Thank you for the thank you for the cast. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you,
Have a
Tam.
good
It was
one.
lovely. Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye. Wat zie jy, Totter? Kom hier so. Kom hier so. Totter, kom klim hier so. You just get Totter so they can get the full family picture. Kom klim op die bed. So they get the full family picture, guys. Now you get the family picture. Very nice. So there you go. That's the final family picture.
Love that.
Oh, that's it. That's all we have. Beastie vs. Puppy Game is on X and EGC. I think, is it? I don't know.
Is it?
I don't know.
Oh,
I've no idea.
Well, not next.
Not next. When are you, like, later?
Oh yeah, it is next actually. No,
When do you play? Now?
after the next one.
Oh my god. Okay, so soon. So you guys should be able to head over to EGC and head there. If you want to watch some games, but I am gonna go and not cast anymore. I'm tired. I'm really hungry because I have my procedure coming up, and I'm just like really, really hoping that you know, I can survive the cast tomorrow. Because oh my god, but that looks very comfy.
One of us is. I'm hot as fuck.
Yep, that's the dog. Very nice. Okay, I need to find OBS. I have no idea where it is. Oh, the game takes full screen and then everything is hard. So, anyway, ladies and gents, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for joining us over here. And I hope Beastie will clap cheeks over there on EGC. And I hope you guys enjoyed the Noob Cast. And hopefully, this is going to be a distraction. What?
Wag your ears.
Totter, wil jy gaan eet? Wil jy gaan eet, Totter? Kom ons gaan eet. She's ready for it.
She's so excited. Look at her.
She is. Oh, look at those ears. Okay. Bye.